legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on structure, including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
As we chant the following three mantras. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. With the base of your rinse your right hand, and with the base of your right hand palm, wipe your lips from right to left twice. Om Mahamridhyaya Namaha. Rinse your right hand once more. With the index, middle, and ring finger of the right hand, touch above your upper lip and below your lower lip. Rinse your right hand again. With the index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril, left nostril. With the ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear, and left ear. Rinse your right hand once more. The little finger and thumb joined together, touch the navel, right chest, left chest, And then with all the tips of your fingers, touch the top of your head. Right shoulder, left shoulder, in the center of your chest. Rinse your right hand again. Now, clasp your right hand in your left hand and keep both your hands on your right thigh. We'll now chant the Sankalpa Mantra, the conscious resolution to manifest all the powers, the state and the being of Paramashiva from today's Abhyasa of the Nithyananda Yoga. We'll now chant the Sankalpa Mantra. Mamopatta samasta duritakshaya dvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Dvitiya Parardhe Shri Shvetavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvata Manvantare Ashtavimshatitame Nitya Yuge Pratame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarshe Bharatakhande Meroho Dakshine Parshve Shakhabde Asmin Vartamane Yavaharike Prabhavadinam Shastyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Vishwavasu Nama Samvatsare Dakshinayane Lakshmi Venkateshwar Rato Tulama Ase Shuklavakshe Ashtamyam Shubhatito Budavasariyuktayam Uttarashadha Nakshatra Shula Yoga Vrishtikarna Evam Guna Visheshana Vishtayam Asyam Shubhatito Shri Kailasonnata Dvadashanta Shyamala Pita Ruda Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Binna Swarupa Parashivaputra Ratna Kumara Gurumanya Tulyavatara Shri Parvati Stanya Panalabdha Divya Jnana Vishruta Sagala Nigama Gamasara Bhuta Dravida Veda Pravaktra Shrimad Paramashiva Karuna Samadhigata Muktamaya Chuturashrayana Giyamana Chatra Chamara Shri Chinnaka Haladi Samasta Birada Valyalankrita Jnana Vijnana Chakravarti Sarva Janasanga Sadyo Nirvana Diksha Vyayapa Varga Varsha Vrishta Narimuta Paramata Kalaba Kesari Shaiva Siddhanta Sthapanacharya Shri Rajadiraja Pandi Maharaja Guru Shabana Shakyadi Mahandakara Nivarana Jnana Banu Vikshana Nirhara Dudocchedana Purvaka Shrimad Vrishavadvajasapaka Shaiva Samaya Kartre Sarvajna Vidaruda Shri Jagat Guru Shri Jnana Sambandha Deshika Swami Vagisha Sundara Manikya Vachaka Swami Nam Avatara Bhuta Shri Jnana Sambandha Swami Panaradrita Shyamala Pita Sarvajna Pita Trinapatyuttara Dvishadama Guru Mahasannidhana Arunagiri Yogishwara Paramparagata Arunachala Sarvajna Pita Guru Mahasannidhana KAILASA Paramparagata Kanchi KAILASA Sarvajna Pita Trayastrim Shaduttara Dvishadama Guru Mahasannidhana Nityotsava Nitya Mangala Nitya Kalyana Nitya Rajita KAILASA Paramparagata Adi KAILASA Nithyananda Pita Mahasamsthana Mahasimhasana Pita Gartre Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta KAILASA Paramparagata Vaivasvata Manuvikshvaku Harishchandra Bhagirata Shri Ramachandra Shurasena Ityadyanavachinna Sarvabhauma Chakravarti Paramparagata Chatushashti Yogini Mandita Chatushashti Sampradaya Pravartaka Manudharma Shasana Surya Vamsha Prapta Sarvajna Pita Surangi Samrajya Murdha Vishikta Chudamane Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Kapila Maha Guru Punaradrita Maha Nirvani Pita Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Maha Mandaleshwara Sakshat Sri Paramashiva Samudbhuta Shri Mahaganapati Samarambha Navachinna Pithadhishwara Guru Parampara Prapta Atala Pita Ashtottara Sahasratama Ashtottara Sahasra Shri Atala Pithadhishwara Dharma Mukti Swarga Puraswarna Pita Trayavamsha Guru Mahasannidhana KAILASA Paramparagata Adi Pita Sarvajna Pita Jagat Guru Shri KAILASA Punaruddharaka श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमद् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सचिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम तेषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थम गुरुकृपा कटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थम क्षेमस्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थम धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थम समस्त दुरितोपशान्त्यर्थम समस्त मंगलावाप्यर्थम भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञान वैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थम पूर्ण आरोग्य शरीर सिद्ध्यर्थम परमशिव शक्ति आविष्करणार्थम नित्यानंद योगाभ्यासं करिष्ये. Rinse your right hand with a udrini of water. Umabhuvasprishya. Now keep your panchavadana, udrini at a safe distance.
Yes. So with the rituals completed, we'll now enter into the yoga itself. Let's all stand up on our yoga mats. Before we enter into the asanas, just gonna warm ourselves a little bit up, as today we're gonna have a lot of stretching of the body. So we're going to spend more time in the stretching. So just warming up our body before we enter into all of those stretches. Yes. So let's start with our neck. We're going to do a nice and wide neck rotation. As you're moving your neck, bring awareness to your neck and see how your neck is feeling as you're rotating it. See which points in your neck you're feeling the stress, you're feeling the strain, you're feeling some tension, discomfort, whatever it may be. Bring your awareness to that point, and now, for example, if you're feeling it in the side, then when you come to the direct opposite of that side, then you want to just give it a nice pull over there, give it a gentle stretch over there for a few moments, and then continue to the back. Go to that point and then squeeze your neck in that point. Squeeze your neck in that point, and then relax and then continue rotating your neck. Let's switch directions. Go in the opposite direction. And once again, bring your awareness to the neck. And in general itself, as you're rotating your neck, try to give a little bit more pull rather than just rotating it. You want to stretch each part of your neck. So as you're going to the side, you want to give a gentle pull. You should feel the pull all the way to your shoulders and then go down. Stay there for a few moments and then slowly turn your neck, again coming to the side, having a gentle pull and then going backward, squeezing the neck and then continuing. So that is what is going to help completely relaxing the neck, warming it up for the asanas. Yes, let's relax. Now you're going to go in just one direction. So starting with the forward bend, so tilt your neck down, stretching the entire back of the neck. If you feel you want to use this time to stretch a particular point, adjust your neck and please do so. Stretch that particular point of the back of your neck where you're feeling some sort of discomfort or whatever it may be. You can turn your neck a little bit to each side, just allowing the entire back of the neck to get stretched. Release, and now tilt your neck up and you're going to squeeze the back of your neck. Squeeze the back of the neck. Squeezing the back of the neck is the best way to relax the neck. At this position is where no strain at all. Your neck doesn't need to hold any weight. Stay here for just another moment and relax. Now we go to the sides. Tilt your neck to any one side and then place your hand on top. Or here you're not using your hand to pull your body down. You're just using it as a weight to give you a gentle push. If you feel you don't need it or you feel you don't want to keep your hands, you don't want to push your neck more, just your neck, your head itself is more than enough, then that's fine. You can keep your hands by your side. Otherwise, just place your hands on the side of the neck and use your hands to just gently give your neck a little bit more of a pull and relax. Switching to the opposite side, place our opposite hand on the neck. Gently start taking your neck down. Again over here, if you want to turn your neck a little bit, to angle your neck in a little different way, adjust your neck, you can do so. If you turn your neck a little more inward, you're going to feel the stretch little back. If you turn your neck a little bit outward, you're going to feel it more outside towards the front of the neck. So adjust your neck as you need. Staying here for just another moment and relax. That's good. You can just turn your neck from side to side. Just relax it. So now we're moving to the next part, which is our shoulders. Bringing your hands to your shoulders. Start rotating your shoulders as wide as you can. You want to try to touch your elbows together. When your elbows come forward, and take your hands as back as you can. The main focus over here is to just get the rotation and go as wide as you can to stretch every part of the shoulder. So don't need to focus on going fast over here. Focus on trying to stretch as much as you can. If you need to stop in any particular point, you can do so. Let's switch directions. Go nice and wide. Any strain, any discomfort you're feeling in your neck, use this time to stretch that particular point. Release the stress, release the discomfort, and release. Next, we're going to rotate our hands as wide as we can. So here, try to keep your elbows as straight as possible. Take your hands as back as possible. Make the circles as wide as possible. And gradually, just increase the speed. Over here, you also want to get some blood flowing throughout the shoulders. So, gradually try to increase the speed. And let's switch directions. So your shoulders are going to get a little bit tired out of this, but that's fine. You're getting the blood to start flowing all over the body, increasing the heart rate slightly. Focus on your breath over here as well. Breathe through your nostrils as deeply as you can. And relax. Yes. Now we're just going to move our hands from side to side. Just stretching the back, the upper back over here. So when you do the back rotation, if you want to get an even deeper stretch, as you turn to one side, don't just turn back to the opposite side. Once you come to the maximum point you can go to, give a little bit more push. Turn to the opposite side and give a little bit push. Turn to the opposite side and give a little more. So like this, when you turn back, staying there for a moment and slightly pushing yourself a bit more and then turning will give you an even bigger stretch. And relax. Next, we are going to be moving to our wrists. So if you were joining us yesterday, we were focusing on a lot of asanas that were focused on the wrist holding on to the weight. So hope all of your hands are doing fine and there's no pain in your hands. But so use this time to just relax your wrist. Let's switch directions. Go as wide as you can. Keep the pace that's nice for you and relax. Next, let's pull our fingers towards ourselves. So hold your fingers, or if you want to keep your hands on your palm, press your fingers, pull your fingers towards you. Let's stay here for a moment. Just see how the entire strain in your wrist is relaxing. And let's bring our hand down. Pull your hands towards yourself and relax. Let's go to the opposite side. Pulling the opposite wrist towards you. Give it a gentle pull. And relax. Turn your hands down and relax. Yes. So with that, we'll now be moving to just a forward stretch to relax the lower back. So let's open our legs wide. Bring your legs wide and interlace your fingers above your head and pull your hands as high as possible. Before starting, we're just elongating the back. So bring your shoulders as high as you can, all the way to your ears. Pull yourself as high as you can. And now just stretch to the side. Bring yourself to the side. See how deep you're able to go, how far you're able to go. So this is going to stretch the side of the back. Try to go as deep as possible. Keep your breathing steady and constant. You don't need to hold your breath anywhere here. And relax. Now let's switch directions. Continue to keep your hands pulling your back up as you switch directions. Once again, slowly start going lower and lower. If you need to adjust your back over here, you can do so. And relax. Come back to the center. Let's continue to keep our hands up. Now keep pulling your hands up and now slowly lean down and forward, trying to touch the ground, trying to bring your hands to the ground. You can uncross your hands and now try to bring your palms to the ground and feel that nice stretch in your lower back. Start breathing into your lower back. So you want to breathe into your stomach over here. So when your stomach expands and relaxes, Your lower back will also slowly relax. Slowly walk your hands towards you. Try to pull yourself a bit more lower down. If your hands are not touching the ground, just bounce over there. If you want, you can widen your feet a little bit more. Try to bring your hands all the way down. Start moving from side to side, just getting some mobility in the back. Bring your hands to one foot, then turn to the opposite side, catch the other foot or the other leg, whichever point you are in. Just relax the back, loosen it out. Now let's come to one foot and just take a moment to pull yourself towards that foot. Once again, continue to breathe over here. Don't stop breathing. Don't hold your breath. And now let's switch directions, switch feet, switch our legs. Hold on to the opposite leg. Pull yourself towards that leg. You're not trying to pull yourself down over here. You're just trying to pull yourself to the side. Trying to bring your chest right in front of your leg. Turning as back as possible. So this is just going to stretch the side of the lower back. Keep breathing over here. Then let's switch directions again. This time try to go even further back. Just relaxing, pulling the lower back. You should feel the stretch over here. At this particular point is where you should feel the stretch. You will feel it in your legs as well. But apart from your legs, you want to feel it only on your lower back. Take your body as back as possible. You're not turning behind, you're moving your body towards the side. And relax. Come back to the center. And now you're just going to bounce over here. Bring your hands behind and try to pull yourself as back as possible, as if you're trying to catch something that's over there behind you. Just bounce over here. Keep your knees straight. You want to use this time not just to stretch the back, but also to stretch the hamstrings. Just bounce over here for another moment. Continue to breathe normally and relax. Stop moving. Slowly walk your feet closer together and come up. Yes, that's good. Now we're just going to rotate our hips to just counter this forward stretch. Push your hips as forward as you can. As you move your hips forward, try to bend your back. Go lean back as much as you can. So as you bring your hips forward, you want to go step by step. So when your hips in the side, push yourself as back as you can towards the opposite side. Lean back and then come back to the side, leaning as much as you can to the opposite side and go as low as possible. So going nice and wide. Just relaxing the back. And we'll switch directions. Just feel how your back is doing. Bring your awareness to how your back is feeling. This time is the best time that we can connect with our body, because it's only at this time we know how our body in each part is feeling. Yes, let's relax. So, as you're doing each stretch, you want to bring as much awareness to that particular body part, to that particular point, to see how it is doing, how it is feeling, how it is stretching, how it is relaxing. So, as you start building this connection, that is when you're able to start moving your body in the way you want, whether it is healing your body or doing complicated asanas. Everything boils down to that, how much you're able to connect with your body and how much control you have over your body. So that is the main focus. Now let's move to our knees. So hold on to your knees and go as deep as you can. You can start small and slowly start to make the circle wider and wider, going as deep as you can, just bringing in a lot of movement to your knees, increasing the circulation, just moving all the fluids around, just loosening, lubricating your knees. Go as wide as you can now and relax. Switch the sides. Once again, start a little small and then you can go wider. Just a few more circles and relax. Yes. Let's now move to our ankles. Start rotating your ankles. Go in a clockwise direction or anti-clockwise direction, but keep the circle of your foot. It's a really good time to also just wake your brain up, because moving the ankle is one of the little complicated movements. It's not much awareness that we hold with that particular point. Let's switch directions. When you bring your foot down, you want to drive your foot as deep as you can, stretching the heels and the toes. Like squeeze your toes in and go up. Not just rotating your ankle loose in a loose way. You want to bring in some pressure to squeeze your foot in when you rotate your foot down. And let's switch feet. Also, if you're not able to balance, you can take the support of the wall. Don't hesitate to take the support of the wall if you need balance. Once again, focus on driving your foot down. Bring your foot as deep as you can. And let's switch directions. And relax. Yes. So now that we have completed for every part of our body, let's enter into the skeleton dance, the best way to wake the entire body up. And this is the time we are going to experience the powerful cognition Swamiji has been sharing with all of us, that we don't need to get energy from outside. We are the source of our energy, and use this time to express that energy that your body has, express that power that your body has, completely becoming your ultimate. So now stand with your hands by your side. If you want, you can close your eyes, keep your eyes open, whichever is comfortable for you. This is a powerful meditation technique that Swamiji has given to experience the ultimate energy being radiated by our body. So just visualize your entire body is now just a skeleton. There's nothing else on top of it, nothing else inside of it, including your identity. Everything is gone. It's just your skeleton standing here, Paramashiva and Swamiji filling it completely. Holding this in your inner space, slowly start moving each part of your body, your fingers, your toes. Also, if you're keeping your eyes closed while moving your body, then just keep your awareness on where you are, on your surrounding, to make sure that there is no furniture close to you. If you have people, then step little aside so that you're safe, and slowly start moving each part of your body. Start increasing the intensity, moving just one part of the body to start moving more. There's going to be no pattern in the way you're moving. It's going to be just wild, random, intense movements. Now, as the music plays, you're going to enjoy that music. Go with the flow, become one with the flow, unclutching from everything else, and release your body. Release every part of your body. The only reason your body is not moving intensely is because you're holding on to it, because of your resistance towards it. Now, just relax that, become one with the flow, and completely, intensely move your body. Drop all the laziness, tiredness, boredom, resistance you're having. Become intensely intense. Unclutch from your mind. Unclutch from all the thoughts telling you to stop, to slow down. It's fine, it's okay, you're already warmed up. All the negative self-talk inside. Relax from all of that. Becoming intense is your ultimate goal over here. Let's begin. Let's increase the intensity last few seconds. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, faster, 14, 13, 12, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, let's go, last one. Keep here, keep going, and relax. Yes, slowly stop, come to a standstill, stop moving your body, just relax, focus on your breath. Don't need to adjust anything else, just bring awareness to your breath. Breathe in as deeply as you can through the nose, and exhale completely through the nose. If you want, you can exhale through the mouth if that's better for you, if you feel that's more comfortable. But inhale only through the nose. See your heart rate slowly settling down, but at the same time, your entire body is now awake. You're able to bring awareness to the tips of your toes, the tips of the fingers, the top of your head. The entire body is now alive, throbbing with energy. Continue to keep the awareness on the breath simultaneously. Keep the breathing as deep as you can. Now, you can slowly open your eyes and let's come to a seated position. Yes. So now with that complete warm up, we'll be entering into the asanas for today. So today we are starting with Anjani Asana. Anjani Asana is a simple asana where we're going to be sitting with our legs stretched in front of us. Now keep your back as straight as possible and bring your palms underneath your sitting bones. Bring your palms underneath the sitting bones. Keep the palms facing up. Try to straighten your elbows. Try to straighten your back, pushing your back up and forward. Bring your chest out. Bring your shoulders back. This is Anjani Asana. Keep the toes pointed up, your feet together. Now in your inner space, visualize Bhagavan Hanuman. And in this asana, the drishti point, the point that we are going to be focusing at, is the tip of the nose. In many asanas, we have the drishti gaze, and just as to rehydrate the context, when we lock our eyes at a particular point, we are able to completely stop all the visualizations happening inside of us, all the random visualizations happening in our inner chatter, our inner mind voice, all the visualizations you're just seeing over there that's distracting you, that you may not even be aware of that's happening inside as you see externally, all of that will completely stop. And the japa of the asana is Mahasadashivoham. So holding on to this japa will intensely stop all the verbalizations happening inside of you. Yoga is the time that your body is open, and when your body is open, when you're with your body, whatever you talk, whatever you think, whatever you do becomes part of your biomemory, part of your muscle memory. So now use this time to intensely bolt that Mahavakya in your inner space rather than all the thoughts which are there. That is why these two components are very powerful yet subtle. So holding on to them, using these two components in the asanas is a powerful way to unclutch yourself. Now, the other components are the visualization of Bhagavan Hanuman. So hold Bhagavan Hanuman. So if you can see that there is something to stop the unnecessary verbalizations, unnecessary visualizations, and there is something to engage our mind in. Like, you can always see that you cannot stop your mind. It's impossible to stop your mind, but it is very much possible to bring your awareness on something higher. on the higher consciousness. The pranayama we are going to be performing is the Rechaka Kumbhaka, which is inhaling as deeply as you can and holding your breath comfortably at the end of the exhalation, and when you can't hold on anymore, inhale through your nose. We are going to be performing the Jalandhara Bandha in this asana. The Jalandhara Bandha is where we are going to lock the chin to the chest. So lean your neck forward, keep your back straight. Just bring your neck forward and lock your chin to the chest. Also, we are performing the Mula Bandha, locking the perineal floor. And continue to internally chant the japa Mahasadashivoham. Let's all keep our back straight.
दो करकी उभय हथेली कोरबारली मेले भेली सो आगा में भूपरिदासे माहम ने अंगुली मिलिरासे.
Relax. Bring your hands from under you. And we are now going to be entering into the main focus, the main asana for today, which is Paschimottanasana. So we're going to be in this asana for some time. Not just this asana, but all of its variants that come along with it in this mini sequence inside of the Prathama Vinyasa Krama. So let's start with the Paschimottanasana. So Paschimottanasana is where you're going to be bringing your forehead to your knees and holding on to your feet in the Prana Mudra. So holding on to the big toes with your index and middle fingers. So hold on to your big toes in your index and middle fingers. So before we enter into the asana, let's first take a nice deep breath and raise our hands all the way up. Let's give it a try just now. So inhale as deeply as you can, and as you exhale, lower your body forward. Now many of us, what we do is we do this. Yes, you're not able to lean forward, that's understandable. But what I am doing over here is pushing my entire upper body forward, pushing my chest forward at the same time. Because you need your entire hip to also move, not just your upper body. Because if your upper body moves, you're never going to be able to touch your toes, you're never going to be able to bring your forehead to your knees. Only if your hips move forward, you will go lower. So now as they're showing the close-up, I can show again. So this is how most of us do. So we're trying to catch our toes. It doesn't move because our hips are pointing back and we are trying to bring ourselves forward. So our hips in the opposite direction. Our hips are taking us in the opposite direction, but we are trying to go in the opposite direction. So that doesn't work out. So that's why we need to bring our back straight. And when you bring your back straight itself, you can see how your hips also raise up, your hips align with your back. And once your hips align with your back, you want to move your entire upper body forward. So imagine like your entire upper body is locked from your hips. So you're moving your hips, your pelvic bones are also moving forward and down. So that is something you want to explore over here. First, before we enter into the asana, this is the most important part because once we understand how to make that happen, then allowing your hamstrings, your calves to all stretch and allow you to take you forward is the second component. But this is itself going to show you how much more forward you're able to reach in this asana. So moving your hips forward, you want to slowly bring yourself forward step by step. inch by inch, bringing yourself forward and bring your forehead to your knees. So now let's all try to focus on this. Let's all give this a try. So from a straight position, even if you want to use your hands, focus on how you're going to move your hips forward at the same time. Keeping your back as straight as possible, try to move your hips forward. Explore this movement. See, how do you bring your hips forward? What is the way for you to move your hips forward? Not just your upper back. And another important component of the asana is the breathing. You want to breathe as deeply as you can. You want to breathe as controlled as you can. That's going to help immensely to relax your muscles, to relax your body, to enter into a more deeper state that is helping your body to allow you to move into the stretch. Because a lot of resistance is there in your muscles by default that keeps you from getting hurt when your body stretches too much. So to allow yourself to just relax from that resistance, you want to breathe nice and deeply. And sure, if you have a partner, if you have someone with you, then you can take their support as well to enter into the asana. They can come and give you a gentle press on the back. But otherwise, for those of us who are doing the asana by ourselves, focus on walking your hands forward and staying in the position. So whichever position you are, whether your hands are just on your knees, your hands are just on the calf, wherever your hands may be, the focus is go to your maximum where you're not feeling pain, you're just feeling discomfort. And that point would be like a point where you can just relax, like you can just stay over here. You're not feeling that you have to get off of the asana, but at the same time, if you go further, it hurts too much. So that's the point you want to go. And then slowly, as you exhale, maybe every one, maybe three breaths, depending on how you're feeling, then slowly move yourself 1 centimeter forward. Even that is fine. Keep your head down. You don't want to keep looking forward. If you're trying to look at the screen to look at how I am doing it, it's fine. I'm just giving you the instructions now. So you can bring just your listening towards me. You can keep your neck pointed forward, neck straight, your face pointed down. Each time you exhale at the end of maybe every 1 or 2 breaths, try to move yourself even a centimeter forward. Again, move it a bit forward. Move it forward. Keep going forward. Because if you just stay in that place which you feel is comfortable, that's not going to bring you to the stretch. That's not going to bring you forward. As you keep making progress, as you keep making movement, that is only going to make the previous position even more easier for you to come forward next time. Allow yourself to just sink naturally. You don't want to be putting any force, trying to just squeeze yourself into the asana. None of that should be done. That's going to hurt your muscles. That's going to injure you, if you're using force which is hurting you, you're breathing fast, you're struggling, that is only going to injure you, and you really don't want an injury in your hamstrings. So that's why be very careful with your body, be very aware with your body, and with awareness, you can easily do the asana. You don't need any of the stress, strain, pressure, force to get into the asana. Anytime with flexibility, it's not about force, it's not about using power to get into it. You need to get into a more relaxed, fluid state to allow your body to get into that posture, to allow yourself, your muscles to relax, to flow into that asana. Now, as you're moving forward, whatever negative self talk you're having, saying, oh, it's enough, it's paining, I'm done, unclutch from all of that. Drop it at Swamiji's feet and tell Swamiji that you are manifesting your ultimate over here. You don't want any of that negative self talk. Unclutch from it. We're just staying here for a few more moments. Continue to breathe as deeply as you can. Move your body as forward as you can. Bring awareness to the point where you're feeling the pain, where you're feeling the discomfort. Bring awareness to that point and see what is happening. What signals are being sent? Which part of your knee, which part of your hamstring is feeling that stretch? Is it just one particular point? Is it the whole muscle? What is telling me that I'm stretching now? Unclutch your mind from the pain. Bring your mind, bring your awareness, bring your thoughts onto the asana. If you're able to touch your head to the ground, then next focus on bringing your head in between of your legs. So we have some of us who are able to do the asana already. So if you're already able to do the asana, if it's very simple, then focus on bringing your forehead to the ground. We're just going to stay here for another minute. Let's keep the will persistence. If you want to slightly bounce yourself in that movement, you can do so. And also, many of the time your toes are going to just blade outward. You don't want to allow that to happen. Try to keep your feet together, because when you blade your toes out, you will feel the stretch getting easier, but at the same time, it's just that your legs are not getting stretched, and that's why you're feeling it easier. You're losing the point of focus when you're doing that. So bring back your legs together, bring your legs back together as you're going forward and down. And yes, slowly, let's raise up. Let's slowly come to a seated position. We're just going to go into a counter pose for a moment. So slowly just turn yourself, bringing your stomach down. Just allow your back to relax over here for a moment, decompress, and slowly lift your upper body and just squeeze your back, squeeze your lower back over here. Lift your entire back as much as you can. Allow your hips to sink down. Tilt your neck backward. And now just breathe into your back. Focus on breathing as deeply as you can. Breathe as deeply as you can through your nose. Fill your entire lungs and exhale. And relax. Yes. Now you can come back to a seated position. And we're going to repeat the Paschimottanasana. This time we're going to be holding the components, the various different components of the asana. We're going to focus on the various different components of the asana. So the visualization is Swamiji in our inner space. We're going to perform the Rechaka Kumbhaka, which is holding the breath after exhaling. The Bandha is the Mahamudra Bandha, which is all three bandhas together. The Mula Bandha, the root lock, the Udyana Bandha, the stomach lock, and the Jalandhara Bandha, the throat lock. I'll be guiding you through all of this. And internally hold the Japa Mahasadashivoham rotating in your throat center. Okay, so let's get our legs stretched in front of us. Once again, let's take a nice deep breath. Push your hips forward, push your back forward, push your upper body forward, and go as low as you can, pulling yourself towards your leg. And now once you have come to that point, for example, if this is that point, then over here you're going to visualize Swamiji. You're going to perform the Mula Bandha. Take a nice deep breath. Lock your chin to your chest in Jalandhara Bandha. And once you exhale, pull your stomach in and up. When you pull your stomach in and up, then you want to also try to lean as much forward as you can. Use that time to lean forward. Pull your stomach as deep in as possible, in and up. And then inhale and repeat the process again. So let's do it now together. Now wherever you're holding on to, tighten your perineal muscles. Take a nice deep breath. Lock your chin to the chest. Now slowly exhale, emptying your lungs. Pull your stomach in and up. Hold your breath. And inhale again. Internally, hold the japa Mahasada again and again, rotating in your throat center. We'll now hear the Shastra Pramana.
जानुपरिललाटं तु पश्चिमं तानमुच्यते येन केन प्रकारेण सुखं धार्यं च जायते.
Slowly inhale and raise back up. So we're not done with the stretch. It's just that we are done with this asana. We have 4 more asanas which are going to be helping us to get into this stretch. So going to the next asana, which is Ugrasana. So in Ugrasana, the only difference is that we're not holding our toes. We are going to be bringing our hands behind our neck and leaning forward. So let's do the same thing as we have done in the Paschimottanasana. Take a nice deep breath, and then slowly as you exhale, once again pushing your entire hips and your upper body forward, bring your elbows to the side of your head. So this is Ugrasana. So now let's interlace our hands around the neck and slowly lower yourself down. Again, push your chest forward, push your hips forward, push your back forward, moving your entire upper body forward and down. Yes, now we can all slowly relax, raise yourself back up. And before we try this asana again, we're going to do some different stretch to allow our hips to get a little bit mobile. So what I've been noticing in all of you doing the asanas right now is that none of you are doing the hip mobilization of moving your hips forward. Most of you are still trying to figure out how that happens, or your hips are stuck. You maybe are feeling that you have a little bit more flexibility in your hips, but sorry, in your hamstrings, but you're still not able to move your hips forward. So we are going to be doing a little different stretch over here to make that happen, which is Bhadrasana, the butterfly pose. So let's bring our feet together. Bring your feet together, bring your toes together, and now hold on to your feet with your hands. Bring your legs as close to you as possible, and now you're going to try to bring your knees to the ground. So once you bring your knees to the ground or wherever it may be, okay, however deep you can, that's fine. Now you're going to start leaning forward. This is the most important point over here, leaning forward. This is what is going to allow your hips to open up. So if you want to remove your hands from your knees and bring your hands forward, you want to start using your hands to walk yourself forward. Like Sandeepaya, you're doing that, that's really good. You can do like that. So start moving your hips forward and then you'll see what I'm explaining from the start of this stretch. From the start when we started the Paschimottanasana, what is moving your hips forward mean? You will start seeing that your body is now turning towards the forward. So slowly start pulling your hands, pulling your legs forward, pulling your hands forward, keep your legs together and lower your chest to your feet. So also after this sequence, we are going to be having the Bhadrasana sequence. So this is going to be really helpful for the next mini sequence inside of the Prathama Vinyasa Krama. So again over here, come to the point that you feel is your maximum, where you feel it's not hurting, but at the same time you are feeling some stretch happening. Come to that point, lock yourself there, don't go up, don't go down, just stay over there. Now just start breathing as deeply as you can. Relax your mind, relax your body. Bring awareness to the point where this stretch is happening and just slowly relax that part consciously. Bring awareness to that point. Tell your body that you're the one stretching it, that you're going to take care, make sure that you're safe, and tell your body to just completely relax as you just slowly lower yourself forward and down, bringing your forehead onto the ground. Once you've brought your forehead onto the ground, then try to bring your chest onto the feet. And just stay over here. Yes, now I can see most of you are moving your hips forward. Some of you are still stuck. So if you have a partner, it's always best, always really nice to help. This is what I'm talking about. So you want to push your hips forward. Mm. What? Yeah. Yes. So let's continue to stay here for a few more minutes. Just allow your body to relax into that position. Hmm? Something's poking. Completely relax your body. Technically, you should be able to just sleep in the asana. That's what the yoga pramanas say. Siram Sukham Asanam. Comfortability and stability is a asana. So whichever position you are in, try to be in that with comfort and stability at the same time. So once you feel that you have touched your chest to the ground, then move into the Paschimottanasana. Once you feel that you have stayed there, you feel that you have, if you have already touched your chest to your feet with your legs together in the Bhadrasana, that's great. Now once again give the Ugrasana a try. Bring your legs straight, interlace your fingers behind your neck and try to get into the asana. If you want to raise up and do a counter pose for a moment, turning into Bhujangasana, if you want to do that, then you can do that as well. You can allow your back to just relax for a moment. And also this is, at the same time, this is also going to stretch the thighs. So this is also very much like Bhadrasana. It's not just stretching the back, but it's also stretching the thighs. So push yourself as back as you can, and you also want to push your hips down. Push your back as high as you can. Tilt your neck backward. You want to just squeeze that muscle over there. Completely relaxing it. Stay here for just a few more moments. And slowly relax. Let's come back up. And now walk yourself into a seated position again. So now after this Bhadrasana stretch, we are going to give it another try. So let's interlace our hands behind our neck. Take a nice deep breath. And again, lean forward and down, bringing your chest forward, bringing your back forward, bringing your hips along with it. It's going to be harder because in this asana you have no way of pulling yourself forward. It's just the weight of your hands that's taking you lower. So it is going to be a little bit harder if you're trying to go even deeper, like trying to bring yourself all the way to touch your forehead. Once again, completely relax yourself. Breathe as deeply as you can. Try taking yourself inch by inch, centimeter by centimeter, however little forward, but try to keep moving forward. Don't stop, keep moving forward. In your inner space, visualize Devi Kali. In your inner space, you're going to visualize Kali, powerful energy of Kali. Yes, Ramesh, I can see you have a beautiful photo of Kali in your house as well. So you can visualize that Kali in your inner space as you're doing this asana. Completely relax your body. Have a conversation with your body, whether it's not verbal, but inside you. And also, stop all of the negative self talk inside you're having. Some of us have this that, oh no, I'll never be able to do this asana, it's not possible, I just can't go forward, I've tried everything. So unclutch from all of that and use the japa Maha Sada Shivoham continuously inside you to keep unclutching, to keep you in the right space, to keep you in the right cognition.
स्वपानिभ्यां दृढं दत्वा जानूपरि शिरोन्यसेत् आसनोऽग्रमिदं प्रोक्तं भवेद् नीलदीपनम्.
Yes.
Let's slowly raise up. Let's slowly raise ourselves up. And now we're going to be once again getting into the counter pose. Let's turn onto our stomach. Turn onto your stomach and just lower your stomach down. Get into the Bhujangasana. Push your chest up. Push your hips to the ground. Tilt your neck backward. Keep your breathing going. Don't stop breathing. Don't hold your breath. Push as back as possible. And relax. Slowly. You can come onto your hands. If you want to come onto your heels, keep your hands stretched. If you want to do this stretch, we can do this one also. Just stretching the back, pulling your hands as forward as you can. You want to like walk your hands after you come into the asana and try to move your hands forward. You can slightly keep your heels apart to allow your chest to come in between. Breathe as deeply as you can into your lungs now. Expanding your chest and relaxing it, which is directly going to just help to slowly relax the lower back as well. Now slowly relax. Slowly raise up. Come to a seated position. And we're going to move into the next asana, which is Marichi asana. So Marichi asana is a bit more simple. So we are going to start with our right leg. So now bend your left leg in, bend your left leg and bring your foot as close to the perineum as possible. Bring your knee close to your chest. And now bring your hands inside of the knee. So as our left leg is raised, bring your left hand inside of the knee and wrap your left hand around the knee, bringing it as back as possible. Now taking your right hand, you want to take your right hand all the way behind you and now interlace your fingers. So to perform this asana, the more forward you lean, you'll be able to interlace your fingers behind you. Try to, if you feel that it's very difficult, then bring your hands lower. So if you keep your hands by your sitting bones, by the side of your hips, then you will see that it becomes easy. The higher you bring your hands to interlace them, it gets harder because you need more shoulder rotation over there and that gets a little bit stuck. So after if you're not able to hold your hands, that's fine. Just keep your hands as close together as possible. And now focus on leaning forward and down. Try to bring your forehead all the way to your knees. So this is Marichi Asana. We're going to be visualizing a sage named Marichi in our inner space. So let's stay here for a few moments, for a few minutes, to allow us to stretch just one foot. So till now we have been trying on both feet. Now we're going to focus on just one foot. So as we have been doing in the previous asanas, once again you want to bring that same relaxation. You want to continue to breathe as deeply as you can and also keep moving forward little by little until you're slowly able to touch your knees to your forehead. So we're continuing to hold the japa Mahasada in our inner space as we are doing this asana.
तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Now slowly relax, raise up and relax your knee to the side. Relax your knee down. And now we enter into Mahamudrasana. This is the main asana that we're going to be focusing on right now. So this is going to really help us to do the previous two asanas, the Paschimottanasana and the Ugrasana. This asana now on one foot, you would see that one leg is easier because you're able to bring all of your energy just onto one leg instead of two legs. You're able to focus on one leg, so that will make it easier for you, and you'll also be able to go a much deeper into the asana. And you'll also find out which of your leg is your strong leg. For me personally, I feel that I have more flexibility for this asana on my right leg. So if you feel like that, then you can also balance it out by performing extra time on the left leg. So bring that awareness also into the asana. So let's get into the asana now. Once again, we're going to be taking a nice deep breath. Raise your hands all the way up. Pull your back as much as you can and lean forward and down, completely exhaling. Pull your stomach in and up for a moment and go as low as possible. So this is Marichi Asana. So now, sorry, this is Mahamudrasana. So now as you're performing Mahamudrasana, hold your foot wherever you can, and let's bring the will persistence into just staying in that particular point. You don't try to force yourself, don't try to push yourself too much. Whichever point you are able to bring your leg to, bring your forehead, lean forward. Whichever point you're able to bring yourself forward, bring yourself to that point. And just stay relaxed over there. The visualization we are holding is Swamiji. So hold Swamiji in your inner space. Any distraction, any thoughts you're having, keep bringing yourself back to visualizing Swamiji. And many of us over here have had the opportunity to physically see Swamiji, to physically get his blessings, or even online. Bring back that visualizations, that beautiful memories you have had with Swamiji. This is the best time to enjoy that. Because when you're enjoying all of these memories in this asana, all of that is directly getting implanted into your muscle memory. Your entire body is going to be experiencing that ecstasy instead of the pain as you enjoy those memories with Swamiji. So take nice and long breaths. Yes, Rameshaya, that's really good. Keep staying there. Yes, Sandeepaya, that's really good. Continue to stay there. Don't bend your knee for anything. Bending your knee is not going to help. It may give you a temporary feeling that, okay, at least you're able to hold your toes, but it's not going to help you in stretching at all. So keep your knees as straight as you can, and however far you're able to go, that's fine. You don't need to be able to do the asana today. You don't need to be able to do touching your forehead to your knees today. If you're able to move forward even by 1 inch is a breakthrough for you. It is a manifestation, and every smallest manifestation should be celebrated. So if you have seen that, okay, I moved a centimeter forward, I'm able to move an inch forward from where I previously felt that I'm just stuck over there. That itself is a breakthrough. Just another minute. We're going to stay here. Continue to stay here for just another minute.
महामुद्रां प्रवक्ष्यामि तन्त्रेऽस्मिन् मम वल्लभे यां प्राप्य सिद्धा सिद्धिं च कपिलाद्याः पुरागताः.
Now, slowly raise up. Let's raise up. Touch your feet in front of you. Just shake your legs out. Relax your right leg. You can also just twist your back to the side to allow your back to also relax. Just take a moment to allow your back to just relax. You can close your feet in, hold yourself, and just rock your lower back over here. And yes, now we'll be moving into the next asana, which is Marichyasana on the opposite side. So previously we had bent the right leg. This time let's bend the left leg. So now bringing your left leg in, bringing your left leg all the way close to your perineum. Now take your right hand, lean forward and down, and wrap your hand around your leg. Next, take your left hand, bring your left hand towards the back, and now hold on to your fingers behind you. So whether you're able to hold your hands behind your back or not, now start leaning forward and down, lower your neck down, and push yourself forward and down. Actually, now that you have your foot on the ground, you can use your foot to push yourself forward. So use yourself to push yourself down. Use your foot to push yourself down. Bring your foot as close to the perineum as possible. The further away Your foot is from the perineum, from your opposite thigh. The more difficult it's going to be to go down. Once again, just relax over here. Completely unclutch over here. And in your inner space, you're going to be visualizing a sage, Marichi. Visualize the great sage Marichi in your inner space. And the japa we're going to be holding is Mahasadashivoham. So intensely hold this visualization in your inner space.
तानपादं क्रौञ्चं च मरीचिं वीरभद्रकं नटराजं त्रिकोणं च सुप्ताङ्गष्टप्रसारणे.
Now slowly lower your raised knee to the ground. Lower your right knee to the ground. And now we are going to be focusing on the left leg to stretch the left leg. So let's raise our hands all the way up. Pull your back as high as you can. And now completely exhale. And lower yourself all the way down. So once again, push your hips forward, push your back forward, push your entire upper body forward. Hold on to wherever you can, whether it is just your knees, you're able to hold on even further. Wherever you're able to hold on to that furthest point from you and start slowly pulling yourself down. Even if you see you're able to move a centimeter, you're able to move an inch, that's great. That's an amazing breakthrough. Celebrate that. Relax in this position. You want to just spend this quality time with your body. There is something that would click with you. There is some particular position, particular way of doing it which will click with you. That is what you need to find. So let's get into the asana. Lower yourself as much as you can. Breathe as deeply as you can. Just allow your body to relax in this position. We just have a few more minutes before we can relax. Let's keep the will persistence. Whichever point you're able to stay in, stay there. And even if you're able to move an inch forward, that's great. But stay there. Don't release from that position. Don't relax from that position. Again, the visualization of this asana is Swamiji. So let's use this time to just enjoy all of those memories we have had with Swamiji, the experiences we have had with him. And just by holding on to those memories, you'll be bolting those memories into your muscle memory, into your body, rather than focusing on the pain, rather than focusing on the difficulty, you can be enjoying the time with your body. Unclutch from all of the negative self-talk that's happening inside, the impossibility your mind is showing you. Because the goal of today is not to touch your head to the toe, but it is to move forward. That is all is what you need to do. If you're able to move an inch forward, that is more than enough. You have had a breakthrough today. Sandeepaya, that's really great. Aya. Just continue to stay there. It's really nice you're going so deep in. We have just 1 minute before we relax. Let's give it all we have. Let's give our complete focus, energy into this asana now. Unclutch from everything else. Continue to stay there. We have just 1 minute before we relax. Pull yourself forward as much as you can. I think last 20 seconds. And relax. Slowly raise up. That's great. Let's now do the counter pose. Let's all turn on to our stomach. Bring our hands by our side. Push yourself down. And now flatten your feet and lift yourself up into Bhujangasana. Completely exhaling. Push yourself back. Just squeezing the back. Do this intensely so that it just counters all the forward stretching and pulling that we have had. Just bringing your back to the central position. Continue to breathe. Don't stop your breath. Push your hips to the ground. and relax. Bring your hands back down. Bring your chest to the ground. And now you can turn onto your back as we are entering into Shavasana. Before you enter into Shavasana, if you want to just rock your lower back a little bit just to relax it, you can do so. You can bring your knees, bend your knees to your chest, and just relax your lower back, rotating your hips. You can squeeze your legs or you can just leave your hands by your side, whichever is comfortable for you. You can rock back and forth, side to side, or if you want to go in a circle, you can do that. This is one of the asanas from the Dvitiya Vinyasa Krama, Swattanasana. So anytime you have lower back pain also you can do this. It'll help you a lot to really relax from the pain. So if you're noticing that you have a little bit more pain you're feeling on one particular side, just massage that part. And let's now relax our legs. You can stretch your legs forward. Close your eyes. Adjust your body. Stop all the movements. Breathe as deeply as you can, as slowly as you can. Just want to completely relax yourself. Completely unclutch from all the thoughts that's happening inside you. Visualize Swamiji intensely in your inner space. If you're having any pain, discomfort, stress, tension, you're able to see in a particular part, bring awareness to that part of your body and just relax it. Consciously bring awareness and relax. Many of us just automatically have so much of tightness in our eyebrows. So just relax your eyebrows as well. It can be so subtle, but just by you bringing that awareness to your body, Now, slowly start moving your toes and your fingers. Bring awareness back to your body. Now, slowly bend your knees and bring your knees to your chest. Just rock from side to side, waking your body back up. And now you can turn to one side and slowly come up to a seated position. If you want, you can continue to keep your eyes closed. Now, bring your hands into the Namaskar Mudra. Close your eyes. And now we are going to take a moment to remember all the great things Swamiji has done for us. Whether it's manifesting healing, wealth, relationships, powers, giving us this opportunity to do the most authentic yoga, or even being a part of our life, choosing us to be a part of his life. Let's offer our gratitude to Swamiji for all that he has done. And from that space of gratitude, let's take a deep breath and chant the Purna Mantra, offering that gratitude at Swamiji's feet. Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavashishyate Om Shanti 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 Harihi Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu Om Nithyanandam. Thank you all for joining us for today's Nithyananda Yoga, and hope all of you had an amazing experience, had breakthroughs. Surely feel free to share your experience on social media or in the Zoom chat itself. And next we are going to be having the Brahma Muhurta Puja, where we are going to be offering the gratitude to Swamiji in the form of the puja. So if you have your puja set and if you're going to be joining us, please bring your puja kits and join us for the Nitya Puja happening in 20 minutes. Thank you all. Nithyanandam.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people.
In your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji Padakas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gagana Sadrisham Tattvamasyavilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhutam Bhavatītam Triguna-rahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. The next offering is the Guru Parampara Vandanam, in which we offer our gratitude to the eternal lineage of all the Gurus, the enlightened masters. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padakas at the end of the mantra. Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Samarambham Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Madhyamam Nithyananda Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. The next offering is the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam. In the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Vandanam, we offer our respects and gratitude to Bhagavan Arunagiri Yogeshwara, who is the incarnation of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Now please take a few flowers in your hands, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padakas at the end of the mantra. ललाटे त्रिपुण्ड्रीनितिलकस्तूरीतिलकः स्वरन्मालादालस्फुरितकटिकौपीनवसनः ददानो दुष्टारं शिरसि परिराजं शशिकलां प्रदीपः सर्वेषाम् अरुणगिरियोगी विजयते. The next is the Tvachvanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Keeping your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm 3 times. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svada. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svada. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svada. Wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Mahamridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your index, middle and ring fingers, touch above your upper lip with below your lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and the heart center. The next is Shuklam Vadram, where we offer our gratitude to Bhagavan Mahaganapati, the remover of obstacles and the Lord of spontaneous completion. Now please take some flowers and akshata in your right hand. Keep both your hands as fists and tap the sides of your forehead along with the mantra. Shuklam Baradharam Vishnam Jashivarnam Chaturbhujam Prasannavadanam Dhyanet Sarva Vignopashantayet. The next is the pranayama, the regulation of the prana, the life energy. Now, please inhale deeply, retain the breath, and exhale while we chant the Samhita mantras. Om Om Ishanamurtaya Om Om Prashotaya Om Om Bhagavadaya Om Om Bhimavadevukhyaya Om Satyajatmurte Om Om Bhamadaya Om Bhimshasya Om Om Shikaya Om Om Enkavachaya Om Om Netrebhyo Namaha Om Hastraya Namaha Om Om Ishanamurtaya Om Om Prashotaya Om Om Bhagavadaya Om Bhimavadevukhyaya Namaha Om Om Satyajatmurte Namaha Om Bhamadaya Om Bhimshasya Om Om Shikaya Om Enkavachaya Namaha Om Om Netrebhyo Namaha Om Hastraya Namaha Om Om Ishanamurtaya Om Om Prashotaya Om Om Bhagavadaya Namaha Om Bhimavadevukhyaya Om Satyajatmurte Namaha Om Bhamadaya Om Bhimshasya Om Om Shikaya Namaha Om Enkavachaya Om Om Netrebhyo Namaha Om Hastraya Namaha. The next is Sankalpa, the conscious resolution. When you make a Sankalpa in the presence of the Master, the power of the Master's presence manifests your Sankalpa as reality. Now please close your eyes and visualize the ultimate in your inner space. Now keep the flowers and akshata in your left palm and close it with your right palm and keep both the hands on the right thigh. We will now be chanting the Sankalpa mantra. Om Namo Pata Samasta Duridakshayadvara Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Prityartham Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashiva Prityartham Cha Shubhe Shobhane Muhurte Adya Brahmanaha Vidya Parade Shri Shvedavaraha Kalpe Vaivasvaramannantare Ashtavinshaditame Nityayuge Pratame Pade Jambudvipe Bharatavarshe Bhadrakande Mero Dakshine Parshve Shakabde Asmin Vartamani Yavaharike Prabhavadinam Shastyaha Samvatsaranam Madhye Vishwaso Nama Samvatsare Dakshinayane Lakshmi Venkateshwara Ritau Tulamase Shukla Pakshe Ashtamyam Shubhalitau Budhavasare Uktayam Uttarashada Nakshatra Shula Yoga Vishtikarana Evam Gana Visheshana Vishishtayam Asyam Shubhalitau Shri KAILASA Dvara Shyamala Bhidarudha Shri Meenakshi Sundareshwara Vinnaswarupa Parashiva Buddha Ratna Kumara Guru Manya Tulyavadara श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपादलब्धविद्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागमसारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवर्त्रे श्रीमत्परमशिव करुणा सुमतिकृत मुक्तामय सुदर्शयान गीयमान छत्रजामर श्रीचिन्नकाहलादि समस्त विरडावल्यलंकृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संग सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा भयावर्ष कृष्णानजीमोत परमकल्पकेसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्री राजाधिराज पाण्ड्य महाराज गुरु शपन शाख्यादिमान काल निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानरहार ध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वज स्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिना अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्रज श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ तृणवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परम्परागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरुमहासन्निधान कैलास परम्परागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरुमहासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रचित कैलास परम्परागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्त्रे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परम्परागत वैवस्वतमनीक्ष्वाक हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परम्परागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मणधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणि साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरुवृत महानिर्वाणी पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री महामंडलेश्वर साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत श्री महागणपति समारंभ अनवच्छिन्न पीठाधीश्वर गुरु परंपरा प्राप्त अटल पीठ अष्टोत्तर सहस्र श्री अटल पीठाधीश्वर धर्म मुक्ति स्वर्ण पीठ त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ जगद्गुरु श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत् परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठा श्रीमद् जगद्गुरु श्री श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिनां प्रीत्यर्थम येषां पादारविन्दयोः भक्ति सिद्ध्यर्थं गुरुकृपाकटाक्ष सिद्ध्यर्थं क्षेम स्थैर्य वीर्य विजय आयुरारोग्य ऐश्वर्याणाम् अभिवृद्ध्यर्थं धर्मार्थ काम मोक्ष चतुर्विध फल पुरुषार्थ सिद्ध्यर्थं समस्त विद्रोह शान्त्यर्थं समस्त मंगलाप्त्यर्थं भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रसादेन सकुटुम्बस्य ज्ञानवैराग्य जीवन मुक्ति प्राप्त्यर्थं श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव अवतार भूत श्री सर्वदेव देवी स्वरूप भगवान श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव प्रत्यक्ष पाद पूजां करिष्ये श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमशिव शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परमशिव पूजां च करिष्ये।
Om Namo Sprishya. Please wash your hands with a little of water. The next is the Gandhanada. Beating the bell, invoke the presence of all the gods and goddesses and remove the presence of any negative energies. Now please take the bell in your left hand, hold it above your heart center and ring the bell along with the mantra. Om Alamadantudevanam Gamanasantaraksham Gandhanadam Kaumyado Devata Paranjanam Gandha Devatabhyo Namaha. Then next is the Manas Puja, the internal worship. Now please close your eyes. Visualize Swamiji in your inner space. Visualize Swamiji's presence in your heart center. Swamiji seated in your heart center. During the Manasa Puja, turn all your senses inwards and offer the best of the best. Offer your mind as the arya, the sound itself as the music, your thoughts as the dance, all the internal emotions, thoughts, anything that you're having inside your inner space, surrender all of that. Place your hands in the Purva Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's Padukas at the end of the mantra. Om
Padmasanam Dadya Sahasrarachyudam Hridayih Padyam Jananayo Dadya Manastu Argyam Nivedayet Tena Mridena Achamaniyam Snaniyam Te Rajasmritam Akashatattvam Vastram Syat Gandhasyat Gandhatatvakam Chittam Prakalpayet Pushpam Dhupam Pranan Prakalpayet Tejasattvam Cha Deepatam Naivedyam Syat Sutam Buddhi Anahatattvanirghanta Vayutattvam Cha Chamaram Sahasraram Bhave Chatram Shabdatattvam Cha Geetakam Nityam Indriya Karmani Shancharyam Manasastata Sumekalam Padmamalam Pushpam Nanavidam Tata Amayate Bhava Pushpaihi Archayet Bhava Gocharam Amayam Anahankaram Aragam Mamatam Tata Amohagam Madam Vamcha Advesha Akshopakam Tata Amasaryam Malobham Cha Rajamushpam Vidurmudah Ahimsa Varanam Dushpam Pushpam Indriya Nithyananda Paramashivam.
The next offering is the Upachara Puja, the external worship. The first is the asana, the offering a seat to the master. Now please take some flowers and akshata in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Asanam Om
Sarvabhutandarastaya Sarvabhutandaratmane Kalpayami Paveshatam Vasanam Te Namo Namaha Om Hrim Idam Suvarnasanam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha.
The next offering is Swagatam, the offering of welcoming the master. Now please take a flower in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra.
Swagatam Om Shantadvat Sarvakartritva Bhavot Paradikaranat Shivavukto Mahatantra Mantra Vidvisava Shivaha Tasmai Shivaya Gurave Vitara Akalaya Vai Ameyatvadantoyam Ajatvacha Prakititaha Yasya Darshana Vichanti Deva Swami Sasiddhaye Tasmai Le Parameshana Swagatam Swagatam Prabho Adhya Me Sapalam Janma Jivanam Sapala Kriyaha Swagatam Yatmaya Tanme Tapasam Paramagatam Om Hrim Sarvadeva Devi Swarupa Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Swagatam Suswagatam Te.
The next offering is Padyam, the offering of water to wash the feet of the master. Now please take an udani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's Padukas along with the mantra. Padyam
Om Yadbhaktilesha Samparkat Paramananda Samplavaha Tasmai Te Parameshana Padyam Shuddhaya Kalpayet. Om Hrim Etat Padyam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivaya Namaha.
The next offering is
Arghya दूर्वाक्षितसमायुक्तं बिल्वपत्रं तथा परं शोभनं शङ्खपात्रस्थं ग्रहा भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वाहा.
The next offering is Achamaniyam, the offering of water for mouthwash.
मन्दाकिन्यास्तु यद्वारि सर्वपापानं शुभं ग्रहाणाचमनीयं त्वं मया भक्त्या निवेदितम्. नित्यानंद परमशिवाय स्वधा.
The next offering is Madhubarka, the offering of the nectarine drink. Now please take the Madhubarka in your hands.
परिपूर्णसुधात्मकं मधुपर्कमिमं देव कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे. ॐ ह्रीं एष मधुपर्क
Offering is Gandhatailam, the offering of the scented oil. Now please take the scented oil in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra.
गन्धतैलम् ॐ स्नेहं ग्रहाण स्नेहेन लोकानां हितकारक सर्वलोकेषु शुद्धस्त्वं ददामि स्नेहमुत्तमम्. ॐ ह्रीं इदं गन्धतैलं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय निवेदयामि.
The next offering is Snaniyam, the offering of water for the sacred bath. Now please take the Uddarni in your hands and offer the Uddarni of water at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
स्नानीयम् ॐ इदं शीतलं वारि सत्यं शुद्धं मनोहरं स्नानार्थं ते मया भक्त्या कल्पितं व्यतिविद्यताम्. ॐ ह्रीं इदं स्नानियोदकं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय निवेदयामि.
The next offering is Vastras, the offering of clothes for the master. Now please take the offering of clothes in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Vastram
याम्यहम्. ॐ ह्रीं इदं वस्त्रोत्तरीयं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय निवेदयामि.
The next offering is Abharanam, the offering of the sacred jewelry. Now please take the jewelry in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Abharanam
ॐ स्वभावसुन्दराङ्गाय दानाशक्त्याश्रयायते सुवर्णं भूषणं तुभ्यं कल्पयामि प्रसीद मे. ॐ ह्रीं इदं सुवर्णाभरणं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय निवेदयामि.
The next offering is Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra.
गन्धः ॐ शरीरं ते न जानामि चेष्टां नैव च मया निवेदितान् गन्धान् ग्रहीष्य विलिप्यताम्. ॐ ह्रीं एष गन्धः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः.
The next offering is Pushpam, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Now please take the flowers, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Pushpam Om
तुरीयवन संपन्नं नाना गुणमनोहरम् आनन्दसौरभं पुष्पं गृह्यतामिदमुत्तमम्. ॐ ह्रीं एतानि सचन्दनपुष्पाणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय पौषटे.
The next offering is Bilvapatram, the offering of Bilva leaves. Now please take a Bilva leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Bilvapatram
Om Amritodbhavam Shrivraksham Shankarasya Sada Priyam Bilvapatram Prayacchami Pavitram Te Sureshwara. Om Hrim एतानि सचन्दन बिल्वपत्राणि सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय पौषटे.
The next offering is Tulsi Patram, the offering of the Tulsi leaves. Now please take the Tulsi leaf, smear with sandalwood paste in your hands, and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Tulsi
Patram Om नमस्ते गौरूपाय वरदमूर्तये परमात्मने स्वाहा. ॐ ह्रीं इदं सचन्दन तुलसी पत्रं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः.
The next offering is Dhupa, the offering of the lit incense sticks. Now please take the incense sticks in your hand and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
Dhupa Om Vanaspaniyaso Divyo Gandhadhyastu Manohara Agreya Sarvadevanam Dhupoyum Pradiriyatam. Om Hrim Esha Dhupa सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः.
The next offering is Deepa, the offering of the lit lamp. Now please take the lit lamp in your hands and slowly wave it towards Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so.
Deepa Om सुप्रकाशो महादीपः सर्वदस्तिमिरावः समाध्याभ्यन्तरज्योतिर्दीपोऽयं प्रदीप्यताम्. ॐ ह्रीं एष दीपः सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः.
The next offering is Naivedyam, the offering of food. Now please take the dharani in your hands and rotate it clockwise over the Naivedyam and offer the water at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Naivedyam
परमेश्वरा. ॐ ह्रीं इदं शोभकर्णनैवेद्यं सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय
Paniyam, the offering of water for drinking. Now please take the dharani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra.
पूर्णं ग्रहाण जलमुत्तमम्. ॐ ह्रीं दिनं पानार्तोदकम् सर्वदेवदेवी स्वरूपाय भगवते श्री नित्यानंद परमशिवाय नमः.
The next offering is Punarachamaniyam, the offering of water to wash the hands and the mouth. Now please take the udani of water in your hands and offer it at Swamiji's padukas along with the mantra. Punarachamaniyam
Om Uchishtamapyasirva yasya smarnamatrataha Shuddhimapnoti tasmai te punarachamaniyakam Om Hrim Idam Punarachamaniyodakam Sarvadeva Devi Swarupaya Bhagavate Shri Nithyananda Paramashivoham Swaha.
The next offering ring the bell as you do so.
Aradhikam Om Hrim Om Paranganye Jayate Imandana Sagundanganani Bhavani Urdhvaimunchaha Urdhvameva Vande Pitrachakram Bhavati Pitram Varedat Karma Vilayarvinde Bhavam Bhavani Saridam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Saridam Namami Bhavam Bhavani Saridam Namami
Aratrikam
Samarayami Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Charanakamaleभ्यो Namaha.
The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of the fragrant flowers. Now please take a few flowers in your hands. Place your hands in the Atmanjali Mudra, close your eyes, and offer the flowers at Swamiji's padukas at the end of the mantra. Pushpanjali
Guru Brahma Guru Vishnu Guru Devo Maheshwara Guru Sakshat Parabrahma Tatpadam darshitam yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha Ajnanadimilandasya Jnana Samprapya Karma Bandha Vidayine Atmajnana Pradayena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Shri Gurave Namaha. Ishvaro Gururatmeti Murti Veda Vibhagine Vyomadhyapta Dehaya Dakshinamurtaye Namaha. Nithyanandam Paramasukadam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvaditam Gaganasadrisham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadhi Sakshibhutam Bhavaditam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Pushpanjalim Samarpayami Bhagavad Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Charanakamaleभ्यो Namaha.
We will now be entering into the Paramashiva Puja. The first is Tattvachvanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth. Keeping your right hand in the Gokanda Mudra, pour an udani of water into your right palm and sip the water from the base of your right palm 3 times. Om Atmadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Vidyadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Om Shivadattvam Shodhayami Svadha. Wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands. With the tips of your index, middle and ring fingers, touch above your upper lip, below your lower lip. Wash your hands. With the tips of your index finger and thumb joined together, touch your right nostril and the left nostril. With the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together, touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands. With the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together, touch your navel center, right chest and left chest. With all 5 fingers joined together, touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and heart center. The next is Sakali Karanam. Please close your eyes. Visualize you seated as Bhagavan Paramashiva himself with 25 hands, 50 hands, 75 eyes. During the Sakali Karanam, we invoke Bhagavan Paramashiva into every part of our body. Now using your left hand, wipe the front and back of your right hand once, and using your right hand, wipe the front and back of your left hand twice. Om Hastraya Namaha. Now bring your hands in Namaskara Mudra in front of your third eye and visualize that they are drenched with the nectar oozing out of your third eye. Now keeping your hands together with your palms facing towards you, touch your thumbs to the center of your palms.
Om Ham Shivasanaye Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha.
With the tip of your right hand thumb, finger.
Om Hum Bhagavan Hridayaye Namaha.
Now your index finger.
Om Hem Tatpurusha Vaktraye Namaha.
Now your thumbs.
Om Hum Ishana.
To the center of your palms.
Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha.
Now bend your thumbs inwards to the center of your palms.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Now middle finger.
Om Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Now your index finger.
Om Hem Kavachaya Namaha.
Now your thumbs.
Om Ham Sitraya Namaha.
Now bring your hands into the mush. Your thumbs inwards and touch the center of your palms.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
Now with your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Anandagandha.
Om Ham Nivasanaye Namaha. Om Ham Shivamurtaye Namaha.
Now keeping your thumbs and little fingers joined together, touch your respective knees.
Om Ham Sajjojatamurtaye Namaha.
With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your navel center.
Om Hem Vamadeva Guhyaye Namaha.
With your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch your heart center.
Om Hum Bhagavan Hridayaye Namaha.
With your right hand thumb and index finger joined together, touch above your upper lips.
Om Hem Tatpurusha Vaktraye Namaha.
With the tip of your right hand thumb, touch the top of your forehead.
Om Ishanamurtaye Namaha.
With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Anandagandha.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
With the tips of your right hand, index, middle and ring fingers, touch your right eye, third eye and left eye respectively.
Om Hum Netrebhyo Namaha.
With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch your Anandagandha.
Om Ham Hum Shivaya Namaha.
With your right hand, little finger and thumb joined together, touch your heart center.
Om Ham Hridayaye Namaha.
With your right hand thumb and ring finger joined together, touch the top of your head.
Om Him Shirase Swaha.
With your right hand thumb and middle finger joined together, touch your back of your head.
Om Hum Shikhaye Namaha.
Now cross your left hand over your right hand in front of your chest. Keep both your hands, index fingers in form of a hook. Uncross your arms, moving them around your head and bring them till your chest.
Om Hem Kavachaya Hum.
Now strike your left thumb onto your right palm and your right thumb onto your left palm.
Om Hastraya Pade.
With your right hand index finger and middle finger, strike your left palm thrice.
Om Hastraya Pade.
Now using your right hand index finger and thumb, snap in all the 10 directions around yourself. Starting from the east, go clockwise in all 8 directions, down and up.
Om Hastraya Pade.
Now move your hands from your head to the toes, touching the sides of your body.
Om Ham Shivaya Bhojade.
The next is the Samanya Arghya Stapana. Mix some akshata, flowers and sandalwood powder into the water and the Om. Now snap your index finger and thumb in all the 10 directions around the Panchapatram. Om Hastraya Pade. Now keep your right hand in the Avakundana Mudra. The next is Avahana. Please take a flower in your hand and offer it to the Atmalinga. Om Ham Shivasana Yanamaha. Now please close your eyes. Take 75 eyes, having all the ayudams in his hands, keeping Devi Paramashiva Shakti on his lap. Meditate on the form of Bhagavan Paramashiva and request him to come and land in your Atmalinga. Receive all of your offerings, your love, your gratitude, your devotion. Lalate Tripundri
Nidaladasturi Dilakaha Spuranmaladha Spuridakati Yogi Namasanaha Dadano Dishtalam Jirasi Manirajum Tishikalam Pradipar Sarvesham Parunigiri Yogi Vijayate Induri Vavanchamakahastadashayuktam Shulamrigatankam Asirajrama Vayam Syat Pashavaradakushamanishvara Navame Shvetakamadasana Sadashiva Swarupam
Om Ham
Shivamurtaye Namaha.
Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivaya Namaha. Dhyayami Avahayami.
Now please show the respective mudras for the mantras and invoke the presence of Bhagavan Paramashiva within your Atmalinga. Now place your thumbs onto your respective palms and place your palms open facing upwards. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha.
Vidyavahana Mudram Pradarshya.
Now turn your palms facing downwards. Sthapana. Now bring your hands into fists parallel to each other with your thumbs upwards.
Hum Bharditi Kalanti Mudram Pradarshya.
Now hold your left thumb with your right hand and cover your right hand with your left hand. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha.
Om Haim Bhavajaya Hum Iti Avakundana Mudram Ija Pradarshya.
The next is Upachara Puja. The first is the Asanam. Now please take some akshata in your hands and offer it in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra.
Om Ham Shiva.
Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivaya Namaha. Asanam Samarpayami.
The next is offering of Padhyam, Achamanam and Argyam. Please take a mudra of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's feet and offer it in the Padya Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha. Please take a mudra of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. Please take a mudra of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's crown and offer it in the Arghya Patram.
Om Ham.
The next offering is Snaniyam, the offering of the sacred bath. Now please take another drink of water and offer it on to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Ham Shivaya Namaha.
Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashivaya Namaha. Sanam Samarpayami.
Now please take this drink of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achamana Patram. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next is the offering of the Vastram. Now please take the turmeric mixed rice in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. The next is the offering of Gandha, the offering of the sandalwood paste. Now please take the sandalwood paste in your right hand and finger and offer it onto Bhagavan Paramashiva.
Nithyananda Paramashivaय Namaha. Gandhan Dharanayami.
Gandhasyopa Hridra Kumkumam Samarpayami. The next the word Namaha is chanted.
Om Vayevaya Namaha. Om Vasudeva Sivatne Namaha. Om Chandravaya Devaya Namaha. Sarvasudeva Sivatne Namaha. Om Ishanaya Devaya Namaha. Ishanasya Sivatne Namaha. Om Vashvadeva Devaya Namaha. Vashvadeva Sivatne Namaha. Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha. Om Rudrasya Sivatne Namaha. Om Rudraya Devaya Namaha. Rudrasya Sivatne Namaha. Om Bhimaya Devaya Namaha. Bhimasya Sivatne Namaha. Om Mahate Devaya Namaha. Mahadeva Sivatne Namaha.
Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaయ Namaha. Ashtadosh Pujam Samarpayami.
The next is the offering of Bilva Patram. Now please take the Bilva leaf, smear it sandalwood paste in your hands and offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva. Offer it to Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra. Om Ham Hom Shivaya Namaha.
Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaయ Namaha. Bilvapatram Samarpayami.
The next is the offering of Dhupa. Now please sprinkle some water on the Ganta.
Om Astraya Namaha.
The next is please sprinkle some water on the Dhupa stand. Om Hastraya Pate. Please offer a flower on the Dhupa stand. Om Ham Hridaya Namaha. Now please take the lit incense sticks in your hand and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra and please ring the bell after you do so.
Om Duravidurvadodan Samdurvadayo Swan Durvadigam Durvayam Vayam Durvamastam Devanam Sigastinamam Vakritamam Jushtadamam Pannidamam Devautamam Ardamam Sivaradamam Trivum Masvahava Vitrushatvajakshudha Pretir Mahavirmasam Viktavatvariyum Disham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaye Namaha.
Now please take another ring of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achara Patra. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next is the offering of Deepa. Now please sprinkle some water on Deepa. Om Hastraya Bate. The mantra and please ring the bell as you do so.
Om Uddhita Sajadavaya Bhakshandara Jangama Vajogashyamatya Hadivan Drishavita Manavaikam Tirichavaya Yogamat Sangura Janjagate Aridradashagari Sriya Parivadaya. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaye Namaha. Deepam Chandrashayami.
Now please take another ring of water, show it to Bhagavan Paramashiva's mouth and offer it in the Achara Patra. Om Ham Shivaya Swadha. The next is the offering of Naivedyam, the food offering. Now please sprinkle some water on the Naivedyam. Om Hastraya Bate. Please offer a flower on the Naivedyam. Om Ham Hridaya Namaha. Now please take the food offering in your hands and slowly please take the udani in your hands and hover the udani over the Naivedyam and offer the water in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Madhuvara Vidayate Mudsaram Vishundavaha Madhina Sarvosadihi
मदरक्तमतोजिमतात्पादेवगुम्नजः मदद्योरक्षदमपिता मदमानोगरस्पदेवरूपामस्तसूर्यः मानवीरामो पवन्तनः मानधूमाधूमाधू ओम शिवाय नमः नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमेश्वरी समेत नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिवाय नमः नैवेद्यं निवेदयामि नैवेद्यानन्तरमासनं समर्पयामि. The next is offering of Tambulam. Now please take Dakshata in your hand and offer it in front of Bhagavan Paramashiva at the end of the mantra. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. Shri Nithyanandeshwari Paramashiva Shakti Sameta Shri Nithyanandeshwara Paramashivaya Namaha. Tambulam Samarpayami. The next is the offering of Aratrikam, the offering of the lit lamp. Now please sprinkle some water on the Karpurarati plate. Om Hastraya Namaha. Please offer a flower on the Karpurarati. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Now please take the Karpurarati in your hands and slowly wave it towards Bhagavan Paramashiva along with the mantra, and please ring the bell as you do so. Om Vaidasya Rajamadatte Yorajatam Rajavado Menete Devadva Vedani Harisam Shivamanti. देवांस्थितो भान्यपदायमग्निः तमेव भान्तमनुवादि सर्वं दस्यवादा सर्वज्ञं विभाति कर्पूर सहितं नमामि. ओम हम शिवाय नमः. श्री नित्यानंदेश्वरी परमेश्वरी शक्ति समेत श्री नित्यानंदेश्वर परम शिवाय नमः. कर्पूर नीराजनं संदर्शयामि रक्षांधारयामि. The next offering is Pushpanjali, the offering of fragrant flowers. Now please take some flowers and Pushpanjalim samarpayami. The next is the Gayatri Mantra Japa and Mula Mantra Japa. Please hold your Yajna and chant the Gayatri Mantra 11 times internally. Mula Mantra Japa. You chant the Shiva Mula Mantra 11 times internally. The next is the Kshama Prarthana, requesting Bhagavan Paramashiva for forgiveness for any mistake that we have offered in the puja. Please take some flowers, akshata and durva grass in your hands. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Om Haim Kavachaya Hum. Om Ham Shivaya Voshate. Now please pour some water in your hands, and at the end of the mantra, let the water flow down through your index finger onto the left side of Bhagavan Paramashiva. Om Yadkinchit Karma Devesha Sada Supradushkram Tanmesha Madastasya Bhuksha Shankara Shivo Data Shivo Dokta Shiva Sarvamidam Jagate Shivo Yaditi Sarvatra Yashiva Sohamevatu. Om Ham Om Shivaya Namaha. The next is the Tattvachamanam, the ritualistic cleansing of the mouth.
Now please keep your right hand in the Gokarna Mudra, pour an udrini of water and sip the water from the base of your palm 3 times. Om Atmadattvam Shodayami Svada, Om Vidyadattvam Shodayami Svada, Om Shivadattvam Shodayami Svada. Now please wipe your lips twice from the right to the left. Om Ham Hridayaya Namaha. Wash your hands with the tips of your index, middle and ring finger. Touch above your upper lip, below your lower lip. Wash your hands with the tips of your index finger and thumb joined together. Touch your right nostril and left nostril with the tips of your ring finger and thumb joined together. Touch your right eye, right ear and left ear. Wash your hands with the tips of your little finger and thumb joined together. Touch your navel center, right chest and left chest with all 5 fingers joined together. Touch the top of your head, right shoulder, left shoulder and heart center. Let us now offer our deep gratitude at the lotus feet of our beloved Swamiji and conclude the puja with the Purna mantra.
Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti Shanti.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्यादिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वदी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyananda, all of you, and welcome to another very powerful, a very intense day of the Glimpses of Paramashivoham. So after this intense yoga session, puja session, we'll be now entering into today's session itself, today's breakthrough itself. Understand, these are not sessions, these are the breakthroughs that you are looking for in your life. So we'll be starting with the power manifestation, then we'll be entering into today's revelations by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivoham. So let's get ready. Requesting all of you to please switch on your cameras and let's get ready. We'll be entering into the power manifestation. So you'll be needing a blindfold or a piece of cloth to cover your eyes. Yes. So with this, let's chant the Sas Pramana, which is the scriptural reference for manifesting the signs. And the Sas Pramana goes as Kapalantar mano yasya Tishtan milita lojanaha क्रमेण मनसो धार्यात् lakshye lakshamuttamam. Parameshwar says, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, but that stability of the mind and the inner space, one directly sees the ultimate goal, Lakshya, by having the vision beyond the sight that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source, Paramashiva. So with this, let's get ready. Vidacharyas will be projecting you an image on your screen, and through the power of third eye, see what Paramashiva reveals to you, what Swamiji reveals to you. So let's get ready. Close your eyes now.
Please sit straight. Keep your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Remember Swamiji in your Anand Gandha, that is below your heart center and above your navel center. Remember the most beautiful, the most dearest form of Swamiji that you hold in your inner space. Understand all your lower identities, all your delusions, all your worries, anxieties, everything. Just drop it and realize and awaken to your true nature, your true identity, which is Paramashiva, which is that you are the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, you are Bhagwan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. Any other identity is delusion. With this truth, let us reverberate with the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham, reminding ourselves of this ultimate truth that you are Paramashiva, and let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om. Very shortly, we are just going to project the image. Bring your attention, gentle attention. Now bring your attention to the third eye region and look through your third eye. We are now projecting the image. Let us continue the sound.
Let's begin.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
Now, slowly, very slowly, you can remove your eye bands, you can open your eyes, and let the light fall into your eye, and let's take a moment and let's share what Swamiji revealed to you. So please go ahead and let's start sharing. Meanwhile, we are also joined by Zing 15. Yes, Nithyananda. And other persons following us on YouTube, you can also start sharing your revelations. Please go ahead and let's take a moment and let's share. Share as much as detail as it is being revealed to you. So just take a few minutes and let's share.
Maivi has shared a round sunset, yellow feathers, trees on the two sides, a river on the bottom. Thank you for sharing, ma'am.
Okay. So just give me a few moments and then we'll be bringing back the image once again on the screen. All right. So let's bring back the image. Yes, so this is the image that we had projected. So as you can see, it's a beautiful structure. You can see the tiger. Actually, it's cheetah. Yes.
So as Maivi has shared, a round sunset yellow. So actually there are round black spots and the cheetah is or leopard in that aspect. And of course, trees are there on either sides. A river on the bottom, we don't know about the river. In this particular frame, we are not able to see, but usually there will be a water body nearby for the animals like leopards, cheetahs. They usually live around such water bodies where they drink water. So that aspect must surely be correct. So very beautiful manifestation. Just the aspect is inverted. Instead of round yellow, it is round black, and rest of the object or this the cheetah is yellow. So thank you for manifesting a beautiful power manifestation.
Yes. So with this, understand everyone, let's take a moment and let's share and participate in the power manifestation. Whenever understand this is your time. This is your time that you're giving to yourself. So with this, now will be with this, let's enter into today's revelation by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. Today, Swamiji will be gracing us as Bhikshatana Murti. And today will be understanding all the dimensions of human existence, how to break free from your karma and rise above the energy of the ordinary karma. So all the concepts of karma that is there in the world, that is misconceptions. Now you'll be revealing the cosmic truth on this very topic. So let's come to the space of listening and let's enter.
What is karma? But whenever an action has been started but not completed, there is a force that pulls you to complete it, to fulfill the experience. That is karma. Any unfulfilled desire can act as that force. Even if you drink a glass of water without entering the experience fully, it will leave you with a sense of dissatisfaction. This dissatisfaction draws you to enter into another body and repeat the very same actions again and again till you get fulfillment. The tension or pull which you experience is karma. Any desire. If you have not enjoyed totally a music, you want to listen, but you have not listened totally. Half of the song, you are listening by the time some other work has come. Then you go to attend the work. Again, you come back. You will be pulled to listen the same song after your work is over. Even at the time of work, even at the time when you are working, your mind will be on that song. Then only when you come back and listen to that song properly, totally, when you have completed listened, when you totally enjoy, only then you forget about that song. The pull which brings you back to enjoy or fulfill it, to complete that experience, is what is karma. You understand now? Now, most of the time, when you enjoy anything in your in the world, the restlessness, inner restlessness, will not let you enjoy anything. Either guilt or inner restlessness. Inner restlessness will express in so many ways, even the shaking leg. It proves the inner restlessness. We are inside restless. Wherever you go, the shaking of the head or the way in which our mind works, the way in which you enjoy things. See, before you start enjoying the thing itself, you will start getting the guilt. What you are doing is something wrong. What you are undergoing is something wrong. If you have the guilt before enjoying, if you have or the restlessness before enjoying itself, you want to reach the end of it. Before having the first food, first taste itself, you want to go to the end of it. So if you have the restlessness to reach the end, or the guilt to start, if you have the guilt, starting itself will be trouble. If you have the restlessness, you will be trying to reach the end. Over greed or the fear to start, both will not allow you to enjoy anything. So when these two are there, no desire will be fulfilled. You will be pulled back again to fulfill the same desire. So as long as you are not fulfilling your desire, not fulfilling your life, you will see again and again, you will be pulled back. You will be brought back to the earth to enjoy. This is the explanation which I give for karma. Karma is not a fate or vidhi as you call it. According to my experience, there is no such thing as vidhi. The future is left completely open by existence. It's we who decide. If you live the present moment fully, without worrying about the past and the future, fully, deeply, truly, that is enough. You can free of karma. Karma cannot touch you. Drop the restlessness and drop the guilt for anything. Then you will see. You will be totally in the present moment. You will be totally able to receive it. You will be totally able to live it. Then no karma touches. You will go beyond the karma. Do you understand? The blueprint which we carry inside us is responsible for our whole life. That is what I call engraved memories. Very loosely we call karma. But I don't want to use that word because that word is loaded with too many meanings. Especially in the West also now that word has become popular. Everybody started using the word, let me make little good karma. Let me make some good karma. Engraved memory, samskara is the right word I wanted to use. That is the reason for our uniqueness. If you understand you are unique and look into your samskaras, please understand, as long as you think you are same, all are equal, we will be continuously fighting with others. You will be continuously fighting with others. Naturally, you will ask, when you see any person, we are all equal. Why should you have this? Why not me? Why should you have this? Why not me? Why should I have this? Why not you? Either health or wealth or relationship, name and fame, in everything you will start comparing and the fight will be going on. But if you understand you are unique, suddenly you start looking inside. You start looking your samskaras, your engrams. Person who thinks everybody is equal starts looking outer world to make everything equal, which never happens. Which never happens. Even after death, it will never be equal. Maybe even after death,
things will never be equal, because the cremation going to be in different places, different way. This country you have insurance also for that. Different casket, different way of cremation. And even I heard that there are premium plats available. The mountain view plats where you can rest forever. Anyhow, even after death, things are not going to become equal. So we will be constantly looking in the outer world and fighting. But if you understand we are unique, then you start looking inside. Why I am unique? Why I am the way in which I am? Why I am who I am? Why I am what I am? You start looking inside. Then naturally, the looking inside gives you the knowledge about the blueprint you are carrying. The blueprint you are carrying, the knowledge about the blueprint you are carrying is what I call ultimate knowledge. Please understand. Person who has a knowledge about the blueprint which he is carrying will never suffer. That's the end of the sufferings. In the Vedic tradition, we have something called Salokya Mukti, means living in the world where the God is, almost like a heaven, the heaven concept. In the heaven, there is no suffering. You may have body, you will live like everybody else. There are so many descriptions. I don't know which description is true. So each civilization has its own description. The civilizations which lives in a very cold weather, they visualize their heaven as a hot place, warm place. The civilizations which lives in the hot place, they visualize their heaven as a very cool place. So each one has their own visualization. I can say it must be air controlled. For a person who is from a hot country, it is cool weather. For a person who is from cool place, it's a warm weather. Anyhow, they may have body, they will have everything, but no suffering. Please understand. I want you to know one truth. This is not a fantasy. This is not a fantasy. Patanjali is not a person to promote fantasies. It's a great scientist. When he says there is some solid truth behind it. See, if the same thing is said by Vyasa, I wouldn't have accepted. Because Vyasa writes all kinds of mythological stories. He goes on explaining so many Puranas, so many stories. The same thing is said by Vyasa. I may not have said it is a fact. I would have said it may be truth, but not fact. There is a difference between the two. Truth is told to raise your consciousness. It may not be reality now, but if you connect with it, you will be raised. But fact is fact, factual. With Vyasa, sometimes the truth and fact differ. But with Patanjali, he is very logical. The truth and fact is one and the same. He says, a person who has a knowledge about the samskaras, engraved memories, who can look inside, lives without any suffering. Please understand, he is using a beautiful word. He takes birth only due to the seeds of desires that are latent. You will have the body. See, if you understand all the samskaras you carry, if you look inside and understand your uniqueness, suddenly you will see you will not have any suffering. You will be living only with the latent desires. See, life lived just to fulfill the desires will never have suffering. Life lived with fear-based samskaras will have suffering. He says, Patanjali says, there is a life possible only with the desire, without fear. You need to understand this. We know the life which is fear and greed. You have a greed, and if that greed is not fulfilled, or if you are afraid it may not be fulfilled, you have a fear. Even if it is fulfilled, you have a fear. It may not stay with you forever. You have a fear. So you understand a mental setup with fear and greed. But Patanjali says there is a mental setup possible just based on desires. It will be fulfilled. If it is not fulfilled, you know it is going to be fulfilled, so you will be waiting. That's all. See, the fear comes into play if there is a time limit. For example, you want to have such and such a kind of a food. So naturally, what will you think? I should have before I die. So when you are not getting the food this moment, constantly you will have fear. Before I get the food, if I die, what will happen? I should get the food before I die. So naturally, the network of your mind, software of your mind is written with fear and greed, intertwined. Fear and greed of the binary of your inner software. 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1, 0, 1. Fear, greed, fear, greed, fear, greed, fear, greed. But Patanjali says, by understanding your samskaras, you can live without fear. What is that understanding? Please understand. He doesn't have to tell a lie. He has no vested interests. He is a much more authentic scientist than any scientist, because even scientists are funded by some corporations or some people who have vested interests. So their research findings has to either completely turn or bend slightly towards the people who are funding their interests. But here is Patanjali. That is the beauty of our Vedic tradition. The people who are doing research and development in the Vedic, in the inner science, they say no funding. We live a simple life, the utter simple life. 9 years I lived that life. 9 years I lived begging and eating, sleeping under the trees, going to different temples and monasteries and meditating. I won't even stay in the same monastery or same temple or same village, because the person who start giving me food, now I will be bound by that person. So the tradition says you can't eat in the same house more than 3 days. If you eat more than 3 days, your research and development may be corrupted based on the person who gives you the food. And in the Eastern tradition we care so much, and very logical. They care so much about from whom you eat, who takes care of your day-to-day needs. It's very carefully analyzed, and that plays a very major role. I want you to know an incident, very beautiful incident. In Mahabharata, if you know the Mahabharata story, you can enjoy what I am saying. In Mahabharata, there was a great, wonderful character, Bhishma. I can never think Mahabharata can be imagination, because such a powerful depiction of the characters. No brain can be so evolved to create that kind of fantasies. No brain can be that evolved to create that kind of fantasies. So it must be factual. Astras on him, on Bhishma, and he is just lying in the war field. But Bhishma has a power. He has one kind of a power. He has a boon. He will leave the body when he wants. Ichcha mrityu. His body can be diseased. He can have disease. He can be inflicted with pain. But he cannot be killed unless he himself wants. He can hang on to the body. So, even though he is almost dead, he was not even able to move his hands. He was keeping his body, he was keeping his life to die at the right time. In the Vedic tradition, we believe the last moment of your death, last moment, the time and the thought, the consciousness, the mood with which you are leaving the body, both play a major role in your next birth or enlightenment. It plays a major role. So Bhishma is just waiting for the right time. He is waiting for the Uttarayana, when the sun moves towards the north. He is waiting for that period to leave the body. But all the war is over. Dharma won the war, Dharmaraja. Now they are going to be coronated. They are going to sit in the throne. They wanted to take the blessings of Bhishma because he is the grandfather. All of them, all the Panchabandavas, Draupadi and Krishna, all of them are going and touching the feet of Bhishma, asking him to bless that they will rule the country blissfully. They will run the kingdom. Bhishma blesses. Not only he blesses, he gives beautiful set of teachings, amazing teachings, how to run a kingdom. I can say the depth he looks, it's a textbook for politicians. Textbook for politicians. If you want to know about Vedic politics, how a politics is done with a Vedic mind, with a Vedic understanding, in Vedic civilization, read that book. He gives a beautiful set of teachings. How that idea of protecting and serving is very beautifully expanded. He gives amazing teachings. Once the teachings are given, Draupadi just laughs in a very disrespectful way, in a very careless way. She just laughs, giggles. Nobody was able to understand why she is giggling. Bhishma just looks and says, "My dear daughter, I can understand. I can understand why you are laughing." Then suddenly Draupadi realized that she disrespected Bhishma. She wipes her tears and says, "Father, you know why I laughed. I wanted to really ask you. I want to tell you. You know so much about dharma, so much about what is right and what is wrong. How did you keep quiet when I was abused, when they were pulling my cloth in front of you in the court?" In the court of Duryodhana, Draupadi was abused. They were pulling her clothes, trying to make her naked in the court. The villain, Duschadana, was trying to pull her clothes. So she asks, "How you are able to keep quiet? What happened to all your dharma, which you are talking now? Why you did not speak all these things at that moment? Why you kept quiet?" Beautifully Bhishma answers, "It's a truth. Please understand, even though my bone structure is made out of dharma, my flesh and blood was given by the food which was given by Duryodhana. So his food, I became dull. I forgot the dharma. My brain did not recover the memories of dharma because of his food. Maybe my body is made out of dharma, but the food he gave, I ate his food for many years, number of years. So because of that food, my thinking also became like him." Actually, if you look inside, sometime you can see in your own life. For example, if you are a top level administrator of some company, if you are heavily paid by your boss and you are an inner circle of your boss, you can see very clearly, even though it is not dharma, it is not right, you don't feel disturbed at all to think in the way or the language of your boss. You suddenly know, you know very clearly it is not right, but you just beautifully think. You don't feel guilt at all. You can see in your own life. The person who plays so much in your consciousness, on your consciousness. Many times you forget the logic. You forget the logic. Many times you don't even remember what you did, what you are doing. Please understand. Look inside. Look inside. What Bhishma says, you can see as your own experience. If you are top circle of your boss, you can see very clearly because he pays. And the problem is you don't even think it is wrong. Even though you know it is wrong, you don't even take time to create guilt, analyze it, and create at least your own justification. Even that much you don't wait. Even that much we will not be aware. Many times it happens. So, Bhishma says, the food which he gave was running in my system. So, my consciousness was not even that much clear or aware to create a clear understanding which is right, which is wrong. But now, because of Arjuna's arrows, all that blood has left my system. Now I am drained of the blood given by Duryodhana, the food which went inside my system and became my flesh. Everything has left my system. Now I am myself. That is why I am telling you the truth. I am giving you the law, how to run a country, how to run a whole system. I can say that law book which Bhishma gives is directly based on the law of the cosmos, law of the whole cosmos. I can say Bhishma gave his constitution to run a country based on the constitution of the cosmos. Just from that very own understanding, he created the constitution. It's an amazing constitution. I had a chance to go through. Clearly defines not only do's and don'ts, the mental thinking, the setup, thinking setup from which the do's and don'ts arise. See, if you are just taught do's and don'ts, vidhi nisheda, in Sanskrit we call vidhi nisheda, do's and don'ts, naturally what will you do? Oh, it's a law enforced on me. When I don't see the cup, I can press the gas. That's all. When I see the cup, I have to press the brake. That's what we understand. You see, by law, we are taught how to technically escape from the law. Most of the time, any word, it only takes us little time, that's all. A person who takes little time and thinks technically and finds a way to this side and that side, some holes, is called citizen. Person who doesn't take that much of time or intelligence, straight away lives as he wants, is a criminal. That's all. Otherwise, usually, when it is told just as a law, we always have a problem in following. But Bhishma, amazing intelligence, he gives you the mental setup from which the do's and don'ts arise. We call it sutra. He gives the sutra. So anybody who internalizes, he knows the do's and don'ts, and he will not have any problem living it. He doesn't need law enforcement department. Maybe with minimum law enforcement department, that system can be run just with a supervising, not enforcing, just supervising. Maybe I can call the Bhishma system is law supervising department. Creates such a strong system. He says, now all that old blood has left me. I am new. That is why the dharma comes out. Be very clear. Be aware from whom you are getting your food, with whom you are sharing your life, under whom you are living. If you look inside and understand the samskara, the mental setup, Patanjali says you can live just with desire without fear. What can be that mental setup? What can be that secret? He says, the person who understood that secret, the last few sutras, he very beautifully describes the 18th sutra. He says, Virama pratyaya abhyasa purva samskara seshonyaha. He says, in this samadhi, which is attained by the constant practice of cessation of all mental activity, the chitta, mind, retains only the engrams which does not create any disturbance in your inner space. See, Patanjali says, you can live with your regular life with engrams which does not disturb your inner space without any fear. I can say Patanjali is the only hope for the whole humanity. Buddha cannot be hope for the whole humanity, because as far as his teaching goes, the only sannyas is possible. Sannyas is the only path. That is why thousands and thousands of people have become swamis, sannyasis. And who will run the country? I can say at least 100 kings of Buddha's time, they became swamis. And all those countries were left. Maybe some minister would have become king and whatever it is, but brain drain has happened. Such an intelligent people, all have left their positions of running the system. Brain drain has happened. So Buddha may not be suitable for all the civilizations, for the whole humanity, because he says, renounce, that is the only path. But here is Patanjali, he is not saying renounce, no. He says it is possible to live with samskaras, with engrams, without fear, without disturbance. How can that be? How can that be? What kind of mental setup we need? What is the secret? He says very beautifully, when body-mind identification is overcome, it's a kind of a unique logic. Please understand. If you understand few secrets of this Patanjali Yoga Sutra, a unique kind of a mind gets developed. A kind of a mind gets developed. That mind, living with that mind itself is an amazing freedom. I have seen sometimes people almost behave so illogically. That's what Patanjali beautifully says. In the earlier sutras, he says, having thoughts is not thinking. Having thoughts is not thinking. Just when I was walking now, some of the devotees were talking with me, and when I was walking, suddenly one lady came and fell at my feet in the front. It was Naturally, anybody while they are walking, if you fall at their feet, what it is? Surely it is not devotion. It's almost like gorilla attack. And I asked her, and she's not getting up. That is another one thing. It's getting delayed. I have to come for the discourse. And people are all waiting here. She's not moving. And finally, two, three disciples have to lift her. And I asked her, Ma, do you think it is a devotion? Why don't you understand? She says, yeah, for me it is devotion only. I just asked, don't you think just if I tumble down, what will happen? She said, no, you are God, you can't tumble down. Two things. I am not saying yes or no, whatever our belief is our belief. I don't want to hurt her by saying yes or no or all those things. The logic, you see, as per our logic, if I am God, she doesn't have to come and jump on me. Standing there, if you pray, that's enough. I'll hear whatever you want to tell. I would have heard. See, you should be in any one logic. Either you should accept a logic, I am a good person who knows little spirituality, a guru. Or her logic. See, I am playing from the logic that I am a guru, that's all. She is trying to play from the logic that I am God. Even in that logic, if she is very clear, she doesn't need to jump and catch. She doesn't need to arrest me for 15 minutes. It is not needed. If she thinks, even as per our idea, if I am God, then stand in one corner and your prayers will be naturally heard. I may not hear, but your trust that I am God, that trust itself will connect you with the divine. Whom you trust is not important. The very trust is powerful enough to liberate you. Many times people come and tell me, Swamiji, I am seeing Vibhuti coming out of your photograph, Kumkum coming out of your photograph. I tell them, oh, that's nice. I think I can also have one photograph in my room. I can get Vibhuti from that. Because I don't get from my photograph, I get it only from my cup. And I tell them, surely I am not involved. Your trust with the Master is intelligent enough to connect you with the cosmos. And that expresses different miracles. I am not involved. I am not going to every house and putting little vibhuti out of photograph, giving little kumkum out of photograph. No. I neither have will nor have ego to do all that job. That is different. I am not involved. You are trust. But at least be clear in that logic. She is neither clear in that logic, and not only that, she became I could see very clearly. She became so arrogant, and her whole behavior and the whole thing, it's almost like she is fighting. You are God, you can't fall. I said, I am not hurting your sentiment or devotion. Understand, after all, I have a human body. And I am walking. And I am walking on the ground. On the ground. When I am walking on the ground, the logics of the ground applies to me. Logics of the ground applies to me. See, just because you believe, the logics of the ground is not going to change. Sometimes people have their own logic and very funny things. Another one guy in South India, when I was giving darshan, he has bitten my feet. I asked him, why did you do that? No, Swamiji, I read in a book, if an enlightened master remembers you, it is good for you. So he wants me to remember him continuously. Now, what all funny things goes? People have their own logic. Having a straight logic, the honest logic, which connects you with the cosmos. Finally, I can neither shout at that person nor advise that person, because finally I just walked away and I said, all right, be blissful, and I came out. I couldn't tell her anything. What to do? Because I have to, it's a, what to say that, very difficult game. I have to accept what she calls as devotion, and I have to be polite because she calls me as God. Actually, they will create their own throne and they will put me there, and they will try their best to fix me there, and they will have their own ideas. If that does not match, they themselves will dethrone. It's a big fun. It is a big fun, big responsibility. So I can neither tell her nor, see, if I keep quiet, if I don't tell, it is not, they will not stop doing the same thing, and she will not even get up. So it's a very big problem. When you don't have the clear logic, constantly you create trouble for you and for others again and again. That is a big problem. Because when the mental setup does not change, you don't understand what you do is wrong. I don't think even now that person understood what she did is wrong. She did not understand. Finally, I said, all right, I didn't have time because people are waiting here and all the devotees are waiting with their lamp. So I said, all right, let me go to the class session. Their own logic. When the mental setup does not change, same thing will happen again and again and again. When you look inside the samskaras, suddenly the mental setup changes. It just, when you look into your blueprint, looking in is powerful melting mechanism. It just melts all the samskaras. You will not do the same thing again and again. I have a story. A guy went into a barber shop and said, I want my haircut so that it is all different lengths, round from front and back. There is a strange spiky bit on top and bald patches here, here, here. Barber says, I don't think I can do that. It's weird. This guy says, why not? You did last time I was here. Sometimes you do the same thing again and again. Even though you think you can't, you do the same thing again and again. The logic, the mental setup. Patanjali says, look inside. Look inside. Suddenly, the logic changes. You can live without fear, just with purely desires. See, whenever your fear attacks you, you are in hell. Whenever your desire attacks you, you are in heaven. When you are not attacked by anything, you are enlightened. Here Patanjali talks about how to live in heaven. In the next few sutras, he is going to talk about how to live enlightened. He is talking about how to live in heaven. You may think, I don't want to go to heaven, I want to go to enlightenment directly. It is possible. I am not saying it is not possible. But some people may want to live in heaven. You see, when I say heaven, I don't mean you will be shifted to some place and you will be put there. All those Ramba, Urvasi, Menaka and all will be there. And you will have your court. Not that heaven. You will be living with heavenly pleasures. Heaven is not geographical, it is psychological. Heaven and hell are not geographical, it is psychological. If you are constantly attacked by fears, you are living in hell. If you are constantly overflowing with desires, it means you are in heaven. You are living in heaven. Understand? You will constantly overflow with desires only if your earlier desires are getting fulfilled and you have a courage to have desires. Courage to have desires only can create more and more desires. Here, Patanjali gives you the technique. Courage to have desires and courage to live with desires. He is teaching us the technique to live happy life, not blissful life, happy life. Understand? Sometimes People want to have happy life. Patanjali attends the problems of all human beings. Some people want ultimate happiness. Some people think even this normal happiness, nothing wrong. It is okay. He is here to give what we call normal happiness. Only one thing, even if idea of normal happiness, if you learn it from great master like Patanjali, it will beautifully lead you to enlightenment. Be very clear, even the idea of normal life, happy life, if you get it from an enlightened person, it will lead you to enlightenment. If you get that same idea of normal life, happy life, from a wrong source, it may not lead you, it may not permanently make you live happily, and it may not lead you to ultimate happiness. Many times I have read many of these books on positive thinking, stop worrying, start living, many of these books. After reading, there's one more, see, till you read that book, you have 10 worries. Now after reading that book, you have 11th worry, how to stop worrying. All impossible things are taught in the name of happy life. If you want to become a bestseller, I can give you just 3 tips. Write the things which will never become, which was never practiced by you. Second, talk about the problem in a very big way. People should feel. See, when people read somebody else having the same problem, they feel a kind of a console. Nobody wants solution. Only people want consolation. When they read, when you are describing the same problem which they are going through in an elaborate way, they feel a kind of a sympathy. You become bestseller. They love you. They know they are not alone. They know they are not alone. And the third idea, never give solution even if you know. These 3, how to become a bestseller author. Very easy. Understand? How to live happy life. Even that, let you understand, listen from a great master like Patanjali, who is living blissful life. He himself is not living heaven. He himself is not happy, living happily. He is living blissfully, beyond joy and suffering. But learn from him how to be in joy, so that joy leads to bliss. Learn things from right person. Accept things from right place. I have a story for you. A boy visited his grandmother with his friend. While the boy was talking to his granny in the kitchen, his friend was eating peanuts from a bowl on the living room table. When it was time to go, the friend called out, "Thanks for the peanuts, Granny." Granny said, "That is okay. Since I lost my dentures, I can only suck the chocolate off them." Don't take peanuts from wrong cup. Don't take even ideas about happy living from wrong persons, because they would have taken chocolate out of it. I have one more story. One guy was about to give a discourse. Suddenly he realized he kept his false teeth in his house. So he says, the campfire, "No, I may not be able to speak because I have not brought my false teeth." The audience, the first row audience, one guy heard this, overheard, and he just produced one set of teeth and said, "Can you try this?" The speaker tried, and it was too loose. He said, "No, I can't." Then again, the guy said, "No, I happen to have one more. Please try this." He tried. "No, it is too tight. I can't." The guy brought one more set and said, "Can you try this?" This guy tried, and it fitted, and he gave his lecture. After the lecture, the speaker went to the guy who gave the teeth, false teeth, and said, "Thank you. I was really looking for a good dentist like you." The guy said, "Dentist? No, I am not a dentist. I am an undertaker." Don't take false teeth from a person. Even if it fits, don't take from the wrong source. Sometimes the ideas like positive thinking may fit or may look like fitting, but don't take it from the person who is not enlightened. If you take it, then you will realize he is not a dentist, undertaker.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations.
Yes. So don't take ideas from the wrong person. Don't take ideas from the wrong people. Understand? They might have taken the chocolate out of the peanuts. So do not take the wrong ideas from wrong people, wrong context. So with this, we'll be entering into the internalization exercise on what is karma. See, as Swamiji was saying, flood more and more awareness, flood more and more intelligence into your thinking system. The more you flood awareness, the more you flood consciousness into your decision-making system. You'll see karma, you raise above the karma.
So now we'll be entering an internalization exercise. So if you understand you are unique, then you start looking inside. Look in and ask, why I am unique? Why I am the way which I am? Why I am who I am? Why I am what I am? Understand? So far you might be looking at yourself just as different in a way with a powerless cognition that you might compare yourself as lesser than somebody, or sometimes out of jealousy or a different way of comparison as more than somebody. But understand, fundamentally the truth is you are unique. So now let's spend some time and understand and internalize and understand that you are unique. So we'll be projecting the steps for this exercise. A simple internalization exercise. Look in and understand the aspects of your uniqueness. Yes. So now the exercise is projected. Let's begin.
Now let's enter into the second step. Are you fully conscious of every action you engage in? Are you aware every moment of your life? Let's reflect and take few minutes to reflect on this and scan your actions throughout the day. Let's spend some time in this. Yes. So with this, understand the blueprint that you are carrying inside us is responsible for all our whole life. This is what Swamiji says, the engraved memories, which is very loosely called as karma. Person who thinks everybody is equal starts looking outward to make everything equal, which never happens. If you understand you are unique, suddenly you start to look in, to realize your uniqueness. And the person who has knowledge about the blueprint, who is carrying all, will never suffer. That is the end of his suffering. So when you look inside, when you know your blueprint, when you realize your uniqueness, you will, that is the end of your suffering. That is where all the suffering ends.
The looking inside gives you the knowledge about the blueprint you're carrying. The knowledge about the blueprint you're carrying is what is called ultimate knowledge. The person who has the knowledge about the blueprint which he is carrying will never suffer. That is the end of suffering. So the more we realize our true nature, our patterns, we surpass them, we go beyond them. It is not that the problems become solved, they become irrelevant, redundant. So with this, we come to the end of this session. Now, we're going to move on to the next segment, which is power manifestation. We are going to do another round of power manifestation, manifesting the powers of the third eye. So we request all the participants to quickly grab your blindfolds and put on your blindfolds. Now we are going to project an image and all the participants are going to see it through the third eye. So let's prepare ourselves. Please sit straight. With your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Please cover your eyes with the blindfold. So requesting all participants to cover your eyes with the blindfold, or if you do not have anything at the moment, make sure at least you close your eyes. So requesting Ma Fan Yan Ping, Ma Sharmain Muse, Meini, Ma Ananda Paramashakti, Taiwu, Ma Maiv, Ma Ananda Gora Rupani, Zing Zing Yan. Please turn on your cameras and put on your blindfolds. Let's enter into another round of power manifestation. Yes. Now, bring your attention to your Anand Gandha region, that is just below your heart center and just above your navel center. Invoke the presence of Swamiji. Invoke the divine presence of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and understand that despite whatever might have happened into your perceived reality, what you perceive as the truth, the ultimate reality cannot be changed. The ultimate reality that you are Paramashiva. Every time you manifest powers, you give a reminder, a strong jolt, a reminder to yourself, to your being, that the ultimate truth is you are Paramashiva. So drop all your inner chatter, distractions, lower in identities, and understand your real identity is you are Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivan. With this, let us start chanting the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Now, look through your third eye. The image is now projected. Let us begin.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham 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 Paramashivoham Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham
So relax. Open your eye bands and slowly open your eyes. So please open your eye bands. It's time. Now we'll be moving ahead. Let's start sharing what was revealed by Paramashiva through the third eye.
Yes, meanwhile, we are also joined by Ma Siavo Nithyanandam. We have Ma Singh Yang Nithyanandam, Ma Anand Param Shakti Nithyanandama. And also we have Ma Mahabhairava Nithyanandam. Yes. All right, so let's take a moment and let's share what was revealed to you through the power of third eye. Let's take a moment and let's share. Then we have Mayu who shares frame, green, gray, maybe butterfly with black color. Thank you for sharing.
We have one more sharing. We have a sharing from Zhangjun, Ma Zhangjun, who is sharing bamboo, forest, stones, flowing water. Thank you for sharing now.
All right. So if you're still sharing, please continue to do so. Meanwhile, let's reveal, bring back the image once again on your screen. Yes. So this is the image that we had projected. A nice, beautiful, yes, Mayu is smiling, laughing. Even Ma Zhangjun is laughing. So yes, as you can see, it's a you can see both sides tall trees, and sun is rising just from the center back. You can see the clouds, sky. You can see the water body. Looks like some kind of a stones or some kind of a stones which is speaking from inside the lake or the water body. So yes, this is the overall picture. If you go a little more depth, you can find a little more depth into the picture itself.
that Mahivi had shared, green, gray, maybe butterfly with black color. So of course it's a full green forest, and actually even the gray clouds are there if you go to the details, and butterfly very likely to find in this, and maybe it is there in the picture but just too small for us to notice, and black color. So if you see the trees, they seem to be on a hill. So the black color or the dark color of the hill is also very much expected.
Yes.
So this is a very precise revelation. And Ma Zhangjun had shared bamboo forest. So it is not exactly a bamboo forest, looks more like a coniferous trees, more something which you will find in more colden climate. But definitely it's a forest. There are stones definitely, and flowing water right in the center. So thank you both Ma Ivi and Ma Zhang Jun.
And beautiful revelations. Especially for the new people who starts manifesting, there's a beautiful joy that we experience as well. So thank you for manifesting again and again. Bring back yourself for manifesting the powers. Yes, thank you. All right. So as Samaji has revealed on what is karma, now we'll be entering into the types of karma. Samaji will be revealing to us the types of karma. See, understand the word karma itself has become so much popular around the world. People have been started using the word karma in day-to-day life. So much of misconceptions we carry about the word itself. So let's, as throughout the day we'll be going through, Samaji will be revealing much more depth about the what karma is, types of karma, how we can get liberated from the karma. So yes, we also have Ma Fan Yang Ping who shares golden light and rivers. Yes, the sun rays that is coming directly from the sun itself is fully glowing in the golden light. Yes, sure. And the river, we just in front we had the river itself. So beautiful sharing. Thank you for sharing. So let's enter into this revelation by Swamiji on what is karma. Karma, in short, there are three types of karma as Swamiji reveals: the prarabdha karma, the agame karma, and the sanchita karma. Sanchita karma is the collection of the whole karma or the memories of lifetimes and lifetimes. Prarabdha karma is few amount of memories or the karmas that we bring into this life, and agame karma is the karma that we accumulate in the present life. So we'll be entering into much more depth as Swamiji himself reveals on the types of karma. So please come to the space of listening and let's enter into this revelation.
For you guys, you don't have the ability to make this body alive. Either this body is alive or it is dead, that's all. It's not under your control. But for an enlightened person, it's under his control. He can either make this body alive or he can relax. Because of that ability, he can make some other body also alive. When he chooses to make a stone or a metal alive, it becomes a representative of his very self. All the deities, the major temple deities, or traditional temples, are all deities energized by enlightened masters. Tiruvannamalai Arunagiri Yogeshwara, Chidambaram, Patanjali, and Tanjavur Karuvurar, Tirupati Kunganavar, Madurai Meenakshi, like these enlightened beings have energized those murtis. So it is considered the very body of an enlightened master. So disciples start serving even after he leaves the physical body, that considering that body as his own body, they start serving. They start serving. So that is the reason the deities receive the same respect of an enlightened master. So it's like whoever is initiated by Arunagiri Yogeshwara, their generation starts doing worship in Arunachala temple. They are his disciples. They take care of the master. So That's the reason you will see whatever is done to human beings, master, same thing will be done to the deity. Can you give a mic for her?
Yesterday during the Homa, what I heard you say was that in energizing the deities, that there would be an independent intelligence, that energy, your own. So if I understand you, also, when we are with the deities and serving them, they are responding to us in the same way that you could, and in the same way that Kali Devi did to Ramakrishna.
Yes, same.
And even after you choose to leave the body, you're still with us in those forms.
Masters, even after they leave the body, they decide to stay and continuously available to disciples through the deities which they energize. That is one thing. Even during my life, my physical presence is not possible everywhere, you see. So these deities will do my work. They are my representatives.
And so when you energize things for us like padakas and whatnot, or the
Padakas are more a energy center, but they will not be like an independent intelligence. But the deities will be independent intelligence. The deity takes a lot of, it's a big process. Energizing a deity is more like a giving birth. Padakas is more like a blessing. It will be energy center, like whatever information you give, it will reach me. That's all. But the deities directly will respond. It will just answer.
Yeah.
It's much more stronger center than Padakas. Sorry, huh? I didn't understand.
But thank you for bringing them all to North America.
Yes. Now you got 117. 117 have already landed in Los Angeles. And just before coming to Delhi, just before coming to Himalayas, I went to Jaipur and picked up some 70 more. 70 more marble, they are also coming. So let you guys have fun. Huh? Each temple will have something like a 20 to 25 murtis. All our 15 USA temple. In USA alone, we are having 15 temple. Oh, just now we increased one more, 16. In Ireland also we are building. In Texas, Florida, Orlando, Disney World. We are trying to create a spiritual Disney World. Working on getting some murtis there. They are going to have a temple there. If you see our puja, our ashram routine, you will see morning they will play the song to wake him up. They will give a oil and tooth powder, a small cup of oil for hair and a small cup of tooth powder for brushing. And then after that, they will give him a bath and give a fresh cloth, ironed cloth, just like how I wear. Same way. Whether Bididi or Ohio or Hyderabad, all our temples, you will see the same routine. Or Los Angeles, same routine. Then they will give puja, food, evening aarti. The 5-time puja will go on. Night they will again put them in bed and fan for 10 minutes. You see, this all does not add anything to him. It adds to us. Living with God. Practicing the presence of God. Practicing the presence of the Master is puja. It's nothing but every day remembering. See, yesterday I was telling about this click and initiations. If you decide to remind yourself every day all the clicks which happened in you, that is what becomes the ritual. Everything they do in Aarti, everything is connected to one click. So when you do that, you remember and you raise yourself to that mood. Whenever some serious low mood or depression is happening in you, if the right click is reminded, that's a great service done to you. Because the moment you remember what will happen, you will come out. You will just come out, find out. I'll today explain about this. How this karma and rituals are directly connected. How our prarabdha, agamya, sanchita karmas and rituals are connected. I'll explain. Then we can go and see. I told them today prepare for Aarti. Today morning somebody asked to explain about Aarti and all. I did not see those questions. Means attention need question only. Not truth seeking question. Attention seeking question. I hate these fellows who come and talk to me for attention need. If they talk to me to know the truth, I will always answer. But I can very clearly make out in body language whether this fellow is around me for seeking the real truth or seeking the attention. If they are attention seekers, I'll say, just go out. Put it in writing and I'll answer. Okay, then tomorrow morning I'll explain with a drawing about the prarabdha, sanchita, agamya and this, how the rituals directly eliminate those karmas, those samskaras, engraved memories and help you to come out of it. Rituals are very powerful tools, powerful techniques. Because it takes time and energy, these fools doesn't want to do, and they think they can achieve everything without doing anything. Many people ask me, you are enlightened, why should you do rituals? I tell them, because I am enlightened only, I am teaching rituals. No ritual is needed for enlightenment. Let me tell you a small story. One fellow went to the hotel, started eating, and he ate 8 idlis. 9th idli, his hunger got settled. Then server came and gave the bill for 9 idlis. This fellow said, no, I'll pay only for 1 idli, 9th idli, which put my hunger off, with which I got my hunger settled. And first 8 idlis did not do the job. Only 9th idli did the job of quenching my hunger. So I'll pay only for that idli. How it will be? Same way only people who reject rituals are rejecting the first 8 idlis. The 9th idli work because of first 8 idlis. So your meditation will work because of all these rituals, not by rejecting all these preliminary things. If you reject all these preliminary things, you think that directly you can eat 9th idli. It will never happen. Whoever is thinking directly they can eat 9th idli, they will be just sitting and eating the first idli and starving. Maybe they will think that, oh, I think this much only is the life. That is why the so-called Vedantis, so-called meditators, all the fellows will be depressed. Long face. Really. Long face. As if just now they had constipation. Ramakrishna says beautifully, as long as you think you have a body, you will be able to relate only with some body to the cosmic energy. Only when you lose your body consciousness, you can see divine also formless. Till then you need some form and some reminding rituals. See, earlier, first, my 3 years of mission, from 2003 to 2006, I never gave in ritual along with our meditation. Till 2006, only meditation. Only in 2006, I added the Guru Puja into Nitya. Now, see, 2003, 4, 5, 3 years, if I have taught meditation to 500,000 people, only 20 to 30% people continued doing after 3 months also. Within 3 months, other 70% are all, that's all. Forget about it. Now, after I added the Guru Puja into Nithyananda, now it became a ritual. More than 80% who take initiation follow now. I did a statistics study, did a survey. Now, anybody who gets initiated, more than 80% of the people follow the Nithyananda because it became a ritual. You have to do. You have to do. So I think it is good to have a little ritual, even along with meditation, so that the regular habit of sitting and doing the sadhana, regular sadhana will be there. Otherwise, these fellows don't do regularly. Today my mother-in-law is here. Tomorrow my father-in-law is here. My sister-in-law is here. Too much work. And after 2 days, they all have gone. I'm just enjoying having my vacation. I don't want to do today. If I'm happy today, I'm happy. Why meditation? If I'm depressed, today I'm depressed. How can I meditate? These guys find some logic. But if it is ritual, you can't find any logic. It has to be done. That's why I added little rituals. All right, then no other question? We can go and see the Aarti. Of course, after tomorrow's explanation, if you guys see the Aarti and if I explain, it will be much more clean, much more, you will be able to understand much more deeply than now, because that chart will give you a very logical explanation how the prarabdha agamya sanjita is directly touched by the rituals. You have someone to say. சுவாமி, இன்று நான் யமுனோத்திற்கு கால்நடையாக நடக்க முடியாத காரணத்தால் பல்லக்கில் சென்றேன். இது என் மனதை மிகவும் வேதனையாக்கியது. சுவாமி, பலர் இப்படி செல்வது புண்ணியமில்லை என்றார்கள். இது எந்த அளவுக்கு உண்மை? தயவு செய்து இதற்கான விளக்கத்தை எனக்கு விளக்குமாறு தாழ்மையுடன் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன். A Tamil question, she is telling, I went in Palki, people are telling it is not punya, what to do? All right, it's not punya. If you have gone by walk, you wouldn't have come back, what to do? You got little punya, that's all. At least you had darshan. What else can be done? But this trip is not done for punya's sake. It is done just to enjoy the Himalayas. Being in the energy field. See how we assume body and how we go through the Janna Marana Chakra and how these initiations and rituals can liberate us, take us out of that cycle which we are doing. All of you are able to see now? Understand? Basically, you have 3 layers of karma. Agamya, prarabdha, sanjita. Sanjita is the karma which is like a bank, reserve bank. Whatever you did in your life, see, not only in this body, you have taken millions of bodies. In millions of bodies, whatever you learned, you did, all those engrams put together is called sanjita. They use the word even samuchita. That's also one more Sanskrit word they use, sanjita. All of you are able to see? A little big I should write. Okay? Then, next, prarabdha. Prarabdha means from this bank, you collect little bit and create your body and decide to enjoy all those karmas in this body. Hey, apne. This is prarabdha. Understand? This is bank. Like all your past collection. That's huge account. You don't know when that will disappear or anything. And bank means don't think some collection saving. It's a debt actually, credit. Credit only. You have to finish them out. This is the prarabdha. Prarabdha is the little bit which you brought to enjoy or exhaust through this body. And the third karma, this is the worst thing. Agamya, after coming down, you start collecting. That is the worst thing. Agamya. This is the past. This is present, which you are exhausting. This you are collecting for your future, adding to the Sanjita. Now, any fellow who lands on the planet Earth to exhaust, for example, here you have 1,000 karma. I'm just giving an example. When you take your body, when you assume your body, you take only something like a 10 karma. Let me finish this 10. And you come down. After coming down, you start collecting 200 karma. By the time you go back, what will happen? Your bank balances increased by 1,210. Neither you exhausted this 10 and you collected 200 more. What will happen next time next time you take the body? 1,210. Then again you take 10 and come down and collect some more. This becomes a vicious circle. This is what we call Janana Marana Chakra. Continuously taking more and more and more bodies and dying, body, dying, body, dying. Now, this prarabdha 10 karmas, while you are living, exhausting these 10 karmas, if somebody gives you the knowledge, you are not the body, you are not the mind, this karmas influencing you, the influence of these karmas over you will start coming down. Understand? For example, in this 10 karma which you brought when you took the body, I don't sleep. I'm talking something very important. There's a Tamil song, Palliyile Tungiyavan Kalvi Ilandan. There's a Tamil song, if you sleep in the school, you will lose the knowledge. Now, if you sleep here, you will lose the whole thing. I'm giving you I can say these are all the business secrets, or how the world runs, how the cosmos works. These are all those secrets. So listen properly, and some way it will enrich your life. Don't miss it. And very rare you will get somebody who will explain such a logical way where you can relate with the whole thing. So don't miss. See, this 10 prarabdha, for example, in this 10 prarabdha karma, if you have 3 karma which will put you in depression, means 3 samskara, 3 engram which will put you in depression. 3 engram, depression engram, we can say D, depression engram. Whenever the 3 engrams put you in depression, if you learned how to come out, this 3 will start losing its power over you. It means what? In the 10, 3 has become less. 3 has become less. Whenever you reduce the influence of prarabdha on you, you are accumulating new karma. Agamya will come down. How you know? These 3 karmas have got, some engrams have got power over you to put you in depression. See, these 3 engram, if they have the power to put you in depression, if you continue, if you obey those engrams and fall in depression, these 3 will not be just 3, they will become 10. That 7 only is called agamya. You understand? So whenever you cooperate with prarabdha, you collect agamya. Whenever the prarabdha loses its influence over you, you stop collecting agamya. So when this influence, this 10 engram influence over you stops, means the agamya collection will stop. Bringing you back to the joy or the pure inner space, the unwavering, undisturbed inner space, not only reduces prarabdha's influence over you, stops the number of engrams getting collected as agamya. Is there any doubt? If you have any doubt, put it as a question. I'll answer. Today we will just grind this idea, this one idea. This one idea will churn in your head or drill in your head. This one idea. Initiation means the ideas, knowledge which brings you out of these depressive thoughts. Which brings you out of the depressive thoughts means the knowledge which brings you out of the influence of these 10 thoughts. Prarabdha is what we call initiation. Click. Puja is nothing but remembering all the clicks which happen to you every day at least once, so that it will come up whenever you have a problem. See, for example, 20 or 30 clicks would have happened to you in NSP. In that 4 days, maybe some 20, 30 clicks or even 100 click would have happened. For next 3 months, you will remember 80 of them. After 6 months, 60. After 1 year, it's okay, this Bangalore Swami has no other work. Leave it. After NSP Energy Darshan, they will tell you, you are God. You landed on the planet Earth to save us. All these big statements they will give. After 1 year, everything will disappear. The reason, because those clicks have been forgotten. The teachings which is given, see, when a master teaches, it is not even a teaching. It is a powerful experience. When you don't use them, when you don't again and again use those shastras, not only the shastras loses its power, you will not be able to even remember them again. That is the important thing. See, for example, you have this cart. If you don't use this cart for 2 years, it's not that this cart will disappear. After 2 years, you can get this cart and you can use it. But the knowledge given to you, the initiations given to you, if you don't use them for 2 years, don't think it will be sitting in your bedroom. No, it will disappear. So how to every day remind? All the click happened. Every day sitting and reminding all the clicks which happened in us is puja. Because in puja, just the Manasa Puja mantra, how many of you know that Manasa Puja mantra? Just the Manasa Puja mantra will remind you all the clicks. All the clicks, because explain all the Manasa Puja mantra. My heart is the seat for you, means it has to be clean. Otherwise you think I will come and sit? No. Sahasrara Achyutamritaihi Bhadyam Saranayor Dadyat means Sahasrara Amrita means what? Out of gratitude, when you overflow, you will have a deep sweet taste in your tongue, in your throat. How many of you have felt? In Energy Darshan you can feel that. In Energy Darshans you can see suddenly the whole space will become so sweet. That is what is Sahasrara Amrita. The Amrita comes down from a Sahasrara when you are feeling fulfilled, so joyful, your whole throat will be filled with a Sahasrara Amrita. That Amrita, that nectar is the Badhyam means the water to wash the feet. Means when you sit in the puja, every day you remember the energy darshan experience and you bring yourself back to that experience. You don't have that sweet taste in the throat, you can't do puja. Means you are telling a lie sitting in front of my statue. If you only have a real that feeling again, then only then you are authorized to use the word Sahasra Rachutam Mritaihi Badhyam Saranayor Dadyat Manastu Argyam Nivedayet. Means the end of the NSP, you throw all the samskaras into the fire. That's what is your manas, mind. You throw everything. Now you are remembering, yes, how I throw everything there. Now I am throwing everything at your feet. Manastu Argyam Nivedayet. Argyam means offering. I am offering. Tena Amritena Achamaniyam. With that same ecstatic nectar, I do the Abhisheka for you. Means now you have to come back to that energization experience, that joy, that ecstasy. You have to come back. So this, every step of this mantra reminds you and brings you back to that click, that initiation experience which happened in you. Every day, whether you want or not, you remember the initiation experience, the click which happened with the master. So, ritual brings you back to the pure consciousness. So, this 10 engrams loses its power over you. When this 10 loses its power over you, this 200 collection stops. When the collection stops and when the 10 loses its power over you, naturally, the person who brings you back to the superconscious again and again, master, he appears when you leave the body and burns this sanjita. He appears and burns this sanjita. Understand? You can't do anything directly with sanjita. For sanjita, only Guru Kripa can do. Only Master's grace can do. For example, if your child sits and tries very hard to build a small home, what will you do? You'll say, all right, don't bother, I myself will build and give you. When a disciple sincerely works to remove the prarabdha and agamya, the Guru's grace happens. You see, Guru's grace is not just dependent on me. Understand? Anybody who does sincerely sadhana or meditation, in spite of me, the grace has to land on you. It is not even dependent on me. Let you be very clear. It is just dependent on your receptivity, not on me. I am like a ocean, constantly available. Whoever comes with whatever size vessel, you carry. If you come with a small coconut shell, you will carry that much like your head. Or if you come with a little bigger vessel, you will carry in that. If you come with a little big container, you will carry in that. If you are intelligent, you will build a canal. You will build a canal. That's all is the whole thing. Okay. Initiation. Puja means reminding every day yourself all the initiation, great experiences happened with the master and bringing you back to that same high consciousness, same high spirit. Means now you are ready for next 24 hours drama, circus. Next 24 hours, now you have energy. You have energy. That is the reason for puja. Attitude raises, two things will happen. Your joy will increase. If you are continuously irritable or continuously irritated, the irritational behavior will raise. That's why take care. And one more thing, if you are feeling irritated, don't express, because that will become a strong engram. After going down, you will be shouting already and you will be biting everybody. Your family people will tell what kind of Himalaya trip this guy went. And the Swami, what he is teaching, they will blame me. That's a big problem. These family fellows, if they see the husband or wife very happy after coming to me, for that also they will have a problem. They will have so much of jealousy. This fellow is so happy, independent of me. If you are happy, independent of him or her, that is a big crime. That also will be a problem. If you are not happy, irritated, angry, then again they will blame me. What kind of meditation is teaching you? Nothing is happening. You are only shouting again. So both the case, I will be what to do. All right. At least you don't get irritated. Don't create samskaras. So you will have more peace and bliss. Okay. Let's gather for.
In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization, currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization, with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standards, and ancient Vastu architectural principles. This headquarters would serve as a central hub for indigenous diplomacy, cultural preservation, and collaborative efforts towards sustainable development and global peace. Through this initiative, we aim to create a dignified platform for indigenous leadership rooted in ancestral wisdom, cultural legitimacy, and collaborative innovation, enhancing global dialogue and regional stability. The establishment of the UAN headquarters would position a host country at the forefront of a global movement promoting indigenous wisdom while creating significant economic opportunities for the nation and its people. In the heart of St. Kitts and Nevis, where the ocean meets the sky, a historic gathering is unfolding. The United Ancient Nations, a global forum where the world's first and ancient nations unite to share wisdom, confront challenges, and co-create solutions rooted in ancestral knowledge. The United Ancient Indigenous Enlightened Nations represents over 160 indigenous member nations and communities, advocating for more than 300 million people across all continents. Here, ancient wisdom meets modern action, fostering international cooperation, cultural preservation, and sustainable development through indigenous leadership. Beyond dialogue, the UAN experience nurtures the mind, body, and spirit. Sunrise meditation, yoga by the ocean, and cultural celebrations reconnect us to ourselves, each other, and the wisdom of the earth. In St. Kitts and Nevis, ancient traditions and vibrant cultures come alive. This is a space for learning, sharing, and taking action. Together, we address climate challenges, preserve cultures, and shape a sustainable future. The United Ancient Nations is where ancestral knowledge guides the world toward harmony, justice, and collective growth. Join the United Ancient Nations in St. Kitts and Nevis, where ancient wisdom meets a sustainable future. Together, we rise. Established since 2002 in the United States of America, the United Ancient Nations is an intergovernmental organization currently made up of 160+ members and indigenous nations. The UAN and its work are guided by the purposes and principles contained in its founding charter. The UAN is a manifestation of the profound connection amongst indigenous peoples across the world, including African, Andean, American, European, Caribbean, Oceanic, and Asian regions, rooted in shared wisdom, sustainable practices, and deep reverence for the earth. The United Ancient Nations serves as an international cultural and diplomatic organization focused on uniting indigenous cultures globally. Our governance structure is council-based without territorial claims, led by a collective leadership through our General Secretariat. As a non-state entity with UN-style advocacy, we focus on several key areas: cultural and digital heritage preservation, indigenous diplomacy, revival of indigenous knowledge systems to solve humanity's problems, global peace, environmental preservation, health and wellness, sustained economic development, indigenous and cultural tourism. While the UAN represents numerous indigenous cultures, the United States of KAILASA serves as the first indigenous nation specifically for Hindus. KAILASA's mission is focused on the revival of the ancient enlightened Sanatana Hindu civilization with a formal governance structure including a head of state, ministers, and ambassadors. Under the leadership of SPH, Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivoham, KAILASA has achieved recognition as a sovereign subject of international law, possessing distinctive attributes of juridical statehood. The United States of KAILASA is the main sponsor of the proposed UAN headquarters. This initiative would bring forth an estimated $100 million in revenue for the host country through summits, conferences, tourism, and development projects. The proposed UAN headquarters would represent the world's indigenous nations and peoples through its architectural design. It would blend the best of all worlds, featuring top modern architecture, the highest green building standard.
Welcome you all with my love and respect. No questions, only doubts. Today's subject is no questions, only doubts. By now, Arjuna has settled. All Arjuna's confusion has disappeared because of his cosmic experience in Visurupa Darshana Yoga. Because of the first-hand spiritual experience, all the doubts of Arjuna has disappeared. He achieved the depth, he achieved clear understanding, you can say he achieved the intensity. He has achieved the intensity of spiritual experience. Now, he's a new person. No more just intellectual doubts. No more just intellectual questions. Now he is coming to a point where he is totally ready to receive Krishna. Understand? As long as you have question, you will not receive the answer. Question is just defending yourself, defending your prejudice, defending your understanding. Doubt means person who is ready to digest the master, who is ready to receive the master, who is ready to imbibe the master. Whatever words comes out of him
is doubt. Doubt makes master to express himself. Question makes master to close himself. Question is violence. Of course, almost all questions are violent. Please be very clear. The words which you express can be categorized into two. One is question, another one is doubt. Question means violent, arrogant. Just to express you know something or to defend what you know is truth. Most of the time, people question just to show that they know something. That they know something. I have seen people coming and asking me big statements, sentence. Swamiji, that Brahma Sutra says Brahman is beyond comprehension, Brahman is beyond understanding, Brahman is beyond the intellect. Is it not right? You can see this very question says, all he wants to know, all he wants to do is, he wants to show. He read Brahma Sutra and he understood. That's all. This statement, the whole thing is not a question. There is no question in it. The question without quest is question. Question with quest is doubt. Question with quest is doubt. Doubt without quest is question. Now Arjuna has come to a understanding. Because of his first-hand experience, he has come to the level of doubt. No more question. He is not asking what is more beneficial for me. All that calculation has disappeared. The accounts has disappeared. He is not asking anymore what is best for me. Or he is not asking what is this Kim tat brahma kimatyatmam kim karma purushottama. He is playing with words. He is just showing what he knows in the earlier chapters. Now, no more questions. This whole chapter, Arjuna is silent. Please understand, in the first chapter, whole chapter, Krishna is silent. The first chapter, whole chapter, Krishna is silent. Arjuna goes on and on and on, quoting all the dharmas, quoting all the traditional subjects. Always, when a master lands on the planet Earth, this problem happens. Especially, see, innocent disciple is 1,000 times better than ignorant disciple. Small story. One guy goes to a music teacher and says, Master, I learned music 4 years. Now I want to learn from you. How many years it will take? He says, it will take 6 years. Next guy comes, Master, I learned music for 2 years. How many years it will take for me? He says, maybe 2 years. Third guy comes, Master, I have not learned anything. I am fresh. How many years it will take for me? He says, no time. Simply you will pick up from me directly. You will directly imbibe me. You will just take me in your being. The big problem is, if you have learned already, you need to do first thing, unconditioning or deconditioning. Here, whenever the masters land, they bring the same Shastra but with life. But what we read in books is just words. The same word, if you read in books, it will not give you any transformation, let me be very clear, even my books, including my books, somebody asked me, actually, I was dictating one of my book and the disciple was sitting and writing. One person who is helping me, he was sitting and writing. Suddenly on one spot, he stopped me. Swamiji, please tell that statement clearly, I am not able to understand. I gave that statement clearly. Then he said, Swamiji, what is this? Just 3 chapters ago, you made another one statement. Now it is contradicting. It will confuse people. I told him, write what I say. Don't talk more. Then he asked me, if I myself get confused, naturally people will get confused. Then I have to tell the truth. What for you think I am writing books? To tell you honestly, let me be very clear. Books are just to create little confusion so that you will start searching. You will start seeking the truth in reality. No book can give you the truth. Books are created just to create just to create a little confusion in you so that you will start searching the reality. Logically confuse you. Books are techniques to logically confuse you. If you honestly, intensely read Gita from first chapter to last chapter, simply you will be confused. If you are not confused, be very clear, you are not read properly. No book can give you the truth. But the books are great inspiration. It will inspire you to search a living master. That is the only result. That's the only thing masters wanted. That is the only thing they wanted to achieve through books. So that when you are logically confused, you start searching a living master. But the difficulty is, there are some people who take books as an authority. Instead of living truth, they just start thinking intellectual knowledge is authority. And not only that, they start questioning. They start asking or demanding proof from the masters for their words based on these people their intellectual understanding. First thing, when I utter a word, the meaning which I give is different, and the meaning which you take is different. When I utter a word Atman, I use the Sanskrit dictionary. When you receive that word Atman, you use Oxford dictionary. Naturally, the problem starts. If you are with a living master in my presence, you can always question me. You can always clarify. Or a living master knows by seeing the face of a disciple, he knows whether he has understood or not. He will go for further explanation. Things can be much more clear, straight. But when you are playing with books, you are just playing with your mind. That is why people feel more comfortable with books than going and meeting a living master. Please understand, you are seeking, your spiritual seeking, whether it is a real seeking or just a game, how to measure. This is the scale. If you feel comfortable just playing with books and old masters' photographs, be very clear, your seeking is pseudo. Just time pass, good entertainment. Good entertainment. Sometimes you feel guilty, whole day sitting in front of TV, whole day doing something worldly. Especially Indians, from the young age, somehow they are taught. Always we should not be engaged in sense enjoyments. You should search a little bit of spirituality. So once in a while you get some book, some old master's photograph, and you try to play with both of them. Be very clear, it is pseudo. If you are honest, intense, you will feel deeply connected, or more in tune, feel happy, feel settled with a living master. Find out whether your search is honest search or just entertainment. That's the first thing we need to do. Here, Arjuna has come to a level of maturity where no more intellectual questions, only doubts. Doubts are really great. Doubts are just a clear sign. You express, I am here to receive you. You put a big green signal. Doubts are green signals. Questions are red signal. With question, you just defend the master. You tell him, stop. Enough what you are speaking. First, reply for this. You try to bring the old intellectual words to defend the living energy. One more thing, when we can't practice, again, we question the authority of a person who is speaking. Here, Arjuna did everything. First, in the second chapter itself, the moment Krishna started speaking about the Atman, Nainam Chindanti Sastran, Nainam Dagati Pavakaha, immediately Arjuna is asking, Sthita Prajnasya Kavasha. How an enlightened man will speak? Tell me the truth. What for is asking? He wants to measure. With that scale, he wants to measure the Krishna, whether he is enlightened or not. It starts with violence, with questions, slowly, slowly, slowly. In the 9th chapter, when Krishna revealed the Rajavidya, Rajavidyam, the ultimate secret that existence is intelligence, cosmic universe is intelligence, the doubts are cleared. The questions slowly started settling. Next, when he heard the glory of Krishna, slowly the love started happening. When Krishna showed the cosmic form, he experienced the truth. He experienced the truth. In the 9th chapter, intelligence started. In the 10th chapter, the devotion started. In the 11th chapter, being, the energy, experience happened. Now, almost all the questions have disappeared. Ramakrishna says beautifully, in a marriage ceremony, before the food is served, people all will be sitting in a row and talking. What is going on? What is happening? How much dowry was given? What all the puja, what all the vessels they made? What all the jewelries they made? What is happening? All the talks will go on. Once the food is served, slowly the sound will reduce. Once the curd rice is served, only you will hear the sound, chop, chop, chop. That's all. Nothing else. Only the sound of eating will be heard. Ramakrishna says, till you receive the experience, as long as you are reading the menu card, means only books, the talking, noise, sound will continuously go on. Once you started the experience, all the sounds will disappear. You will have only small, small sounds which expresses your experience. Nothing else. Here, first thing, Arjuna has questioned the authority of Krishna and got cleared. Then he is questioning what is beneficial for me The accounts mind, first resistance, then indifference, now acceptance. All that accounts mind has disappeared. You should understand one thing. Person who is creative, person who is Brahma, the energy of Brahma, the energy of creator is different. The person who is accounting, continuously doing calculation is totally different. Architects are creators, engineers are accountants. Architects are creators, engineers are accountants. Engineers may have money, but architects will have a tremendous satisfaction that they have created. When you create something, you become God. That is why the creativity gives you such a deep satisfaction. Nobody can create except God. Only God can create. If you are creating something, at that moment you are experiencing godliness in you. Please be very clear. Nobody except God can create. If you are creating something, at that moment you are experiencing godliness in you. That is why in the Vedic system, when a woman is pregnant, she is worshipped, respected. She is respected. Of course, in those days, not only they are respected, people believe at the time of pregnancy, if they touch somebody's head and bless, they will be healed. Because she is creating. When she is creating, she is radiating the divine energy. She is God. She is experiencing godliness. She is experiencing the divinity in her. Only godliness can create. Architects will have tremendous satisfaction. Engineers may have money, but not the satisfaction that they created. A small story. 2 architects and 2 engineers. Both of them are traveling from Bangalore to Delhi. Two architects and 2 engineers. Both of them are traveling from Bangalore to Delhi. They are going for a conference. The engineers, as usual, they are calculating and they are complaining, see, 2000 rupee per ticket, it is too much. Such a small journey, 2000 rupee unnecessary. 2000, 4000 rupees. What we will get from conference? The architect says, both of them, they reply, you see, we manage with just 2000 rupee. We take only 1 ticket. We both of them manage. Engineers are surprised. How do you manage? Ticket, when the ticket counter comes, how do you manage? Oh, that's just simple job. When the ticket counter comes, we just go into the bathroom and see the drama what we do. TT came and these guys entered, both of them entered into the bathroom. TT came and knocked the bathroom. Only one hand came out. They asked, ticket please. One hand came out and showed the ticket. He just stamped it, gave it back, and went away. Both the engineers are impressed. They thought, oh God, we never know how to save money. Now we learned one thing to save money. When they were coming back, these 2 engineers, they took only 1 ticket. And the architect, both the architects, they also took only 1 ticket. Now it is trouble. Who will catch the bathroom first? Who will catch the bathroom first? And you know, engineers are real runners. People who are accountants, they are really run. The moment they heard the TT is coming, they ran and entered the bathroom, they got the bathroom. Now the architects both are discussing what to do. One architect said, don't worry, relax. He went and knocked the bathroom. Ticket, please. He got the ticket and came back. He just came back and said, accountants miss the life. They know how to calculate, but they miss the life. When you calculate, sometimes you miss the reality. You just miss the reality. Here, all the accounts is over. Krishna has asked, what is more beneficial for me? All the things are answered. Now he has come down to the level of just few doubts. Doubts are not for anything. Little more tips. Now, the whole tune has changed. With questions, the tune is, what are you talking? Whatever I learned is totally different, and now you are talking something different. All that violence has disappeared. Now, Arjuna has come to the level, he says, yes, master, I know the whole thing. Please give me some more tips. How I can imbibe you. Please tell me something if you have forgotten. If you have forgotten something to tell. If you have something more, please tell me. I'll be happy to receive those messages also. I'll be happy to receive them also. Throughout this chapter, he is silent. No questions, only doubts. Bhagavan starts. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha Urdvamulam Adaschaham Asvattam Brahuravyayam Chandam Siyasya Varnani Yastam Veda Savedavit. Bhagavan says, it is said that there is an imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and its branches down, and whose leaves are Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. Now he is coming to the causal body. If you attended yesterday's discourse, you will be able to understand, because Krishna continues from the last chapter. Next, all the 3 chapters are completely connected to each other. Last chapter and this chapter, next and next. All these chapters are completely connected except the 18, the 14, 15, 16, 17. All the 4 chapters are continuous discourses. Now Krishna comes to causal layer. Yesterday he spoke about the first 4 layers. Now he is coming to causal layer. He is explaining about the deeper layers. Of course, physical body, you know, body which is made out of flesh and bones, which you are having now. The next layer, these are all components of your being. All these 7 layers put together only you. You as you are is totality of all these 7 layers. The second layer, pranic body, is filled with desires. Filled with desires, which controls the air energy, prana, vyana, udana, samana, apana, all the different air movements of your body. And yesterday we saw the lessons from Krishna, how we are creating self-contradicting desires, how we are creating self-contradicting words and giving life to them and suffering. When we create self-contradicting words, it leads to restlessness, rajas, and The rajas leads to tamas, tiredness, dullness, depression. So this layer belongs to tamas. The second level, this is sattva. This third level is rajas, restlessness. The fourth level is tamas. The fifth level, the causal body. This is called Karana Sarira. This causal body is what Krishna calls Urdhva Moola Mataschagam, where all our engrams are stored in seed form, in the form of seeds. Every day, you enter into the causal body at the time of deep sleep. When you sleep, when you fall asleep beyond dreams, not when you dream, when you fall asleep beyond dreams, at that moment you fall into the causal body, the fifth layer of your being. When you come out, all those engraved memories comes out, your whole world is created. Every day you merge in this layer and come out of that layer. Now, Krishna is explaining the secrets related to that layer. Yesterday he spoke about the secrets related to these three layers. How we are disturbing our desire energy. Understand? Desire is pure energy. You create troubles only by creating self-contradicting thoughts. If you don't have self-contradicting thoughts, all your desires will lead you to deep fulfillment. Desire is energy. Yesterday, Krishna spoke how the energy can be used properly, how we are abusing it, how it can be used. Next, how we fall into restlessness by abusing it. Third, even after the restlessness, if you are not correcting your mistakes, if you are not clearing the self-contradicting desires, you fall into tiredness. It's like a one-side fire. You are creating fire and the pressure cooker is there. Inside the cooker, the steam is getting and the pressure is getting developed. Other side, you put a weight and try to seal it. Naturally, it will burst. Same way, even after the restlessness, if you don't clear the desire energy, or if you don't clear the self-contradicting thoughts which you are creating in you, you will fall into the depression, tamas. He gave the small, simple advice, techniques to clear ourselves and not to fall in that tree, not to be disturbed by that tree. Next, he goes to the causal body where we store all our engraved memories. He explains the secrets of this body, because even if you go beyond these three gunas, sattva, rajas, tamas, if you don't destroy these engraved memories, the bija samskaras, the samskaras in the form of a seed, you will take birth again and again. So here he gives the technique. He explains how to go beyond the samskara, engrams, which is in the seed form. It may not express in you, but it will be there in the seed form. When time comes, suddenly it will come out. You can see. You may not have seen some of your childhood friend or childhood enemy for 10 years because you are in the States. When you go back, see in the States when you are here, all the 10 years, the samskaras related to them never comes up, whether love or hatred. It is not there. You are never caught by it. You are never disturbed by it. You are beyond the sattva, rajas, tamas. But when you go back and meet them, suddenly the whole emotion is there. You discover the same love is there or the same hatred is there. How? Because it is in the causal body. You may not experience it in the day-to-day life. Even if you don't, you will see it is in the causal body. It's like an archives in the office. There are some files which are in the table. There are some files which are in the office archives. There are some files which are in the bank locker archives. This first, the sattva, rajas, tamas. These three gunas are the files which are in the table. And causal body is the files which are in the office archives. The inside, the cosmic body and nirvanic body are the files which are in the bank locker archives. Now, yesterday we saw how to clear these three files of sattva, rajas, tamas. Now he gives the technique to clear the causal body files, to clear the files which are in the office archives. Bhagavan starts, there is the imperishable banyan tree that has its roots upward and it branches down, and whose leaves are the Vedic hymns. One who knows this tree is the knower of the Vedas. He is trying to give an example to explain the quality of causal body. Quality of causal body. He says the roots are upwards and branches down. Why he says roots are upwards and branches down? Please understand. He says roots are here, branches are here. Because for any tree, if it has to grow, it will take water through roots. It needs support from roots. Roots only decide the strength of the tree. Roots are going to decide the way in which the tree is going to live. The physical body, whatever you are taking through physical body, that only is going to decide the depth of causal body. That is why he says roots are up. Roots are in the outer world and branch is in the inner world. Roots are out. Whatever you take through five senses, that is the water or strength for the causal body. Causal body is, here he says leaves and here he says root. The tree is upward. Tree is topsy-turvy. Whatever you take through the five senses from the outer world, that only is going to enrich the causal body. And an important next statement, the leaves of the tree is said to be the Vedic hymns, Veda mantras. Yesterday I was making an important statement. All the words which you continuously repeat inside your mind without your consciousness, whatever words you repeat in the unconsciousness, especially morning when you are alone in the bathroom, Those words are the mantras which shows path for your life. What are the words you repeat with yourself? They are only going to decide the way of your life. Just try to analyze your mind. What are the words you repeat with yourself? When you are alone, when you are sitting with yourself, what are the words you repeat? Those words are only going to decide the path in which you are going to travel. Mantra means manasasya stiraha idi mantraha. What makes your mind strong is mantra. Mantrayate idi mantraha. Which shows the way for man is mantra. Tra means road, way. The words which shows way for you is mantra. The words which makes you strong is mantra. Now, he says, the roots are in the physical world, physical body, up, and the leaves are in the causal body, down. Roots are up and leaves are there. And he makes one more statement. Leaves are Vedic hymns, Veda mantras. Means the words which you are storing in the causal body. That only is going to decide your life. See, the words which you have in the causal body is mantra for you. When you understand this, there are two things. Something is good, something is bad. Something is good, you can always reprogram. The good news is you can reprogram yourself. Bad news is as on now you are living in hell. Bad news is as on now it is hell. Good news is you can always reprogram. The causal body is filled with the unconscious thoughts. You must be careful about the thoughts or words which you are creating inside your mind unconsciously. See, you are so careful about the words which you speak, verbalize it, express it. But we are careless about the words which we use inside because we think nobody is going to know. If you are not careful with the words which is expressed, you know what will be the result. You know what will be the result. But you are not afraid. The words which you are using inside, be very clear. The words which you are using outside, if you are careless about it, you will have punishment from others. The words which you are using inside, if you are careless about it, you will have punishment from yourself. You will torture yourself. You will kill yourself. You will create more and more trouble for yourself. The words which you use inside should have the healing effect. Words which carry healing effect will always create fresh living energy in you. Krishna says, the leaves are the Vedas, Veda means knowledge. The leaves are the words which you have engraved in the causal body, which are in you. Those words are so powerful, so alive. They are going to show way for your whole life. Krishna clearly explains. Here he starts the whole teaching. He explains clearly how we are caught in three different mental setups. How we work through three different engraved memories. One is sattva, another one is rajas, third one is tamas. But here the translation says, goodness is the word for sattva, passion is the word for rajas, ignorance is the word for tamas. No. Exactly, they are not equivalent words. Let me explain the concept. Understand, there is no equivalent word for it. We can't give any equivalent word. Tattva means the engrams which leads you to bliss, the engraved memories which leads you to joy, the memories which leads you to ecstasy. Rajas means the memories which leads you to restlessness, the engraved memories which leads you to sort of excitement, which leads you to work intensely and which makes you active. Third, tamas. Tamas means the engraved memories which leads you to depression, which leads you to laziness, which leads you to dullness. Engraved memories which leads to ecstasy and bliss is sattva. Engraved memories which leads you to restlessness, anger, emotional imbalance is rajas. Engraved memories which leads you to depression, dullness, low mood is tamas. Small example. You are sitting in a car and going. Somebody is driving. Slowly you are lost in thinking. After half an hour, when you are lost in thinking, suddenly you remember some person or some place who disturbs your mind. By remembering him or that place or that incident, you feel disturbed. The moment your mind feels a little disturbed, you come back to awareness. Sometimes you see, I should not think about him. Let me think of something else. Sometimes you will even speak these words out. You will even do the action, small action. The person who is driving will turn and see you. What happened? What are you doing? When you are lost in thinking, some memories comes up which makes you feel depressed or dull, disturbed, and suddenly you come back to awareness and you say, what am I thinking? And sometimes you even loudly say this, I should not think this. Hey, Devda, you say, oh God, what am I thinking? What am I thinking? I should think of something else. All right, let me think of something else. Your hands move. Suddenly you express some words which is not directly related to the outer incident. And the person who is driving asks what you are thinking, what you remembered. Suddenly you are mumbling some words. Suddenly you are talking something. Be very clear. The engram which automatically comes up, the engraved memory which automatically comes up. In Sanskrit we have a beautiful word, samskara, which automatically comes up and which leads you to depression or negative mood. This is called tamas. Sometimes, suddenly some thought comes up in your mind. You think, I will not leave that fellow. I'll see that he learns the lesson. I will not leave him. You are sitting and thinking of something. Suddenly your hand moves. I will not leave that fellow. I'll take him to task. I'll see that he learns the lesson. These engrams which makes you to do these things, which makes you active, anger, violent, These engrams are called rajas. And very rarely you get sattvic engrams. Because of that, I can't give any example. Sattvic engram is the engram which you don't get usually. You can think this way. Sattvic engram is a thing which we usually don't get. Usually, we are caught between rajas and tamas. Sattvic engram is engram which suddenly gives you the memory of a deep bliss or joy which you experienced. For example, if you are here every day, the moment it becomes 4:30, this engram comes up. Oh, yesterday it was such a wonderful discourse. So beautiful. Such a nice meditation. I think today also I should go. If you are pulled, if you are made to do something good, which leads to bliss, which leads to ecstasy, which leads to peace of mind, then it is called sattvic engram, sattva. It is called engraved memories of sattva. For example, you go to Himalaya. For a few days, you experience such wonderful joy and peace. Suddenly, when you see some pictures of some hill, mountain, or when you see some movies in the TV about mountain, this Himalayas memory, it comes up. It comes up and you start thinking, I think I should go and spend 1 or 2 more months in Himalayas. The engrams which leads you to peace, to bliss, to ecstasy is called sattvic engrams. These are the 3 different types of engraved memory, samskara, which rules your whole life. Please understand, the knowledge about this engraved memory is a basic lesson. Anybody who wants to live, he should know this science. It's like a owner's manual for a person who has got mind. If you really have brain, all right, even brain word is not right, mind, this is owner's manual. Without owner's manual, when you use the product, either you miss the whole thing, or you miss a lot of things which is available in that product. There are so many things which you can do with computer. There are hundreds of things which you can do with a calculator, which you don't know. You use the calculator just for basic few purposes, plus, minus, only for few purposes you use. And you don't use the calculator for so many different things for which it can be used. Same way, when you don't know this owner's manual for mind, Gunatraya Vibhaga Yoga, that's what Krishna calls understanding about the 3 different set of engraved memories, samskaras. When you don't understand about these 3, you miss the whole thing. Many times you miss the whole thing. Or you miss so many different things which can be done with that product. So many different things which can be done with that product. You can do so much with your mind. You don't do. Either you miss or miss when you don't know, when you don't have the owner's manual. Here, this is owner's manual for mind. We may ask, why should we know about this samskara? Really, what is the use? What way are they going to help us? First thing, samskaras are not dead memories. Again, we don't have an equivalent word for samskara in English. If you have to enjoy Shakespeare, you have to go to the original language. His language, not even today's English. You have to go to his language. Same way, if you have to understand the great truths, you must know at least a little bit of Sanskrit. Samskara is not engraved memory. The engraved memory, which is alive and active, which has got power to pull you down and make you move, which will make you travel in that same path again and again, is called samskara. Usually the word memory is understood as a dead record. But samskara is not just dead record. Please be very clear. It is not just dead memory. It is not just like a computer memory where all the pictures and Word documents are stored. No. It has got power to pull you again automatically and to make you walk in the same path. It has got so much of power. Automatically attracts you. It calls you and makes you travel in the same path. By you walking in the same path, the engraving gets little more deeper. The memory goes little more deep. It is a living memory. It is not dead memory. The more you travel on that memory, the more you live with that memory, more it becomes part of your being. It travels to your deeper level consciousness. Here, today, Krishna is trying to explain step by step how you are caught in these three levels of memory and how you are again and again pulled and pushed by these three memories. It's almost like having three wives. Only God can manage. Here, he gives you a clear understanding how to live with all these three engraved memories. And one more important thing you should understand, because these memories are living energies, they are not just dead, they are living energies. See, when they are living energies, they can do something bad as well as they can be put to use to do something good also. See, whenever somebody has got energy to do bad, you can always tap him in the right way and make him to do good things. I have seen in my life, in my experience, I tell you, nobody else puts so much of effort and goes to the depth of meditation like prisoners. In prisons, we conduct meditation programs. I have seen they go to such a depth, they are so involved, and compared to prisoners, outsiders just do the meditation as so, that's all. People who are in the prison, when they take it up, they really take it up. And they are so intense. When they are transformed, their whole life, they just transform the whole thing. They don't do anything half-half. See, if you look deeply, there are so many saints. Life I can quote. Valmiki in South India, a great saint called Arunagirinatha. There are so many saints who were sinners. But the moment when the turning happened, when they took turn, when the change happened, when the cognitive shift happened in their being, usually the cognition happens in your mind in one way. You receive the data, process it, and deliver the result. Once the cognitive shift happens, you receive the data, process it, and go inside. As long as you are reacting, you are naturally working towards the depression. Once you start going in, you are moving towards bliss. See, the same incident, for example, death of somebody who is close to you, somebody who is near and dear, the person dies. The same incident can lead you to spiritual path, or it can lead you to frustration. You can think, anyhow, I am also going to die. Let us do what I want. Let us do what I want. What is there? Small story. One guy was about to be hanged, about to be given death sentence. The police officer asked, do you have any wish? Last wish? He said, no. If you want, pray to God and ask for forgiveness so that He will bless you. He says, I wanted to remember God, but not the way in which you said. I feel if I would have known earlier I will be hanged, I would have done little more sins. Anyhow, when the result is known, result is hanging. I feel I have missed some sins. If at all I have to remember him, I will remember and ask him, why did you not tell me that I am going to have this punishment? Then I would have committed little more sins. Some people, when they see the death, when they understand the death is ultimate, they think, anyhow, death is ultimate. Let me decide and work towards divine, achieve God, realize Atman. One group. The other group, same incident, turns them. They think, anyhow, we are going to die. Let us live the way in which we wanted. One group of people, they take the path of meditation. The other group takes the path of the outer world. It is up to you which path you choose. Engrams are also living energy. You can choose. Through engrams, you can again and again suffer and torture yourself. Or you can make your whole life as a blissful experience. If you know the signs, how they happen in your being, how you can transform your being, you can take the help of these engraved memories to achieve the eternal consciousness, eternal bliss in your being. In your being. How these engrams, engraved memories, disturb your mind, and how you can transform your very being. He starts explaining. Tatra sattvam nirmalatvat prakasakamanāmayam suga sangena batnādi jnana sangena chanaka. Before entering into this sloka, I will try to present a small diagram through which we can understand how the engrams can affect your decision and how to come out of it. A small diagram I will try to present so that you will be able to understand the engram the engraved memory deeply, clearly. I already gave the basic understanding about this diagram, but let me repeat it so that you will be able to connect with this samskara. Please understand how we receive any information, data from the outer world, and how we process them and how we take decisions. We come to conclusions. First thing, you see something through the eye. And here I have taken the example of eye. You can replace it anything, ears, or nose, or taste, or the touch. Any one sense among these 5 jnanendriyas, any one sense can be replaced here. There are 5 jnanendriyas and 5 karmendriyas. Among the 5 jnanendriyas, any one sense can be placed here. I have taken here eye as an example. Through the eye you see a scene. I am taking the example of this very scene. Me. First, this whole scene, like a picture, it is taken by your eye and it goes to chakshu. Understand? You don't see with the eye, you see through the eye. There is the energy which is inside the eye, which sees. There is the energy inside the ear, which hears. Ears by themselves can't hear. That is why when you are sitting and reading some book, even if alarm clock goes, you will not be able to hear. If somebody presses the calling bell, you will not be able to hear. You will not be able to hear that sound. And if husband or wife walks in, you will not know if you are sitting and reading. Of course, if it is late night, all wives will know when the husband is coming, sneaking inside the house. Small story. This guy wants to go to police station. This guy goes to police station to see a thief who came into his house last night and took all the money. The police officer says, no, you can meet him only in the court. In the court, you can say whatever you want to say. Here you can't talk to him. He says, no. Just I wanted to learn, how did he enter the house without waking up my wife? I am trying for so many years to do this. I am not able to do. How this guy did, this guy did, just I wanted to know that. Anyhow, there is something inside your eyes which sees. That is what we call chakshu. See, the whole scene is converted into a file with which you can do the process like a digital signal processor in computer. The software language, the chakshu is almost like a digital signal processor. If you have to work on anything, whether it is a sound or a light or a photograph, first it has to be converted into a digital file. So in computer, first thing, whether it is a photograph or it is an audio file, it will be converted into digital file. Same way, in your system, whatever you see or hear, the whole thing will be converted. Whole thing will be converted into a biosignal file. Just like a digital file, it will be converted. The conversion happens in this chakshu area only. Then the file starts moving step by step. File goes to chitta. Please understand, if you understand this one thing, the whole life can be transformed. You know where you are where you are reacting, how we are reacting, and how we make big decisions with our assumptions and suffer. Just like if you remember the first story, without thinking, just by imagining. Maybe it must be some liquor and you just put the finger in your mouth. How we do that mistake? We can understand if you understand this one diagram. The file goes to Chitta. Chitta means memory. The place where all the past memories are collected. Of course, all these places are related to memories only. This is the one part where the work of excluding happens. When the file reaches this place, the excluding process starts here. Na iti. This is not, this is not. Neti happens in this area. Your chitta starts telling, seeing this file. I'm taking the example of this scene which you are seeing now. First you are seeing me. The whole scene is photographed and goes here. It becomes a biosignal file. The file is taken to Chitta. Chitta says, this is not a tree. This is not an animal. This is not a plant. This is not this. This is not that. That excluding process happens in this area. Then the file goes to the mind. Mind tries to identify. This is a human being. He is wearing saffron robe. He is standing in the stage. The identification process. Iti. This is it. This is it. That process happens in the mind. Here neti. Here iti. This is not happens in Chitta. This is it. Identification happens in Manas. Then the whole file goes to Buddhi. Buddhi is the place where the whole trouble starts. And here the analysis starts. What way I am related to this file? What way I am related to this scene? What way I should respond to this scene? According to the Buddhi, if your past memories with me, if they are good, immediately you refer. What happened with yesterday lecture? What happened with earlier when I met this type of situations? You see, if your Buddhi refers with the past memory, and it will decide if the past experiences with me, if it was pleasant, then you decide, let me stay and listen. If the past experiences are not pleasant, if you felt boring, then you say, this is not the place for me, let me go. If you take like a straight decision, then it's okay. But the problem is, if you had some problem with some other person who was wearing the saffron robe, that engram will be there. You will not even bother who is this person. You will just bring that to your memory. No. With that Swami, I suffered like this. With this Swami, I suffered like that. You will just bring a generalized memory and you will decide based on your past collected samskaras. That is where you start making the trouble. You start creating trouble. When decisions are taken with a straight understanding, no problem. But most of the time, you collect and connect the engrams which are not directly related to each other. Which are not directly related to each other. For example, if you see somebody wearing white dress, if you are hurt by somebody who was wearing white dress, the moment you see that white dress, even if you don't want, that memory will come back. That memory will come back. For example, if you are abused or disrespected in a house or in a place, next time when you cross that place, when you go to that house, even if that person is not there, automatically the memory will come up. You will have that same feeling. You will have that same depressed mood. you will have that same low mood. The reason is you connect, you associate things with the place, with figures, with memories, and put it in file. Man as such cannot work spontaneously. So he has to take some system, some method, some way to reduce his processing work. Naturally, he opts for some way of arrangement of his memories. So when you take some way of arranging memories, you miss the real life. See, first few months you live with your husband or wife. After 3-4 months, you make a clear idea about her or about him. After that, please be very clear, you don't live with husband or wife. You just live with your imagination, with your understanding about her. After that, whatever she does is wrong. Whatever he does is wrong. You come to a conclusion. If at all there is something right, you say, by mistake, I think you did these things. By mistake, you did this right. By few months, you come to a conclusion about the other person. You create an engram. And after that, whatever he or she does, you look through that engram, through that engraved memory. Only first few days, you are ready to respond spontaneously. You are ready to respond spontaneously. The problem is, even in the first few months, you already have memories of your friends' experiences. My friend is tortured. My friend's wife used to torture him. My friend's husband used to torture her. You have the collected memories of your friend's files. And the moment your wife starts doing something which will not be anywhere related to that memory, immediately you project that. Especially movie. If you have seen some mother-in-law, some daughter-in-law, some mother-in-law who is rude, cruel, if before your mother-in-law starts even a single word, just by her body language, you will come to a conclusion. I think she is going to torture me. When you have collected memories, you never react spontaneously. You never act. All your decisions are clearly predestined. Please understand, again and again people ask me, Swamiji, our life, is it predestined or free will? Please understand, the more engrams you have, more your life is predestined. Because you will go only in the same route. The less engrams you have, your mind is, your life is, you will have more freedom. The number of samskaras will decide whether you will have free will or your life will be destined. For example, the file travels to ego and ego gives the decision and you execute it. If there are more engrams, when the file travels every table, each engram is a table. Each engram puts a signature and writes its opinion. One engram, for example, the same example let us take, you seeing me and are you being here? One engram says, no, I had some Swami in my life. He was a blessing. He helped me so much. I think I should sit here. This engram signs, yes, we will sit here. The next engram, no, I read in newspaper, the Swamis do this, do that. There are enough of stuff which goes on, especially in India, abusing Swamis is a fashion. And especially South Indians. Abusing Swami is a fashion. So, all this fashion, lot of fashion things are there. So naturally you will say, no, all these memories are there. Should I sit Or what should I do? Here this engram says doubt. It signs. And the file goes next. No, yesterday I attended. Really what he is speaking makes sense. I think I should sit. This engram signs, yes. By the time file reaches here, the ego takes all the yes and all the no. And it comes to a conclusion. Whether it says yes or no, that's not a problem. But you already wasted so much of time and energy in this small decision. Already you wasted so much of time, so much of energy in this one simple decision. For example, if you are sitting in the office morning around 9 o'clock, you don't have to do anything. Just sit and worry, get stressed out, you will have shoulder pain. If you are stressed out, worrying 15 minutes about something, you will have shoulder pain. How many have you experienced? Just 10-15 minutes, you will have shoulder pain. Nothing else needs to be done. Just simple worrying, simple decision making, you will have shoulder pain. Restlessness. The more the engrams, more you will be restless. The people with engrams can never sit in a relaxed way. Have you seen people continuously, they will be shaking the legs. Continuously they will be shaking the legs. The initial level they have to shake. After some time they will have Parkinson's, automatically it will shake, that's all. In the initial you have to shake with effort. After that, automatically it will shake. The stress, people with stress cannot sit quietly. So much of physical movement, so much of physical restlessness, because too many decisions are happening inside their unconscious. This space between the buddhi and ego is called unconscious. This space is called unconscious. Because you will not know what is happening in this space. You will not know how many tables are here. This is like a government office, Indian government office. If 300 tables are there, the file has to move all the 300 tables. And when it will move, and who will sign what, and what, final result, what it will come, neither you know, nor God knows. This is a conscious zone. This is like a honest office. I don't know what example to give. I don't think any examples are available. This is a clean, pure process, straightforward process. Here, there is no politics happens. A straightforward process. Here, all the politics starts. For example, according to the data collected and processed in this level, you know smoking is injurious to health. According to the simple, straightforward data, you know smoking is injurious to health. But when time comes, suddenly you decide, let me smoke. How the file takes a quantum leap. How the decision is totally changed. When the file travels in this area, here there are engrams which says, no, last time when I smoked, I really felt good. I felt relieved from all the stress. Actually, if you want to get rid of any stress, instead of smoking, have a tight shoe. Because the tight shoe, when you have a tight shoe, all other worries will be forgotten. You will forget all other worries. Smoking and having tight shoes is one and the same. By smoking, you are trying to forget. By creating bigger problem, you try to forget the smaller problems. The same logic with the tight shoes also. Have tight shoes. Automatically, you will forget all the smaller worries, all the smaller problems. Here, all the past memories. I smoked, I felt relieved. I had all my stress, all the stress disappeared. All these things happens in this area. Because of that only, suddenly you decide which you never wanted to decide. Suddenly you shout, and after 10 minutes you start repenting. Why did I shout? I always wanted to control myself. I always wanted to keep a smiling face. Or at least I always wanted people to tell that I am having a smiling face. Either I want to keep, or I wanted people to recognize me as a smiling person. Why did I shout? You repent. You decide. Suddenly, you react suddenly because of these engrams. There are so many decisions which you take out of these engraved memories and repent, suffer later on. I am a sincere seeker, but I am not able to find a single guru. Please understand, if you are a seeker, beautifully Mahavira says, God sends your master, only then puts the fire inside you. If you are feeling the fire, be very clear, already your master is here. He is already here. God never puts the fire, then sends the master. No. He sends the master and puts the fire. This guy was trying to find out a master. Somehow he was not able to. He tried for 12 years. 12 years is too much. Too much. Finally he is depressed, discouraged completely. He decides, I have decided that God is going to be the only source of inspiration, and I will accept the first person who comes in this road as my guru and do what he says. He is very strong in his decision. He sits in the forest road. He sits in one road and he decides, first person who comes in this way will be my guru. His instruction I will follow. And unfortunately, one thief was running through that road after stealing. He just now robbed the palace and he is running through that road trying to escape. This fellow fell at his feet and caught hold of his feet. Caught hold of the thief and he said, oh my master, bless me, give me liberation, enlighten me. And the thief is saying, Arey, I am a thief, leave me. Don't you see, I just now I robbed. And police is chasing me, leave me. And this guy says, no, you are my master. Teach me something and go. This guy says, what is this? What to do? I am in a big mess. See, you say, I am your guru. This guy says, yes, you are my master. All right, then do what I say. Just sit and close your eyes. This fellow sits and closes his eyes. And the thief says, till I say open your eyes, don't open. And this fellow does, and the thief escapes. That's all. This fellow goes on sitting. His intensity is such. He just sits. He says, I have chosen somebody as master. What he said, I will do. His intensity. Story says, please understand. The story says, when Shiva saw the intensity, he appeared and blessed him with enlightenment. Please understand. Understand one thing. How the story ends or how the story goes, that is different. But I can say, intensity is independently intelligent. I can vouch for this story. Intelligence. See, intelligence means which can guide you and lead you to ultimate. Intensity itself is independently intelligent to lead you to ultimate in spite of any techniques you practice, not because of any techniques you practice. In spite of any techniques you practice or don't practice. I am just liberating you from all different techniques. I am liberating you from all confusions related to techniques. It may be a little strong, but I tell you, this is the essence of all spiritual teachings. It's one more story. Power of intensity. This is not just a story, it is a history. It has happened. Very beautiful story. One guy was born and brought up in a so-called low caste. In India, those days they created community system for different purpose and it became a different purpose. See, any civilization will have some degradation. Anyhow, but the system itself was not created with any bad intention. But in course of time, any system in wrong hands, even if it is right system, when it is in wrong hands, it will be degraded, it will be disturbed. Sometimes the wrong hands take over the power and it gets disturbed. Somebody who is born and brought up in the low caste, he has become very intense seeker. And one beautiful thing with Indian tradition is, when you are seeker and achieve enlightenment, then caste has no way standing between you and the devotees. You see the 63 Nayanma Smutis, the Saiva saints who are there in our temple. More than 80% are the so-called low caste. More than 80%. They are all respected and worshipped by all high caste people all over the world. So when it comes to intensity, once you prove you are intense, caste, community, nothing stands. You are worshipped and respected. This guy, he starts his seeking and he wants to take initiation from certain teacher. He is not an enlightened master, from a certain teacher. But the teacher was little arrogant and he is bothered about the community and he says he will not initiate him. And this guy goes on thinking how to take initiation from him. The teacher lived in Varanasi. One of his friend, the disciple's friend, this guy says, see, the teacher lives in Varanasi. Early morning, he will come for the Ganga Snan, taking bath in Ganga. So usually, if he misses a step or falls, he will shout Ram Ram. So you do one thing, you go and lie down in the steps. The early morning, in the darkness, he may not be able to see you. He will put his head, he will put his leg on you. He may be a little stumbled. He may be a little disturbed. Then he will naturally shout Ram Ram. So take his feet as an initiation and take that Ram Ram word as a mantra and start practicing. This guy says, right technique, yes. I found the method. And usually if you are continuously repeating the Divine Lord's name, even if you are stumbled, you will repeat the same name. You will repeat the same word. Even if you are disturbed, you will repeat that same word only. That is what is expected. So this disciple also thought, yes, this guy is a highly religious guy, highly spiritual guy, and he must be always repeating God's name. So when he puts his feet on my head and little imbalanced, little shaken, he will naturally say Ram Ram or some divine name only, whatever he is repeating. He did not understand. This guy is not a master. He is just an ordinary Purohit who does all the rituals for little money and packs a banana and rice. Anyhow, as per the plan, this seeker, this guy, he goes and lies down in the Ganga steps. He is called Ramadas. His name was Ramadas. He lies down in the steps of Ganga. As expected, the teacher, he comes for morning Ganga Snan. He comes with all the pamper, walking with his disciples. The moment he puts the feet, he got shaken little disturbed. Instead of saying Rama Rama, this fellow got so angry and annoyed, he shouted buffalo. Because that is what was going on constantly in his system. You will express only what is going on in your system. But this Ramdas is so sincere, intense. He decides, this word is my mantra, that's all. This word is my mantra. He takes that as an initiation, takes that word buffalo as the mantra, and constantly sits with so much of intensity. He repeats the word buffalo, 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 buffalo. Please understand. I want you to understand this whole story. Whole story. He repeats the mantra. He takes that as a mantra and repeats it intensely and visualizes God in the form of a huge golden buffalo, the huge light, and he repeats, goes on repeating, and he achieves siddhi. Means he is able to see the divine light in the form of golden buffalo, and he achieves siddhi. That year, the temple festival is supposed to happen. He goes for the temple festival. He is standing outside the temple. They are bringing the temple deity outside. This priest is bringing, who shouted buffalo. This priest is bringing the deity outside the temple. When they are bringing the deity outside the temple, suddenly the deity is stuck in the gate, in the door frame. The deity is only 3 feet, door frame is 6 feet. It is not physically stuck anywhere, but the deity is not coming outside. They are trying this way, that way, the priest is trying in so many ways. And this guy, Ramadas, is standing outside the temple and shouting, hey, the deity is Tan, is hitting the door frame, just lower it, he will come out, just lower it. Nobody was able to understand. He is seeing the deity in the form of a buffalo, and his arms, sorry, not Tan, hands are hitting the door frame. That is why the deity is not coming out. And he is saying, lower the deity, it will come out. And this priest is shouting, this fool, what are you talking? Keep quiet. You have been allowed inside temple, that is too much. Don't talk. But they tried. Practically whole day they tried, the deity is not coming out. Then this fellow is unable to withstand the whole thing. This Ramadas rushes towards the deity. He forces himself and says, see, I can see the horn hitting the door frame, and he is having the pain. He just pushes the deity down, the deity comes out. Please understand the strength of bhakti, strength of intensity, the power, the strength beyond the matter, beyond the material. And still now, every year, this happened in Annapurni temple in Varanasi. Still now, every year, when they bring the deity, they will have on the side, in a golden sheet, the buffalo's figure. They call it Ramadas Annapurni. Annapurni of the Ramadas. Still in memory of Ramadas, the great saint, they have the form of buffalo. That also will be worshipped as a Devi. See the power. And the story says, later on he became enlightened, lived in Varanasi and left the body. Understand the power and intensity, nothing else. You don't have to bother about what technique you are following, who is your master, who is your teacher, whether he is enlightened, who gave certificate for him. Nothing is needed. All you need is this one thing, abhyasa vairagyabhyam tat nirodha. The intense, constant practice. You see the 63 Saiva saints' life, the Nayanmars. You see all their murtis in our temple. I think we have their biographies, simple biographies in the form of books. It is available. If you find time, just go through. It's not that they have done some great tapas, meditating 8 hours per day, doing this pranayam, that ada yoga, this ada yoga, so many. They have not done all these things. You see some of them, simple people, all they did, just plucking flower from garden, making garland and putting it on the deity. That's all. Nothing else. But intensity, just intensity. Nothing else. Simple practice. One guy is a criminal actually. All he does, if somebody talks against Shiva or Shiva's devotees, he will cut the tongue. That's all. Of course, I'm not saying you do that. Now, what I wanted to say, the intensity, just the intensity, nothing else. The abhyasa and vairagya, intense practice, everything else will fall in place. What happened in Ramakrishna's life? Just intensity, abhyasa and vairagya. Somebody asked Vivekananda. Vivekananda is a great intellectual. They asked him, do you accept idol worship? Your country goes on worshipping idols. In India, sometimes it becomes too much. The British time, when they created highways, first earlier, originally the British people have started painting all the highways in the yellow paint. The big problem, every village they started worshipping and building one temple around that stone. See, any stone with yellow turmeric powder is a deity for us. No, that's our lifestyle. Any stone with yellow turmeric powder, it's a deity. Then British has to change the color. They have to change it into green. And even now, I know at least 100 temples built for milestones. Because it looks almost like Shivalinga. And they are such a wonderful people. See, anything is worthy of worship for us. Anything is worthy of worship. See, the whole civilization is built on surrender. Sometimes when people tell me it's a weakness, I don't feel it's a weakness. I don't feel it. Even though logically I don't have justifications or reasons to justify this foolish fellow's logic. Whole civilization. See the amount of surrender and feeling connection and the worship and the respect. See, even a simple stone is enough for them to remember about the divine, to remember the God, feel connected to nature. They question, what do you say about this kind of idol worship? Vivekananda says beautifully, I know a great Paramahamsa like Ramakrishna is produced just by idol worship. If people like Ramakrishna can be produced, not one, have 200 idols, have thousands of idols. And the actual truth you need to understand is, we don't worship idols, we worship through the idol. Understand? We don't say, oh stone, give me boon. Oh stone, please bless me that I should get healed. Oh metal, fire metal, you look so pretty. Give me my wealth. You don't ask that. You say, oh Shiva, heal me. Oh Vishnu, give me enlightenment. We relate, we worship through the idol, not the idol. Understand? When you see the deity, idol is not remembered. If you remember the idol, the deity is not remembered. That's a beautiful, very beautiful verse in Tamil. There is a great book called Tirumandiram. One saint, Tirumular, his statue is also there in our temple. That's 63. There will be one statue with a palm leaf in the hand and blessing posture. It's called Tirumular. He says very beautifully, Marattai maraitadu mamada yanai, Marattil maraindadu mamada yanai, Parattai maraitadu parmudal bhudam, Parattil maraindadu parmudal bhudam. I'll translate. Even though it is a little difficult to translate. It says, when you see a stone elephant, you will not see the material. If you see it as a material, you can't see it as an elephant. An artist will see that as an elephant, but will not see it as a material. If there is a stone, if there is a wooden elephant, the elephant carved out of wood, a person who is involved with the wood business, if he sees, he will say, oh, sandalwood, wonderful wood, high cost, this must be the cost. He will be talking about the wood. He can never see the elephant. If an artist, if he sees, he will see, oh, beautiful sculpture, beautiful carving, elephant, amazing. He will not see the elephant. He will not see the wood. So if the moment you see the wood, you will not see elephant. The moment you see the elephant, you will not see the wood. It cannot happen in the same moment. It can happen only in the next moments. Even if you see wood, elephant, wood, one moment you can see only as elephant. Only in the next moment you can see it as a wood. The next moment you can see it as an elephant. So he says, when you see it as an elephant, you will not see as a wood. When you see this as a wood, you will not see that as an elephant. Same way, when you see this as a God, you will not see it as a world. When you see this as a world, you will not see it as a God. மரத்தை மறைத்தது மாமத யானை மரத்தில் மறைந்தது மாமத யானை பரத்தை மறைத்தது பார்முதல் பூதம் பரத்தில் மறைந்தது பார்முதல் பூதம். If you see this whole cosmos as a world, giving you fear and greed, you can't see this as a God. If you see this whole thing as a God, you can't see this as a world. There won't be any fear and greed. See, the whole thing happened in Ramakrishna's life. Just an ordinary deity, statue. He started seeing it as a God. He was never able to see it as a stone or a statue. And it might have started in a very raw level, but slowly, just because of his very intensity, the whole thing became alive and led him to ultimate enlightenment, removing all the obstacles, guiding itself. He says, when he goes and talks to the Devi, she says, just to teach you the Jivan Mukti, Nirvikalpa Samadhi, I brought him here, go and learn. Then he comes back and says, he is telling me to drop you. He is telling me to kill you, destroy you. She says, yes, do it. Please understand, anything, when you do it intensely, this is a big question. People come and ask me, if I worship a deity, if I connect with a form of a God, I will end up only in Savikalpa Samadhi. How will I achieve Nirvikalpa Samadhi? As if this fellow is going to achieve Nirvikalpa Samadhi tomorrow. There is so much of junk inside. And how many thousands of janmas it is going to take to get out of that junk? Nobody knows. And these guys brag about as if everything is dropped, only this deity is obstacle. Now that is a big problem. That's a big problem with these Vedantis or the intellectuals. In India, villages, I always tell this one example, Indian villages, they burn the dead bodies. They'll use a big stick, big bamboo to burn the body. Once the whole body is burned, they will throw that stick also in the same fire and that also will be burnt. Same way, use master's form or God's form to burn the attachment with all other forms. When all other forms attachment is dropped, this form is intelligent enough to disappear by itself or guide you to beyond the formlessness. The master's form or the God's form is intelligent enough to lead you to beyond all the forms and lead you to very form itself. So Kali says, yes, go beyond my form, cut the form. And I can say that is the moment of ultimate gratitude. Ultimate gratitude. He has liberated you from everything and liberates you from himself also. Liberates you from himself also. Then suddenly you will see His form will not be there anymore in your inner space, but you know he is there. He is there. He is there. Intensely present. Intensely present. As long as you feel connected with the form, sometime you will see he is present, sometime you will see he is absent. And you will struggle to feel connected, maintain that feeling connection continuously. You will struggle to feel the connection continuously. When you are able to feel connected to him beyond his form, you are liberated even from that form. You will see suddenly his presence is there intensely, continuously, and guiding you, radiating. Actually, the form and formlessness, this whole trouble can be solved with this one sutra. In one bookshop, there was one bookshop where the Brahma Sutra, Sankara Bhashya and Ramanuja Bhashya both were displayed. I can say these two books created a lot of good things and a lot of fight. One guy came and asked, one volunteer was standing, what's the difference between Shankara Bhashya and Ramanuja Bhashya? That volunteer said 45 rupees. Understand, that is the difference. That is the difference. With intensity, both can lead you to enlightenment. Without intensity, nothing can be done. With intensity, what you practice is not at all a problem. All you need is intensity. There's a beautiful story of a master called Sakya Nayanar. In that 63 Nayanmars, he is on Nayanmar. He was forced and converted into Buddhism in the young age. That time, South India, a lot of Buddhist monasteries were there. He was forced and converted as Buddhist. But somehow he strongly felt connected with Shiva. But he can't worship Shiva. What to do? He has kept on Shivalinga in the garden, in the monastery. Every day morning he will come and throw a stone. Visualizing that stone as a flower, he will throw a stone. If somebody sees and asks, hey, what are you doing? He will say, no, I am only throwing a stone. We should not worship these deities. We should worship only Buddha. That's why I am throwing stone. And the story says, just by throwing stones, Shiva gave him darshan and gave him enlightenment. He became enlightened. Just intensity. What you do is secondary. How you do is the first thing. Intensity and constant practicing. I tell you, with intensity and constant practicing, you will be guided to the right master, right teaching, right technique, and right enlightenment experience. That's what has happened to Ramakrishna. He was sitting in one place, playing with the deity, and she took care. She saw that enlightened master comes to this place and teaches him and leads him to enlightenment. And Totaburi says, after Ramakrishna became enlightened, I can never imagine, because Totaburi himself was a great intellectual Pandit. He says, I can never imagine somebody was worshipping the deities and I am pulled without my knowledge and share this enlightenment, and he became enlightened. He says, through your enlightenment, not only you became enlightened, you taught me a big lesson. You taught me a big lesson. Many times, we forget the power of intensity, abhyasa and vairagya. I can say, whatever may be the obstacle you are facing in your spiritual life, spiritual journey, all you need is this one truth, abhyasa, vairagya, intense, constant practice. That's all. You see the great saints' lives. It's not that they have done something big. No. What you do is not the great thing. How you do. The intensity. Understand? When I asked my teacher about this one question, he will make me do all kinds of things. He will ask me to climb the temple pillar, the temple where he was teaching me yoga. will ask me to climb the pillar by holding the one hand. I'll go up and down, up and down, up and down. I was very young. When I started studying these books, suddenly I discovered there is no sutra which says climbing the pillar is yoga. And he will torture me, asking me to climb the pillar up and down, up and down. And of course, that helped me in one way. Whenever I don't want to go to school, I'll climb the tree and sit on the tree. See, in the villages, the big problem in Indian villages is very small place. They will send a watchman to every house and bring the kids. You can't escape. So, but this watchman is a very old guy. He can't climb the tree. I'll climb and sit on the tree. He'll never be able to take me to school. And this guy will, my teacher will make me climb that pillar, up and down, up and down. And I read the book, it doesn't say it's yoga. I asked him, what do you mean by making me climb this pillar up and down every day? Nowhere I see this yoga. He made me understand. He gave me an important click. I can say it's a very strong click. He says, with a strong intensity, any movement done brings health. Understand? I can say this is the basic sutra. A strong click with a strong intensity, any movement done is yoga. I can say this is the basis of our Nitya Yoga. Whatever yoga I am teaching, this is the basic sutra of the Nitya Yoga. It is not adding more movements to your life. It is adding life to your movement. Intensity. With intensity, any movement done is yoga. Without intensity, even if you do so-called yogas, asanas, it will be more or less an exercise. It may create an effect of an exercise. With intensity, any movement done leads you to yoga. He says beautifully, with intensity and intention, any movement you do, it becomes part of your bio-memory. It becomes part of your prarabdha. Prarabdha is the energy which creates your body every day out of Hiranyagarbha. Please understand. Hiranyagarbha is the space where you rest every night. Every night you fall asleep into Hiranyagarbha, means the darkness which you experience in the deep sleep. The darkness which you experience in the deep sleep is the Hiranyagarbha space, the Garbha, womb of the cosmos. That's where you rest every day. When you come out, he has described very beautifully this one secret. He says, every day morning, with what kind of thought you come out of your Hiranyagarbha. You see, Hiranyagarbha is a place, almost all memories are available. If you want to become a football champion, whatever is needed, health, intelligence, will be available. If you want to become a cricket player, all the things are available. If you want to play golf and become a champion, everything is available. If you want to become a rich man, all those memories are available. Hiranyagarbha is the place, the cosmic archives. Actually all memories, all intelligence, everything is available in the cosmic archive, in the Hiranyagarbha. When you take your body, which thought inspires you to take your body, that kind of engraved memories, karma, you bring out of Hiranyagarbha. If you think, I should get up, I should get up to go for my job, then you bring what you need to do for that job. That kind of memories, you bring it out and you come out. Every day, early morning, what you think, that kind of memory only will be inserted, downloaded inside your system to live your life. That is why the morning first thought is given so much of importance in our tradition. The moment you get up, you are expected to bring some divine energies and divine mantras and divine chants and divine feelings to your being, so that you bring that kind of prarabdha. See, every night is your death, every morning is your birth. I can say the long sleep is death, short death is sleep. Short death is sleep, long sleep is a death. So every morning when you get up, all the prarabdha is available for you. You can do anything. You can exchange. You may ask, this looks too much. This looks too big thing. It is. Please understand, it is. Because of your continuous habit, you bring the same set of samskara. If you decide to change from today, you can change. From today, if you decide to change, every day morning, first thought, if you strongly create some new thought, you want to be a different person, you will suddenly see that kind of memory, that kind of prarabdha, that kind of energy, that kind of samskaras, you will start expressing, you will start radiating, you will start living. He says, of course, it is true. I myself have experienced this truth in my own life. Early morning, when you get up, if you decide, I want to play golf, if you have a strong thought, I want to play football, I want to play cricket, you will see, you bring that kind of body setup, that kind of prarabdha. That prarabdha designs your body. That prarabdha designs your body. He says, any thought which you strongly, intensely put inside becomes your bio-memory, and you will fall asleep with that. Next day morning when you get up, that kind of prarabdha you will pick up and come out and live. Try. If you want to try this. Ramanujam, the great mathematician, he says, when I come out in the early morning, I have all the answers for all the problems. All the answers for all the problems. Paramahansa Yogananda talks about this. He beautifully describes how to use the power of dream, or how to use the Hiranyagarbha, every night sleep. If you intensely think anything, any of your action, anything maybe you are doing, just to fill that thought will become your prarabdha, and any movement you do for that will become yoga. Understand? Anything you do with intensity becomes yoga and brings health. When I understood this sutra, then I understood if I can carry the intensity, I should be healthy. Then all my movements can become yoga. Can become yoga. So beautifully, Patanjali describes in this one sutra, all you need is abhyasa vairagya. In the next sutras, he expresses, he defines more deeply abhyasa in one sutra and vairagya in one sutra. With intensity, whatever you do is yoga, and all the obstructions are removed. Whether you are practicing karma yoga, jnana yoga, bhakti yoga, or whatever yoga may be, whatever yoga you may be practicing, all you need is intensity. All you need is intensity. I can say that is the connecting thread. Otherwise, just see our Hindu tradition, the Vedic tradition. If some master says, do this, the other master will be waiting to say, don't do that. Actually, the difference between two traditions of Hinduism is a lot more than difference between two religions. At least in some points, two religions may agree. But the difference between two traditions of Hinduism, forget about two traditions, two masters are enough. There is some Sanskrit saying, proverb, if two masters say the same thing, please be clear, someone is fake. Then how come each one is saying one thing, but everybody is able to lead you to enlightenment? How come? Start thinking, start questioning. It is because of this intensity. It is because of this intensity. I can say Intensity is the ultimate sutra, ultimate truth. Abhyasa vairagyabhyam. This is the ultimate sutra for the whole yoga. Whether you have problems in yama, means social etiquette, social discipline, or problems with niyama, personal discipline, or problems with asana, the physical postures, or problems with pranayama, the breathing practices, or difficulties in pratyahara, the mental setup, or difficulties in dharana, the emotional balancing, or difficulties in dhyana, the restful awareness in your inner space, or difficulty in samadhi, enlightenment itself. The one and only solution, the ultimate key is this one sutra. Abhyasa vairagyabhyam tannirodha. Abhyasa vairagyabhyam tannirodha. Relaxing from these patterns through constant and intensive practice of unclenching. Patanjali has explained in last few sutras about the 5 different modifications of the mind. Pramana, the right knowledge; viparyaya, wrong knowledge; vikalpa, imagination; and nidra, sleep; smriti, memory. The 5 modifications of the mind, Patanjali has explained. Now he is saying, by constant, intense practice, if you unclench from these 5 modifications, you will become enlightened. I can say, these 5 modifications are responsible for all your problems. So wherever you are stuck, one master key, one master solution is this one key, intensity. I can say intensity by itself, independently intelligent, to lead you to ultimate enlightenment without any technique, without any support, without anything from the outer world. It is self-sufficient tool for the ultimate experience, kevala jnana, kaivalya jnana, living enlightenment. So understand this one truth, internalize this one truth, try to experiment with this truth. Maybe early morning when you get up, be intense about some one idea. Try for 10 days. Just be intense about only that idea. Suddenly you will see the things related to that idea starts happening in your life. The things related to that idea, ideas related to that one truth will start coming towards your life. People related to that idea will start coming towards your life. Situations related to that idea will start coming towards your life. You will start attracting all the things to live that idea in your life. Material, situation, body strength, body structure, even your body structure will change according to that idea, as per that idea. Experiment with this truth. You will see power of intensity. You will see power of intensity. Any one idea, pick up and intensely internalize that idea by constant remembering. When you fall asleep, be filled with that idea and fall asleep. When you wake up early morning, be filled with that idea and wake up. You will see in 10 days, your mind gets tuned to that idea, your thinking gets tuned to that idea, you attract that kind of situations, people, everything around you. You can see in your life. Only if you are hungry, McDonald's, you will see the McDonald's tower. No, really. Only if you start seeking, suddenly you will see your house is filled with yoga journals, yoga videos. You go through this kind of websites, all these things starts happening. It feels like a new world has opened. When you feel connected, suddenly the whole thing becomes new. Your body itself, not only mind, even your body will be in tune for that one idea, for that new idea. So internalize this one truth. abhyasa vairagyabhyam tat nirodha. Relaxing from these patterns through constant and intensive practice of unclutching. Intensive practice of unclutching. So, internalize this one truth. The intensity, again and again and again standing up. Abhyasa, next sutra, beautifully Patanjali explains. He goes a step further, explaining about abhyasa, explaining about what is abhyasa. He gives a deeper description on abhyasa. Just this one idea we will internalize today. I don't want to add more ideas. If I add more ideas, sometimes we miss the essence. We miss the essence. No, really, I have seen. That's the reason I always work with one idea again and again and again and again, it should be told, so that it is completely filling your being and you are internalizing this whole truth. Otherwise, we miss the truth. We are waiting to miss the truth. That is a big problem. Sometimes we miss the truth if too many things are added. So I leave you with this one truth. Intensity is independently intelligent to lead you to ultimate enlightenment without any aid, help of technique or practice or anything from the outer world. Anything from the outer world. Usually, our actions can be categorized in two categories, pravritti and nivritti. Pravritti means doing the action without the spirit behind it. Without the spirit, just doing the action. Nivritti means having the spirit. When you have the spirit, whether you do it or not, that very spirit will guide you. When you don't have the spirit and just do the action, the whole thing will be reduced to ritual. It will not be spiritual. It will not be spiritual. I always tell people, don't do, at least with me, don't do this Pada Puja and Pada Namaskar, all these things as a ritual. The big problem is, without understanding, they will fall. And tomorrow, without understanding, they will blame. Both the way, these guys will be superficial. That is what we do with everybody. Before we fall, we don't inquire. We are not clear to whom with whom we are associating ourselves. Are we really doing right thing? We don't inquire. And once you get some idea through somebody, some rumor, again you don't inquire. Straight away start talking. Both the way we are superficial. Superficial people never be benefited by the spiritual knowledge or the spiritual science. And here, Krishna gives these dhyana slokas to program the mind, to program the being, to take you beyond the social conditioning, to take you beyond the social conditioning. Whatever you think as you is nothing but pure social conditioning, including your language, your life and everything. Man was gone beyond the social conditioning. Small one-liner, beautiful one-liner. One Sufi mystic, he goes to a king and begs. He says, "O king, please give me one square meal." Mystics are always supposed to live by begging. So he goes and begs, "Please give me one food, one meal." Bhagavati Bhikshan, he just asks one meal. The king shouts, How dare you come here and beg? Nobody knows you here. Get out. The mystic laughs and says, true. Here nobody knows me, but I know myself. With your case, everybody knows you, but you don't know yourself. In my case, nobody knows me, but I know myself. In your case, everybody knows you, but you don't know yourself. Be very clear. Only when you don't know yourself, you are bothered about all the dishonor or the honor. And let you be established in your inner space beyond the conditionings. When you cross all these three layers, sattva, rajas, tamas, and go beyond the causal body, you enter into the space where you are free from all the conditionings. Mamai vamso jivaloke jivabhuta sanatanaha manashashtan indriyani prakritistani garshadi. So same sloka. He says, people struggle with 6 senses. Shashtan indriyani, including mind. He says, you have 6 senses. 5 senses are this. The mind is the 6th sense. One thing important you should understand. According to me, mind is the only sense which needs to be controlled. All other 5 senses are just servants. Mind is the owner. Mind is the thing which jumps. And if the mind can be handled, then everything can be handled. Sariram yadavapnodi yachapyutkramadishvaraha grihid vaidani sanyadi vayur gandhani vashaya. The living entity in the material world carries its different conceptions of life from one body to another. As the air carries aromas, thus he takes one kind of body again, quits to take another. He says about again the samsara, the birth and death. Birth and death. Just how the air carries the smell, the consciousness carries your samskaras, the causal level samskaras, the mental print, and goes from body to body. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, will all the sins come with us? Please be very clear. Your sin or merit will not come with you, but the mental setup will come with you. For example, somebody has committed 100 murder. The 100 murder quantity sin will not go with him, but the attitude of committing murders will go with him and torture him. All your actions will be reduced to attitudes, like a capsule form, and that will go with you and torture the being. That is what Krishna says here. You will move from body to body. Ramakrishna says beautifully. It's like moving from room to room. When Ramakrishna passed away, attained Mahasamadhi, Sharada Devi is about to remove all the bangles, all the Mangal Sutra, all the symbols of Sumangali. Immediately Ramakrishna appears and says, what are you doing? Where have I gone? I am here. I just moved from one room to another room. Why should you remove all these things? And be a Nitya Sumangali. From that day, Sharada Devi lived with all the things, just like a Mahalakshmi. With everything she lived. And please be very clear, today in the modern world, these are all very easy. Those days, 100 years ago, and that also a traditional family. She is born and brought up. She was living with the traditional families. But she did it. Courageous women. I always tell people, you should not remove just because the husband died. What's the need? There is no need. Either don't fear from the beginning If you wear always. That's all. There are people who don't wear from the beginning. Nothing can be done. And if you wear all the time. Nobody can reduce the joy in your life. Nobody has got the right to take things away from your life. It is not that you started living only after his birth. It's not that you started living only after he came into your life. Then why should you die? There is no need. Two different individual souls are traveling together. As long as we are together, let us help each other. And when we have to depart, when the life takes us away, when the death departs us, makes us separate, let us accept the truth and live our life. I always tell, male should wear Mangal Sutra. These guys go around. Male only, they only go around. Even if you see the percentage wise, statistics wise, only these people go around. Why should women wear Mangal Sutra? Male should wear Mangal Sutra. Because only they need some control. Anyhow, nothing should be. There is no need for you to renounce anything. As long as you live together, live happily and blissfully. And when somebody dies, naturally allow the being to carry on in their life. And same way, you can't give another one example like Ramakrishna and Sharada Devi. How intimate they were. What beautiful life they lived. Throughout the life, they never had any physical contact. But the love and care which Ramakrishna showered on Sharada Devi, or Sharada Devi showered on Ramakrishna, you cannot imagine. You cannot imagine that such a wonderful couple existed on the planet Earth. Ramakrishna will never touch the money. He is a Paramahamsa. He will never handle the money. And he will not even wear the clothes properly. That's a big problem. And they say that only at the time of photographs he wore the proper clothing. In his whole life, some 3-4 times. He will not even wear clothes properly. He will never touch money. But he will always collect the salary from the temple properly and make jewelries for Sharada Devi. Whatever money comes, the temple salary, he was a priest in temple. Rani Rashmani's Kali temple. He was a priest. So the temple will give salary for him. He will take that salary and tell somebody to make jewelries for Sharada Devi. Such a great people, such a wonderful love and care existed. And she also, even after Ramakrishna's death, she never felt Ramakrishna died. Always she will carry the Ramakrishna's photo and she will take care of him. You can't believe somebody sitting and talking with a photograph. Today means they would have taken her for some psychiatric treatment. Because modern day can't understand that this can exist, this is possible. She was so deeply in love with Ramakrishna, so deeply connected, so deeply felt his presence. Even after Ramakrishna left the body, she lived with Ramakrishna. In Tamil, there is a beautiful verse. The woman who worships the husband, who will not worship any other god except husband, when she says rain will shower. Of course, here the word worship means deeply feeling connected. Let me repeat the verse in Tamil. Deivam tozhuvál, Deivam tozhal, Pulnan tozhezhuvál, Peyyana peyyum malai. The person who is deeply connected to the husband, who is not bothered about any other god, when she says rain will shower, and she says yes, the rain will simply shower. Means the whole nature will be under her control. When you are deeply connected, you will feel the other as God. Not only husband, wife also. the both sides. When you feel deeply connected, you will see the other person as God. All the social conditioning, when it is dropped, you understand your life and death is nothing but moving from room to room. You suffer because you are not able to leave the situations which you created. You created working so hard, you created a beautiful house, got a big car, created a big bank balance. Everything is ready. Now you have started living. Suddenly Yama appears and calls you, "Hi, enough now? Come, it is time for you to come." The only problem is, whatever you created, that is being taken away from you. That is the problem. That is why you are afraid. When you are out of the social conditionings, you are not afraid of death. You know it is just moving from one body, one room to another room. Srotram chakshus parshananja rasanam granamevacha adhishtaya manaschayam vishayan upasevate. The living entity, thus taking another grass body, obtains a certain type of ear, eye, tongue, nose, and sense of touch, which are grouped about the mind. He thus enjoys a particular set of sense objects. One more important secret he reveals here, Krishna reveals. Based on your engraved memories in causal body, based on your engrams in causal body, you will create new senses. Understand? You will create your eyes, ear, tongue, nose, and sense of touch, body, based on the engram which you have in the causal body. If your mind changes, your body also will change. That is why in Samudrika Lakshana, there is a science called Samudrika Lakshana in India. Just by seeing your body structure, they will tell everything about your mind. Because they know the secrets. How your mind changes the body. How your mind can change your whole body. Here Krishna says, living entity creates your Strotram, Chakshus, Sparshanam, Rasanam, Granamevacha. All the five senses are created by your mind. Please understand, not only every time you take birth, every day when you wake up from bed, your senses are recreated. If you can change your thoughts, I can assure within 6 months your face will change. Many people come and tell me, Swamiji, after I started meditating, in 2 months my face has changed. My whole body has changed. It has got a different grace now. Please understand, when you change your mind, really your body changes. You will have different grace in your being. Beauty comes by makeup. Grace comes by meditation. Beauty comes by medication. Grace comes by meditation. Beauty is different and grace is different. Grace is something which makes the other person pleasant, which makes him feel at home. Beauty is something like which tempts him, which makes him feel excited. Beauty creates rajas in other person. Grace creates sattva in other person. That's a beautiful example. In Tamil version of Ramayana, they say, when Sita entered the court of Janagaraja, all the kings and rishis, including Vasishta, stood up automatically. When Sita entered, see, Sita is goddess Devi today. We all worship her. But when she lived, she is after all a princess. There is no need for Vasishtha to stand up. She is supposed to come and touch the feet of Vasishtha because Vasishtha is a great rishi. But just because of her grace, not because of beauty. Beauty will not create respect in other person. Beauty will create only temptation in other person. Grace only can create respect in other person. She is so graceful. She is radiating grace. The moment she walked in, including Vasishtha, everybody stood up and respected her. The being, inner being, the mind creates the body. Mind creates the body. I wanted to tell you an important thing. In Zen Buddhism, they say, when you walk, if grass does not die, if you don't create path on the lawn, you are qualified for sannyas. No, really. They live in small cottages, Zen monks. In front of whose cottage there is no pathway. In front of whose cottage the pathway is not created. He is considered to be spiritually evolved soul. They say, your feet should be, your walking should be so graceful, grass should not die. You should not kill the plants. I thought, how can it be possible? Just by the very weight, the grass will die. I was thinking, analyzing, till I went to one forest in Tamil Nadu. I went to a forest where they take you on the elephant safari. They will make you sit on the elephant and take you around. I went for that safari. They took me around. They made me sit on that elephant. And then the man who takes care of the elephant, Mahut, we call him Mahut. What do you say in English? All right, understand the word, same word, Mahut, that's all. This Mahut guy is walking. He is taking us for safari. We went round and suddenly it became dark. Of course, it became evening and dark. I asked him, now how will you go back? And this guy is neither having torch, nothing, or any flashlight. How will you go back? He said, no, Swamiji, I know the route because every day I walk, my path will be there. I have created a path by walking every day. I know how to go back. And I asked him, elephant doesn't create path. He said, no. Understand, elephant also walks with him. Both of them walk in the same path. Man creates path, elephant is not creating path. When elephant walks, grass is not dying. Plants are not dying. Then usually all the intellectual mind, next step it will go, no, elephant has got 4 legs. So the weight is distributed. Man has got only 2 feet. Too much of weight is concentrated. Then I started calculating. What is the square feet? 4 feet. What is the space which is touching the ground? And the weight of the elephant. And man's space, how much of space is touching the ground? And man's weight. After calculating, I understood 4 times more weight, more load is put by elephant on the ground. But elephant is not making the path. Man is making. Then, apart from the weight, apart from the pressure, something else is there. That is why Zen monks, they say, when you walk, you radiate your some engrams. You radiate your samskaras. If you carry the negative engrams, because man as such always carries violence. You can see, even when you walk casually near a garden, just pluck one leaf. You will pluck one leaf. And you will be slowly making it piece bit by bit, piece by piece. When you are standing, somebody walks, you should just pinch you and go. How you will feel? If he just cuts one finger and takes away and goes, how you will feel? You are doing the same thing. You are doing the same thing, but we are so insensitive. We are so insensitive, we don't understand what we are doing. And not only that, continuously carrying negative engram, weight. If you are feeling heavy near your stomach, always be very clear, you are carrying negativity in you. This is the area, navel. The Manipuraka chakra is the area. If you continuously feel heavy in that area, be very clear, you are carrying negativity. And that is nowhere related to obesity. There are people who are obese who will feel light within himself, within them. Inside they will feel light. There are people who are lean, but within them they will feel heavy. The feeling of heaviness is nowhere related to your weight. It is related to your inner space, mind. The person who doesn't feel heavy will never create path. Person who feels heavy, who carries negativity, will create path. That is why in Zen, when you walk on the grass, if grass doesn't die, you are qualified for sannyas. You are a spiritually evolved soul. Because you will be so graceful, you will not be against the nature. Human being is the only animal which went against the nature and who went away from the nature. Human being is the only animal who has gone away from the nature, who has lost the way, who is misguided, who has lost the nature. Here Krishna says, you create your body. Not only when you die, when you take birth, not only when you take new birth, every day morning when you get up, every day you design your body. If you get up with the right thought, you will design the body to execute that thought. If you get up with some other thought, negative engrams, negative samskara, you will design the body to experience that samskaras. So, and he says, what type of sense objects you create, what type of senses you create, same type of sense objects you enjoy. Adhishtayam manaschayam vishayan upasevate. If you create the positive senses, you will enjoy the positive life. If you create the negative senses, you will enjoy the negative life. What type of senses you will create, that type of things will attract you. You will feel tasty with that things. 40-year-old man can never fall in tune with a 16-year-old girl. In India, I don't know about other countries. Because his taste is different. His maturity is different. Same way, if your senses are created by a positive samskaras, you can never feel attracted to the lower level desires. You can never feel attracted to a lower level sense objects. Your senses, how they are created, same way only your sense objects also will be there. Please understand, only your mind will help, only your mind can decide what type of problems you will create for you in your life. Because it is your senses which feels attracted to particular sense objects. If you create them with a strong, right, positive engrams, you will feel attracted only to the positive things. If you create them with the negative engrams, you will feel attracted naturally towards the negative things. Utkramantam stitam vabi Bunyananva gunanvitam Vimudana pashyandi jnana chakshusha. Nicely. He finishes the whole thing with a beautiful punchline. The fools cannot understand. He nicely fires people. And Krishna must have been a person with a lot of. See, the word muda must have been a slang word in Sanskrit. It must have been slang word in Sanskrit. The foolish cannot understand how a living entity can quit his body, nor can they understand what sort of body he enjoys under the spell of the modes of nature. But once one whose eyes are trained in knowledge can see all this. I always insist. Morning, when you get up from the bed, with what thought you get up, that thought is going to play a major role on the whole day, on your consciousness. Understand? Usually how we get up? The moment you feel you are awake, slowly you feel that you are in the body. First thought will be either the fear that you should go to office or the greed that you should do something. The moment that fear or greed comes, you just jump out of the bed and slowly with closed eyes you ask, hey, what is time? If they say 8:30, just you jump out of the bed. You catch this body with the thought of fear or greed. If you catch this body with the thought of fear and greed, please understand, you will create the senses which will again attract more and more fears and more greed. Please never get up from the bed with fear or greed. Have alarm. The moment alarm rings, it will be just 2-3 days practice. After that, it will become an automatic system in you. Just for 2-3 days, the moment you feel that you are awake, remember either your Ishta Devata or God or some spiritual things. If you are attached to some master, remember your Guru. If you are attached to some God, remember that God. Something spiritual. Please don't enter into your body through fear or greed gate. There are so many doors to enter into your body. Don't enter through fear gate or greed gate. Then you will create the body which will attract more and more fear and more greed. Morning, the first thought should be spiritual. Enter through the spiritual gate. Remember, some divine thing, some God or your master, and just say Namaskar. Oh God, you have given me one more life, one more day. Please be very clear. You are waking up just because of His grace. It is not that everybody who has gone to bed is waking up. It is not that everybody who has gone to bed is, they are waking up. No. Be grateful. You extended one more day. Extended stay. Just like extended stay America, we have to say extended stay planet Earth. You are every day is extended stay planet Earth. Please be very clear. Just be grateful for one day extension. So nice. You gave me one more day extension. Oh Lord, thank you. Let me come out and live in your world happily. One more day. Please be very clear. Don't think waking up is your birthright. No, it's a pure gift. It's a pure gift. It is not your birthright. Even your birth is not your right. What to speak about? Waking up. It's pure gift. Just feel grateful for that great gift and get up. When you wake up with the spiritual thought, whole day you will see, you will have that same consciousness, same kind of inner space. You can see practically. Morning if you get up with an irritative mood, whole day you will carry the same mood. Because that samskaras, that engrams will stay with you till you again fall into the causal body. From causal body you get up and come out. When you reach the physical body, on the way, what samskaras you pick up? It's like a mall, that three bodies, sattva, rajas, tamas. The pranic sarira, mental body and etheric body. From causal body you travel up to physical body. That time you see a big mall. Whatever you samskaras you pick up, based on that only you will design your physical body. Every day you recreate. If you want to see the reality, truth behind these words, just 21 days, get up with a spiritual thought. Today go and take photograph of your face. Passport size photograph. 21 days, get up with a spiritual thought. With the remembrance of divine, you will see your eyes will be totally different. Your eyes will be totally different. And one more thing, when I say some word, I take responsibility for that. I know the truth behind this word. That is the reason I am explaining. Please be very clear. I am not giving you some theory. This is the science with which I worked. At least 100,000 people are regularly practicing the meditation techniques which I expressed from my experiences. I tell you from that authority, this is one of the ultimate, I can say, deeper level technique to transform your whole consciousness. Don't pick up tamasic, rajasic engrams. When you come out, if you pick up the greed or fear engrams, you will create the body which will radiate greed and fear. And in turn, you will attract the incidents, greed and fear in your life. When you get up, come out of causal body to physical body, pick up sattvic engrams, sattvic samskaras, peaceful, blissful memory. Remember some God, some guru, something which gives you the spiritual thought. Come out. That is why our masters say, early morning when you get up, do meditate. Meditate a little bit. At least that first few seconds, your whole inner space will be new. So he says, only a person with knowledge can see the truth of this science. So now, whether you are a person with jnana chakshu or muda, only you have to decide. Here Krishna says, foolish cannot understand. Person with jnana chakshu can see the truth and understand. Now the whole truth is in front of you. It is up to you to be a muda or to become a person with knowledge eyes, jnana chakshu. It is now up to you. Let us pray the Parabrahma Krishna, ultimate energy, universal consciousness, cosmic intelligence, to give us all the experience of eternal consciousness and make us beings with jnana chakshu and establish us in eternal bliss, nitya ananda. Thank you. welcome you all with my love and respect. No questions, only doubts. Today's subject is no questions, only doubts. By now, Arjuna has settled. All Arjuna's confusion has disappeared because of his cosmic experience in Visurupa Darshana Yoga. Because of the first-hand spiritual experience, all the doubts of Arjuna has disappeared. He achieved the depth, he achieved clear understanding. You can say he achieved the intensity. He has achieved the intensity of spiritual experience. Now, he's a new person. No more just intellectual doubts. No more just intellectual questions. Now he is coming to a point where he is totally ready to receive Krishna. Understand? As long as you have question, you will not receive the answer. Question is just defending yourself, defending your prejudice, defending your understanding. Doubt means person who is ready to digest the master, who is ready to receive the master, who is ready to imbibe the master. Whatever words comes out of him is doubt. Doubt makes master to express himself. Question makes master to close himself. Question is violence. Of course, almost all questions are violent. Please be very clear. The words which you express can be categorized into two. One is question, another one is doubt. Question means violent, arrogant. Just to express you know something, or to defend what you know is truth. Most of the time, people question just to show that they know something. That they know something. I have seen people coming and asking me big statements, sentence. Swamiji, that Brahma Sutra says Brahman is beyond comprehension, Brahman is beyond understanding, Brahman is beyond the intellect. Is it not right? You can see this very question says, all he wants to know, all he wants to do is, he wants to show. He read Brahma Sutra and he understood. That's all. This statement, the whole thing is not a question. There is no question in it. The question without question is question. Question with question is doubt. Question with question is doubt. Doubt without question is question. Now Arjuna has come to a understanding. Because of his first-hand experience, he has come to the level of doubt. No more question. He is not asking what is more beneficial for me. All that calculation has disappeared. The accounts has disappeared. He is not asking anymore what is best for me. Or he is not asking what is this kim tat brahma kimatyatmam kim karma purushottam. He is playing with words. He is just showing what he knows in the earlier chapters. Now, no more questions. This whole chapter, Arjuna is silent. Please understand, in the first chapter, whole chapter, Krishna is silent. The first chapter, whole chapter, Krishna is silent. Arjuna goes on and on and on, quoting all the dharmas, quoting all the traditional subjects. Always, when a master lands on the planet Earth, this problem happens. Especially, see, innocent disciple is 1,000 times better than ignorant disciple. Small story. One guy goes to a music teacher and says, Master, I learned music 4 years. Now I want to learn from you. How many years it will take? He says, it will take 6 years. Next guy comes, Master, I learned music for 2 years. How many years it will take for me? He says, maybe 2 years. Third guy comes, Master, I have not learned anything. I am fresh. How many years it will take for me? He says, no time. Simply you will pick up from me directly. You will directly imbibe me. You will just take me in your being. The big problem is, if you have learnt already, you need to do first thing, unconditioning or deconditioning. Here, whenever the masters land, they bring the same Shastra, but with life. But what we read in books is just words. The same word, if you read in books, it will not give you any transformation. Let me be very clear, even my books, including my books. Somebody asked me, actually, I was dictating one of my book, and the disciple was sitting and writing. Person who is helping me, he was sitting and writing. Suddenly on one spot, he stopped me. Swamiji, please tell that statement clearly. I am not able to understand. I gave that statement clearly. Then he said, Swamiji, what is this? Just 3 chapters ago, you made another one statement. Now it is contradicting. It will confuse people. I told him, write what I say. Don't talk more. Then he asked me, if I myself get confused, naturally people will get confused. Then I have to tell the truth. What for you think I am writing books? To tell you honestly, let me be very clear. Books are just to create little confusion so that you will start searching. You will start seeking the truth in reality. No book can give you the truth. Books are created just to create just to create a little confusion in you so that you will start searching the reality. Logically confuse you. Books are techniques to logically confuse you. If you honestly, intensely read Gita from first chapter to last chapter, simply you will be confused. If you are not confused, be very clear, you are not read properly. No book can give you the truth. But the books are great inspiration. It will inspire you to search a living master. That is the only result. That's the only thing masters wanted. That is the only thing they wanted to achieve through books. So that when you are logically confused, you start searching a living master. But the difficulty is, there are some people who take books as an authority. Instead of living truth, they just Krishna goes much further. today to explain the deeper level samskaras, engraved memories. In the 14th chapter, he spoke about Gunatraya Vibhaga, the Sattva, Rajas and Tamas, 3 layers of Prana Sharira, Mana Sharira and Sukshma Sharira. The next, yesterday, he spoke extensively about causal body in the Purushottama Yoga, how Urdhvamula Madaschagam Asvattam Brahuravyayam, how the roots of the tree is centered. Roots of the tree are in the physical world and the branches are in the causal world. That is why he says, Urdhvamula Madaschagam Asvattam Brahuravyayam Chandamsi Yasya Varnani Yastam Vedasa Vedavit. The roots are, usually the roots of the tree will be in the ground, under the ground, unknown space, and the leaves will be in the known area, known space. But this tree is opposite. The leaves are in the unknown space, the causal layer, the underground area. The roots are in the known space, conscious space, the physical world. And he explains the leaves are the Vedas, means the words which you are using continuously in your being. And he further explained how to remove the engraved memories in the causal layer and how to program the causal layer towards bliss, towards eternal consciousness. Now he goes one layer deeper, the cosmic layer. He speaks about the Daiva Asura Sampat, the qualities of divine and demon. Both, the beauty is both words have got same root. Of course, it is not accidental, because both qualities are rooted in the same energy. Just a simple decision. When you choose the word you become divine. When you choose the word me, you become demon. That's all. Same energy. Ramakrishna says beautifully, no energy can be destroyed. Your love can never be destroyed. It has to be turned. It has to be turned. There is one more beautiful example of Ramakrishna. He says, as long as the calf says aham, aham, the calf, as long as it says hum, hum, it has to work, suffer, and it will be beaten, all torture. Once it is killed and out of that skin they will make a music instruments. When you beat that, it will start saying tumi, tumi, tum, tum. As long as it says aham, aham, it will have suffering. When it starts saying tum, tum, it will start singing the glory of divine. It will be used for divine purposes. Beautiful simile, beautiful example. Of course, I am not able to exactly translate in colloquial Bengali. He explains, as long as you have that idea, aham, aham, ami, ami, me, me, continuously you will be demon for yourself and for others. The moment the cognitive shift happens in you, you will be a blessing for yourself and for others. Here, in the causal layer, you have all the engraved memories. All the engraved memories are stored. But in the deeper level, in the cosmic layer only, you decide. You decide, you are me. Let me explain it with a small diagram where we take that decision. How usually our mind receives the data and processes, and how the cognitive shift can happen in our being. By now I think all of you know the drawing. Just for the sake of newcomers, I'll give a simple explanation. You receive information through eyes. For example, this scene. The file goes to Chakshu. In the Chakshu, the whole file is converted into digital file. Whatever scene you are seeing, that is converted into a biosignal file so that the file can be processed. The file goes to Chitta. There the excluding process of neti, this is not happens. Where you understand this is not a tree, this is not a plant, this is not a animal. Then the file goes to mind. Mind starts identifying. This is it, this is it. This is a man. He is standing with a saffron robe. He is taking class. The idea comes. Then the file goes to Buddhi. Buddhi compares with your past experiences. Your past experiences with the person. For example, with me, if your past experiences are good, if you are happy, or your whatever you heard, if you feel positive, then the file, the Buddhi writes, yes. If you feel it is waste of time, or if you don't feel in tune with my ideas or the time which you spent, if it was not pleasant, then the Buddhi writes no. The file goes to ego. Then ego decides what is there for me, what way I am related, what gain I am going to get. If some way I am going to have the gain, ego says, yes, let us sit here and listen. And if there is no gain for me, if I am not going to be enriched, then ego naturally says no. Then according to the ego's instruction, you decide. Your body moves or sits. This is the way the process happens. This is the spot where you choose what is there for me. Your vested interests come. Please understand, sometime the whole process will say, yes, I will have to sit. But this one spot will say, my vested interest is getting affected. Then you will never be able to sit. This whole thing may accept what you are doing, but if this one thing is not ready, the whole decision will be changed. And same way, if whole thing says no, if this one thing says yes, you will decide yes. Sometime when we do something which is not moral according to the social standard or according to your understanding, according to whatever data you collected in your life, the data collected stays here, the samskaras or engrams. You have so many data, so many informations. The data is available here. According to your data and the whole process, the final report comes no. But suddenly your ego feels, I get strengthened by doing this activity. Let me do it. So you simply decide to do that. You simply decide to do that. This is the place where you decide you are me. That's the only small difference. When you take the decision of you always radiate the divine qualities. When you take the decision of me, you always radiate the demonic qualities. Whatever strengthens your ego, please understand, even, let me be very clear, most of us sit here because it strengthens the ego. It strengthens the ego. Now you know much more than other person. You can go on, tell him, what do you know? Many times we sit and listen just for ego satisfaction. So if you sit and listen, even if it is Gita, if you sit and listen for ego satisfaction, be very clear, it is going to be only trouble for your being, no way it will be help. In the cosmic layer, this is the area you decide. If you decide with the attitude of you, the whole thing will become divine. If you decide with the attitude of me, the whole thing will become demon. And what you collected, see the engrams here, as such they are neither negative nor positive. The mind which is working here, as such it is neither negative nor positive. The chitta which is doing the process here, as such it is neither negative nor positive. So none of them are neither negative nor positive. Please be very clear, including the gunas. Even the tamas, by their quality they are neither negative nor positive. There are so many enlightened masters. You cannot make any difference between them and laziness. You cannot make any difference. Raman Maharshi, throughout his life, he was sitting in one place, one city. He never moved out. But you can't say he was in tamas, because he never took any decision out of me. The whole process was happening, you as a center, not me. As such, whether the chitta or mind or samskara, you cannot tell they are bad or good. In the superficial layers, they are neither bad nor good. But the decision which you make in the cosmic layer, in the deeper layer, that only makes them as good or bad. Please understand, passion and compassion are one and the same. Passion and compassion are one and the same. When you decide based on me, it is passion. When you decide based on you, it is compassion. We need to understand one important thing. Whenever it is passion, it will be strong in our being. But when it becomes compassion, it will not have that much of intensity. Means, be very clear, your compassion is also just a pseudo expression. Maybe for name and fame's sake, not for anything else. If you don't have that intense compassion, the way in which you experience passion, with the same intensity, if you don't experience compassion, be very clear, all your activities are purely out of ego. Including this Gita Jnana can become ego when the decisions are taken out of I and me. If the decisions happen out of you, not this Gita Jnana, even ordinary activity which you do in your life can become divine. See, we don't have to work on the doing, we need to work on the being. Doing can never lead you to anything. As long as you believe doing can lead you to ultimate, you are called karmagan, the person with karma. It is called Purvamimamsa. Only when you understand the being can lead you to the ultimate, you are called Uttaramimamsi. In Vedas, there are two major portions. People who believe in doing, people who believe in being. People who believe in transforming the being, they are called Vedantis. People who believe the transformation ultimate can be achieved by doing, they are called Karmagandis. They continuously believe in doing. Of course, ultimate can be achieved only by working on the being, not on the doing. If you try to work on the doing, Either you will suppress or express. Either you will suppress or express. Continuously you will be fighting with yourself. Nothing else will be achieved. A man who can transform his being, only he can achieve the ultimate. Whether demon or divine, it is decided only on that one point. When you receive the data, process it and deliver the result or command, how the command is delivered, what is the center from which the command comes out. The command comes out thinking this one statement, what is there for me? What is there for me? What is there for me? Whatever you may do, including meditation, it will be only ego satisfying. Many people come and ask me, Swamiji, at some point I felt such a deep ecstasy in meditation, such beautiful bliss in meditation, but suddenly within 2 hours it disappeared. It never came back. Why, Swamiji? How to have it back? Please understand, the bliss itself is choicelessness. When you are absent, you experience bliss. The moment you want it back, the moment you choose bliss, already you have chosen. The moment you choose, you will always choose suffering. All choices are suffering. And bliss is choicelessness. The moment you want to grab it, the moment you want to have it, when you are blissful, you allowed the bliss to possess you. The moment you want to possess the bliss, you will make it as suffering. When you want to possess, you wanted that to strengthen your ego. The decision is from you. Decision is from me. The attitude me. The attitude me decides. The moment the attitude I and mine, me, that when that decides to destroy the bliss, you can no more be divine. When you are in blissful, you just set a capital no to me, the me idea. Just you are relaxed in the you idea. The moment you wanted to possess the bliss, you said yes to your me idea. Please understand, I have to use this me and you word properly. You need to understand that me and you word properly. When I use the word me, I mean ego. When I use the word you, I mean the whole existence. When you are not there, whatever is there is existence. When you are not there, whatever is there is divine. You make demon by bringing the idea me in you. The moment you bring the idea me, whatever is demon. The moment the me idea is removed, whatever is divine. With me idea, whatever you do, whether it is meditation or rituals or whatever, receiving the knowledge, learning, everything will only strengthen the ego. Anything done with idea of me to improve the me naturally will lead to more and more ignorance and dukkha. Anything done with the idea of you, anything will naturally become divine and will lead to bliss. Pravritti, nivritti. Nivritti is centered on the idea of you. Pravritti is centered on the idea of me. Whatever you do out of me, it will lead to pravritti. Whatever you do with the idea of you, it will lead to nivritti. As long as you feel this is your boundary, here your boundary ends and here the universe starts, you will be continuously fighting with existence. You will be continuously fighting with nature. You will be continuously fighting with the whole. Please be very clear. Part can never succeed when you fight with the whole. When it fights with the whole. Continuously, whatever you think, speak and do based on the one idea, me, it will lead to more and more complications, more and more dukkha. Here, Krishna starts explaining beautifully the nature of demonic nature and divine nature. Sri Bhagavan Uvacha. Again, throughout this chapter, only Bhagavan speaks. In the first chapter, only Arjuna is speaking. Bhagavan is silent. Means completely is expressing his ego. Almost the catharsis is happening. He is mad, confused. He is just vomiting, quoting all the morality, whatever he learnt, quoting everything, he is speaking. Slowly he comes down to the next level. He is allowing the Bhagavan to speak and the conversation is happening. First, he is expressing him, not letting Bhagavan speak. Then he comes down to the level of conversation. Bhagavan also speaks, he is also speaking. Then he comes to the level of little more listening. Now practically he is silent. In the 15th chapter and 16th, both the chapters, he is silent. He is not uttering a single word. That's what I told. No questions, only doubts. All the questions have disappeared. Now only small doubts. Means he is asking for more tips, more clarification, more understanding. Bhagavan Uvacha Abhayam Sattva Samsuddhir Jnana Yoga Vyavastitihi Dhanam Tamascha Yajnascha Swadhyayastava Arjavam Ahimsa Satyam Akrodas Yagas Santirabhaisunam Taya Bhudeshvaloluptvam Mardavam Hrira Chapalam Tejatshama Drudissaucham Adroho Nadimanitaha Bhavanti Sambadam Daivim Abhijadasya Bharata. Let me give you the translation. Bhagavan says, fearlessness, purification of the being, cultivation of spiritual knowledge, charity, and centered on the being, performance of sacrifice and accumulating knowledge, austerity, simplicity, non-violence, truthfulness, freedom from anger, renunciation, tranquility, aversion to fault finding, compassion for all living entities, freedom from covetousness, gentleness, modesty, steady determination, vigor, forgiveness, fortitude, cleanliness and freedom from envy and from the passion for honor. These transcendental qualities, O son of Bharata, belong to divine men endowed with divine nature. Now, when you listen all these things with the attitude of me, usually what we do? Start practicing all these things. Start practicing all these qualities. Be very clear, if you start practicing all these qualities, one thing is sure, you will become mad. You will become mad. Nothing can be done. Because you will be fighting with yourself. You will be controlling your senses to strengthen your ego. When you try to understand all these things, when you try to understand all these ideas with your attitude of me, I, you will start practicing them to strengthen the idea of me, to strengthen yourself as a better being. Again and again. Masters prove. Masters are not better beings. They are totally transformed beings. Better beings are different, transformed beings are different. The other day I was telling you that lion and sheep lion story. The story told by Vivekananda. Beautiful story. In that story, the sheep lion, he doesn't want to realize he's lion. He just wanted to be a good, strong sheep. He's asking the lion to give some technique for becoming a strong sheep. Same thing. If you straight away start practicing all these things, you may have little strong ego. Understand, that is why all these so-called tapasvis, people who repress themselves, will have a strong ego. Will have very strong ego. People who do tapas, people who repress themselves, you can see very clearly they will be radiating ego. Because they are doing all these things to strengthen. When you do all these things, naturally you will strengthen your ego. You will strengthen your ego. When you are completely blissful, relaxed, then if austerity happens, if tapas happens in you, you will never expect others also to do tapas. I have seen so many sannyasis, especially in India, continuously they blame the householders. Continuously they blame them. You don't do this, you don't do that, you are not right, you are not pure, you are sinner. The problem is, when you suppress, when you force yourself to do tapas, you are continuously burning inside. So naturally, sometimes you yourself get the doubt whether you are in the right path or what you are doing. Is it right? You get the doubt. Then naturally what we think? We have to do something. The doubt is coming up. Let us make others guilty. When you make others guilty that they are not doing right thing, you feel now, yes, what you are doing is right. When you make others feel guilty that they are not right, you feel you are right. When you see, when you suppress, when tapas is done by force, you naturally expect others also to do that. If they don't do, you create guilt in them, and by creating guilt in them, you wanted them to come to you and confess. When that happens, you feel more and more strong. Tapas is supposed to happen out of joy and bliss. Just as a natural thing, anything done by force is not going to help you. It will neither help you nor it will help the society. I have seen so many people doing tapas like Ravana. Ravana did tapas, but all his powers, it never helped him or others. He has become demon for himself and for others. He was killing others. Finally, he has destroyed himself. Because the tapas is from the attitude of me. What is there? For me. To strengthen the I and mind. The whole thing happened to strengthen the I and mind. Please understand, whatever you do, whether it is studying the spiritual scriptures, or the charity, or social service, or the spiritual things, or puja, or meditation, whatever you do, to strengthen the I and me will always lead to suffering. It will lead to suffering. The instinct to survive and instinct to possess is what I call me. Me means instinct to survive. Instinct to possess. Instinct to survive is I. Instinct to possess is mine. Person who understands both Both are illusions. You cannot have the instinct to survive. Whatever you may have, you cannot survive. Please be very clear. The instinct to survive is pure illusion. At the most, you can survive as you think yourself 70, 80 years. 70, 80 years you can be alive as you think you are. How you visualize yourself. In that form, in that way, you can be alive maximum 70 to 80 years. But the instinct to survive tries to extend it, tries to make the life as eternal. Naturally, you are walking towards suffering. As long as you carry the instinct to survive, please be very clear, again and again and again, you will be hurting yourself. You will be hurting yourself. Just today morning, I was talking to an ashramite. She was complaining to me that she is hurt even by a small words which comes from others. She was telling, I am too sensitive, Swamiji. I said, stop that word. You are not sensitive. A real sensitive person will be porous. He will allow the words to pass through him. Only arrogant people get hurt. If you are hurt, please be very clear, you are arrogant. You are strong like a stone. That is why words come and hit you and you are hurt. If you are sensitive, porous, you will just let the words pass you. You will just let the words pass you. You will never suffer. Suffering is always from arrogance, never from sensitivity. Person who is sensitive will never suffer. Because you will just allow the words to pass you. You will not stop them. You suffer by a word when you stop them, when you resist them, when you make meaning out of them. When you don't make meaning out of words, you never suffer. Words can never create suffering when you don't make meanings out of it. It's like just playing with words. We always choose nice words to support our ego. We don't want to say, I am hurt because I am arrogant. We always use a polished word. I am hurt because I am sensitive. Please don't cheat yourself with words. Let you be straight. Let the straight words be used. Especially in America, I see lot of polished words. Lot of polished words. People easily cheat themselves with the words. People easily cheat themselves with words. Please don't cheat yourself with polished words. Let things be straight. Let everything be clear. Never ever use the polished words. You can use the polished words to cheat others, but don't use it on yourself. Don't use it on yourself. A small story. One contractor wanted to donate a car, gift a car, a sports car to an official. Official said, no, I am an honest person. I cannot think of accepting this gift. I am not that type. Contractor says, in that case, if I can sell this car to you for $10, how it will be? He says, in that case, I will have 2 cars. Be very clear. Just playing with words. Playing with words. Don't cheat yourself with words. Let us be clear. What is, let us use the same word. Ramakrishna says, Man mukh ek karo. Let your words and mind be straightened. Let your words and mind be straightened. Whatever is, let it be straightened with words. At least you will know you have problem. When you start using very colorful, polished words, by and by you forget you have some problem. You forget you have some problem. When you just play with the words, you yourself forget you have problem. Understand? When you know, you don't know, at least you know you don't know. When you don't know that you don't know, you don't even know you don't know. Be very clear. At least let you know you have a problem. Let you know that there is something wrong. Let us use the straight words. Shortest distance between 2 points is always a straight line. To achieve anything, shortest way is straightforwardness. What is the purpose of life? The moment you understand life is purposeless, the moment you accept the beauty of purposelessness, you will realize the meaning of living. Life has no purpose, but it has meaning. Purpose is different, meaning is different. Purpose means the goal orientation. You always think about the goal, running. Suddenly one day you just drop dead. The more you are goal oriented, more you will miss the life. Purpose is different and meaning is different. When I say the word meaning, living itself is a meaning. Come to this moment. Path itself is a life. Path itself is a meaningful thing. There is no such thing. In the end, you will be happy. You always postpone the joy. You always postpone the bliss. You always postpone living. Life is lived in a very superficial way because you think life has got purpose. Be very clear. Man who works just for salary, just for money, for him only the payment day will be beautiful day. He will be happy only on that one day. He is selling his 29 days for that one day. He is selling his 29 days just for the one day happiness. You are selling your life just for one day happiness. Please be very clear. Man who is running behind some goal will never be able to live the life happily. If you are working just for salary, you will never be able to experience the meaning of living. You will be able to run behind the purpose. I don't say don't take the salary, but let it not be the only goal. Let it not play major role in your consciousness. That is what Krishna says. That is what Krishna means. Karmanye vadigaraste mabaleshu kadachanaha. You can do only your duty. You have no right for fruits. If you think of fruit, you will lose the joy of living. You will lose the joy of living. The meaning of the living is experienced only when you understand the beauty of purposelessness. The beauty of purposelessness makes you realize the meaning of living. Beautiful sloka. Karmanyevadhikaraste ma baleshu gadachanaha ma karma bala edurpur made sangosta karmani. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities and never be attached to not doing your duty. Two things we need to understand. One, he says, let your inner space be not contaminated by the purpose of life. Please understand, if your inner space is filled, when I say inner space, I mean your inner mind, your mind. When you close your eyes, what comes in your mind is inner space. If your inner space is filled with the purposes of life, be very clear, you are running behind something which will never give you fulfillment. Which will never give you fulfillment. He says, let your inner space be not disturbed, filled with purposes. One important thing you should understand. By nature, your inner space is filled with Atman. Your inner space is filled with bliss, eternal bliss. The more you fill your inner space with other furnitures, purposes, the more you empty your inner space from bliss. For example, this room is filled with space. The more you put furnitures, the space will leave this room. Please understand, this room is not empty. No place is empty. It is filled with space. It is filled with ether. This room is filled with ether. More number of furnitures you bring in, the ether will be taken away. Ether will be moved away. It will be less filled with ether. It will be less filled by air. Your inner space by nature is filled with bliss. The more furnitures you bring in means the purposes of life. The more you think life has got purpose, the more furnitures you will bring and arrange it. The more you furnish your inner space, less it will be blissful. In the outer place, if you furnish your home, it will look very nice. In the inner space, if you furnish your inner space, it will look very ugly. Don't furnish your inner space. Don't bring more furnitures into your inner space. Let your inner space be empty. Of course, it will never be empty, it will be filled with bliss. The more you create inner space, more your life will be blissful. More it will be ecstatic. More it will be joyful. Your inner space needs to be emptied. That is what Krishna means. Don't be attached to the results. Continuously, if you think about the money, you will never be able to perform your action completely. You will be always goal-oriented. You will never enjoy the path. Not enjoying the path is the greatest hell, worst hell which can happen to any human being. Please be very clear. People come and ask me, Swamiji, again and again you speak about dharma. Again and again Krishna says, Paritranaya sadhunam vinachaya dushkritam dharma samstavanarthaya sambhavami yuke yuke. I come down to save the innocent good people and to destroy the evil-minded people. Again and again Krishna says, you also say, dharma is the only thing to be practiced. But in our life we see people who are not living according to dharma, they are living more happily. They are having more property. They are having more wealth. How is it? Please be very clear. They may be having more property. They may be having more things in the outer place, but never think they are happy. Never think they are blissful. If somebody is not following dharma, means naturally why he is not following the dharma? Ambition. Ambition is the thing which makes you to do all the mistakes or all possible sins. Ambition is hell. Nothing else needs to be done. Please be very clear. Don't think you will do some mistake and go to the hell. No. We do mistakes because we are in hell. The very ambitiousness is hell. There is no need for a separate hell. Don't think we will reach to a separate place called hell in the end of the life. The very ambitiousness is hell. People do mistakes because they are in hell. If you are happy, blissful, you will never disturb others. If we are unhappy, naturally we will vomit that violence on others. Ambitiousness itself is hell. So the very ambitiousness is enough punishment. You don't need to curse him, or you don't need to think that he should be punished. The very ambitiousness is punishment. Just because of that ambitiousness, he misses the whole life. You can easily miss the life by having a purpose for life. If you have the salary as a purpose, you will miss 29 days of your life just for one day. Just for the one day. If you work just for the sake of weekend, you will miss 5 days just for 2 days. Unless your life itself becomes joyful, unless your working itself becomes ecstasy, unless that itself becomes bliss, you cannot experience what Krishna says by this sloka, karmanye vadikaraste mabaleshu kadachanaha. Please be very clear. Even if you think you have the right for fruits, even if you acquire the fruits, what can you do? How long do you think you will be able to carry that? Nothing. Nowhere it can come with you. And your life will not be fulfilled just by the purposes. Purpose can be fulfilled, but by purposes your life can never be fulfilled. In our life, please be very clear, when you carry purposes in your life, you are not living. Purposes are living through you, that's all. Young age, somebody teaches you some purpose. This is the purpose of your life. You should become a lawyer. You should become a doctor. You are given a purpose. That purpose is fulfilled through your life, but you will never feel fulfilled. Never do the mistake of thinking you will be fulfilled when your purpose is fulfilled. No. Your fulfillment is completely different from the fulfillment of purpose. If you want to feel the fulfillment, you have to work separately in a different direction. It's a total different achievement. It's a total different dimension of your life. Fulfilling your purpose cannot give you the fulfillment. If you want fulfillment of your being, listen here what Krishna is saying. Here Krishna starts the Karma Yoga. Na karmana manaramban naishkarmyam purushosnute na cha sannyasa deva siddhim samadhigacchati. Not by merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation alone can one attain perfection. Beautiful. I think Krishna is the first and last master. as far as I know, because no statement can be ultimate truth. We can only say as far as I know. As far as I know, Krishna is the first and last master who declared the truth as it is. Two things. Always the people who are in the politics, people who are in the outer world, they know the characters or the truth or the techniques to achieve success in the outer world. People who are in the spiritual world, they know the techniques to achieve success in the spiritual world. But Krishna is both. Krishna is the only master who is enlightened man and a king. He knows how to give a technique to achieve the total success in the outer world and in the inner world. How to furnish your outer space and how to keep empty your inner space. That is the whole life. The whole Gita is only one idea. How to furnish your outer space to the ultimate luxury level and how to keep your inner space to the ultimate blissful level. Keeping your inner space in a eternal bliss and keeping your outer space in ultimate luxury. Krishna is the only man who has produced formula for inner space and outer space together. You can't expect this from a Buddha because Buddha has given up the outer space. He lived with just 3 pieces of dress and he lived a life of a monk. So whatever he produces, whatever formula he creates will lead you only to that state. But Krishna has lived like a king. Krishna has lived not like as a king. Only Krishna can give the practical instruction. Only Krishna can create a manual for practical spiritual living. All other masters, their manual is useful only for monks who are sitting in monasteries. Only Krishna's manual is useful for the people who are living the life. Here he says, not merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction. You can't achieve freedom from reaction by moving away from the work. I have seen one monk, he was considered as a great Paramahamsa because he will never get angry. His greatness is people thought he never gets angry. There is no need because he is sitting in Himalayas. He was sitting in Himalayas, people are there to give food for him every day. Morning somebody brings breakfast, noontime somebody brings lunch, and night somebody brings dinner. Somebody gives him clothes. What is the need for getting angry? There is no need. He is respected because he never gets angry. Usually, human beings always respect if somebody does something which they can't do. If you want to become respectful, if you want to have the respect of the society, just do something which others can't do, that's all. Any foolishness. Of course, if you see this Guinness record on all these world records, there are so many foolish things which you can never imagine. Which you can never imagine. Do anything which others can't do you will have the respect. So this person is considered to be a great person, great Paramahamsa, just because he never shouts at anybody. Of course, nobody thought there is no need. There is no need for him to become angry because he is sitting in Himalayas. Somehow, somebody inspired him. Master, let us go for a Kumbh Mela in Nasik. There is a Kumbh Mela program in Nasik. Let us go to that program for Kumbh Mela. Biggest gathering in the whole humanity happens in India. Every 4 years it happens. Every 4 years, biggest gathering in humanity happens in India. Not only spiritual gathering, biggest gathering. The other day, in TV I saw, leader of particular religion died. Some 2 million people gathered, 20 lakh people gathered. So many TVs are declaring this is the biggest religious gathering. I thought, what is happening? In my village, every year people, 20 million people, 2 million people gather. In my village, every year, for local festival, 2 million people gather. I was surprised. Even international news channels are saying, world's biggest spiritual gathering. I was just surprised. Every 4 years, in Kumbh Mela, 70 million people gather in India. 70 million. Last Kumbh Mela is attended by 70 million people. They convinced him to come to Kumbh Mela. After he came back, after he came to Kumbh Mela, when he went back, all his disciples left him. Because when he came down from the Himalayas, when his routine was disturbed, only then people understood he can also shout at others. He can also get irritated. He also gets angry. Please be very clear. As long as the situation doesn't come, all are great saints. Everyone is saint till the opportunity is given. Till the opportunity is given. Only when the opportunity comes, you can judge whether he is real saint or escapist. Abstaining from work or moving away from work cannot give you the freedom from reaction. To have the freedom from reaction, your inner space needs to be purified. Your inner space should become empty. You need to remove the furnitures from inner space. Renouncing the furnitures in the outer world is not going to help you. Renouncing the furnitures from the inner world only is going to help you. The idea of purposes, thinking that life has got purpose, should be renounced. That is what he says. Just by renouncing, just by outer renunciation, perfection can never be achieved. Perfection can never be achieved. One more thing. If you renounce the outer world, the more you will be thinking about the outer world. If you renounce the outer world, more you will be thinking about the outer world. A small story. One enlightened master and his disciple, both of them are walking near a river. They are supposed to cross the river to go to their monastery, their ashram. On the way, young lady was standing. She wants to cross the river. She is afraid. She asked the enlightened master, Master, can you help me to cross this river? He said, why not? Please come. He just lifted her, crossed the river, left her and said bye and reached the ashram. The disciple was seeing the whole scene. He is not able to digest the whole scene. He is burning, maybe jealousy. He is not able to digest. After reaching the ashram, he is not able to control himself. He asked, Master, you are a sannyasi. How can you touch a woman? That also young woman. And carry her throughout the river. How can you do that? Master just turns, smiles at him and says, I left her long ago. Why are you still carrying her? I left her there itself. Why are you carrying her still? Why are you bringing her here? Please be very clear. Renouncing in the inner space, emptying your inner space is the real thing to be achieved. That is what Krishna says here. This sloka is straight away addressed to this disciple. Karmendriyani samyamya yaaste manasa smaran indriyartan vimodatma mityacharasa uchyate. The meaning goes, one who restrains the senses of action but whose mind dwells on sense objects certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender and an hypocrite. A man who keeps his senses under control but who is not able to keep his inner space under control is called pretender, hypocrite. Please be very clear. The quality of your life will be judged only based on the quality of your inner space, not based on the quality of your outer space. When you leave your body and enter into your next life, nobody is going to see the accounts of what type of car you drove, in what type of house you live, what type of, how much of bank balance you had. No, these accounts will not come with you. How you live, how your inner space was there. What is the quality of your inner space when you live? Only that you are going to carry. That is why they say, you are going to carry only the samskara, means the karma, the inner space with you, not the outer space. One more beautiful story from Ramakrishna. Who are all entering into the prostitute's house? What time they are entering? What time they are going out? How many are entering? He will keep all the counts because no other work what to do. No other work. When you don't have any other work, you need to do something. You need to do something. Continuously keeps the accounts. How many are entering? What time they are entering? How much of time they are spending? Whole thing. I think he's almost like a diary maintainer of that prostitute. He maintains the complete diary of who comes, who goes, who are the regular visitors, and who comes once in a while, rarely. Whole day is thinking about what's going on there. And that lady prostitute, she lives in a different way. She thinks My life, my swadharma is this. This has been given to me as life. I don't know any other profession. I have to live only like this. For my food, I have to live this life. Oh Lord, but please save me. Let my mind and heart be at your feet. She is deeply devoted to God. Her inner space is filled with divine. Her inner space is filled with God's name. Her inner space is filled with divine love. Life goes after some time, suddenly, unfortunately, both of them die in the same day. This monk and prostitute, both of them die in the same day. Story is beautiful. Both of them reach the Yamadharma's court for judgment. First, she comes, the prostitute comes. Yamadharma sees the list of sins and merits, and he says, all right, don't worry. You lived throughout your life thinking of the divine. Go to the heaven. She is sent to the heaven. And the monk is coming. The moment monk comes, Yamadharma says, he sees the list of sin and merits, and he says, throughout your life, you thought about wrong things. So go to the hell. And this monk starts shouting, how dare you send me to hell? And you know he's a professional preacher, and you know he knows how to shout. He starts shouting, I'll sue you. Maybe he must be visiting America many times. Often. I'll sue you. He shouts. Yamadharma says, please relax. Here up in the heaven, we don't bother what you do. We bother how you live. See, by your body, you lived a pure life. Look at the planet Earth, how your body is respected. There, the monk saw, his body is respected like anything. All the people are falling at the feet of his body, and a big garlands are offered. Big puja is done. It is being carried to big samadhi, and his body is receiving all the respect. Through body, you lived a pure life. Your body is now getting respect. But through mind, you lived an impure life. Now go to hell. Same way, she lived impure life through body. Look at her body. Nobody was there even to care. Because she is a prostitute, no husband, no sons. Nobody was there even to do last rites. Body is stinking. Just the government fellows came, they dragged that body and dumped it somewhere. See, through body she lived an impure life. Her body is suffering. But through mind she lived a pure life, divine life. She is going to the divine. It is more important with what you live in the mind. Your inner space is the real achievement. How your inner space is the real thing. Please be very clear. Again and again Krishna declares, Karmendriyani samyamya yahaste manasa smaran indriyartan vimudatma mitya saracha uchyate. If you can't clear your inner space, even if you control your body, even if you control your senses, you are called hypocrite. Your life will not be blissful life. Your life will not be a real life. Not only it will not be a spiritual life, it will not be life at all. Please take few minutes, close your eyes and look into yourself. Sincerely ask yourself, let this understanding work on you. Let this idea sink into your being. Honestly ask why you are doing what you are doing, where you are going, what do you think as the purpose. Take few minutes and look. Whatever you think as purpose, even if you achieve, it is not going to be with you. It is not going to stay with you. The beauty of the whole existence is purposeless. Let this one idea sink in your being. Let this go deep into your inner space. Let it do its alchemy on you. Relax.
Mahadeva is gracing us as a bangle vendor. Valayal with Salilai as a bangle vendor is gracing us. If he sells the bangle, who will not want to buy? This bangle vendor is a very tricky job. I'll tell you the story of Leela, then you'll understand. Shiva once went to Targavana. Targavana is one of the oldest religious universities. Those rishis, professors, they became very egoistic, thinking that their knowledge is the ultimate, nothing more is there. So Mahadeva went as a beggar, Bhikshadana. Seeing his grace and beauty, all the rishi patnis have started going behind him. And all these rishis lost completely their face, and the manly ego completely got destroyed. The manly ego completely got destroyed. And the women, they ran behind Mahadeva such a way, melting in his love and unable to tolerate the distance between him and them. The story says even they literally, physically, they started losing weight and all the bangles dropped from their hands. And the megala, the hip belt dropped because they started becoming so lean, missing Mahadeva. So seeing this, all rishis got very angry and declared all their wives have lost chastity. And he cursed them, and the rishis cursed their wives, saying that you guys will be born in the merchant community in Madurai. And Rishi Patni said, all right, you do what you want. We will ask Mahadeva for
remedy. Mahadeva says, all right, ask the same fellows who gave the curse. And Mahadeva revealed his identity and ordered the Tarugavana rishis to give the remedy. The rishis said, all right, and Shiva himself will come and put the bangles again for you guys. Then you will be liberated from the curse and come back. So Mahadeva comes down. It's a bangle vendor. And in the name of selling bangles and seeing the size, he puts the bangle for all those rishi patnis who have come down due to the curse of the rishis. Sundareshwara releases them from the curse. So, by the touch of Mahadeva, all those women, rishi patnis, got liberated and went back to their original space. This is the 32nd Leela of Mahadeva in that 64. What all he has to do to liberate people. He has to even sell energy beads to liberate people. Sometimes people call him businessman. That is okay. He has to do what he has to do, for which he has to do. Today's subject, intensity never fails. Experience with yourself. The 21st and 22nd Sutra, Patanjali talks about intensity. And in the next Sutra, 23rd Sutra, he talks about surrendering. First, Patanjali talks about yoga. Then he explains about different samadhis, samprajñāta samadhi, the samadhi which happens to you when you are lost in one form. All other things are disappeared except one form. Then second, he teaches about asamprajñāta samadhi. Even that one form is lost. And even that form is not there. Then he speaks about the methods, the qualities which can make you experience that samadhi, asamprajñāta samadhi. Then Patanjali speaks about, now he is speaking about intensity. I can say the way in which Patanjali has put the sutras, I can understand, he is giving importance to the concept intensity much more than samadhi itself. Please understand. Much more than samadhi itself, he is giving importance to the concept of intensity much more than enlightenment itself. Today I really wanted to share an important secret with you all from my own experience. Not only what I learned from my teachers, from my own experience. intensity is much more important than enlightenment itself. You may think things are a little crazy. You may think enlightenment is the ultimate thing. How can something else be more important than enlightenment itself? Please understand, enlightenment is not a one incident as we all think. It is not a noun. It is a verb, a continuous, intense happening. When I opened up to enlightenment, whatever I thought was me, the whole thing got completely evaporated. That moment is what I call enlightenment. Please understand, that does not mean the process itself stopped at that point. No. Enlightenment is ultimate but not final. The ultimate goes on happening every moment in you. So, word enlightenment should be used as enlightening. That's a proper word. It is a continuous process. So, intensity is responsible for this process to be a continuous process. Enlightening, not enlightenment. Intensity, I can say, intensity will become way of life. It is technique for beyond enlightenment. For beyond enlightenment. See, sometimes you may experience Satori state, the first experience of enlightenment, maybe by accident, or when you are intensely open to some deity or guru, nothing. If you are just intensely open to your master, available, suddenly you see you are experiencing Satori, that one glimpse of Samadhi, one glimpse of Samadhi. But intensity is required to retain it, to live it. Let that fill you. And intensity only makes that Satori into Samadhi, into ultimate enlightenment. And that intensity only keeps the whole thing alive. That only continuously makes the big bangs and black holes happening inside your system. See, Big Bang is the ultimate but not final, because every moment that ultimate is happening. Enlightenment is the, you see, this moment suddenly you feel, oh God, this is the ultimate I can ever experience. The next moment, 100 times more explosion is happening inside you. You see, no, this is the ultimate I can experience. And after a few days, again, 1,000 times more intense thing is happening inside you. You say, no, this is the ultimate I can ever experience. I have seen many of our disciples. After every workshop, LBP level 1, they will say, oh, this is the ultimate I have seen in my life. And after LBP 2, they will say, oh, this is the ultimate I had with Swamiji. After 3, they will say, no, this is the ultimate I had with Swamiji. It goes on and on and on. Ultimate is not final. Ultimate is not final. Ultimate means the ultimate thing which you can comprehend. The intensity keeps the ultimate alive inside your system. Keeping the ultimate alive inside your system is what Patanjali calls Kaivalya. Please understand. The very beginning, Patanjali talks about samadhi, fulfillment. Sama adi means becoming one with the origin, the root, source. Sama means the source. Adi means, Sama means becoming. Adi means the source. Becoming the source is samadhi. He starts with samadhi. The first chapter is called Samadhi Pada. And after describing samadhi, after teaching samadhi, Patanjali teaches intensity. Then understand the value Patanjali puts it for intensity. The space Patanjali gives for intensity. The place Patanjali gives for intensity. Intensity keeps the samadhi alive in your system. Intensity lets that ultimate constantly happening in your system. That when the intensity keeps samadhi alive in your system, that is what is called kaivalya. I use the word living enlightenment. Living it. In every step of your life, you experience the utility value of enlightenment. And constantly, you are living it. You are radiating it. You are just sharing it with the whole world. Living enlightenment means you will be just radiating. You will be just overflowing with it. You don't even have to teach if you are living enlightenment. Suddenly you will see your very breathing inspires people. Of course, I use teaching so that more and more people will be introduced. These ideas, these truths can be introduced to more and more people. That is the purpose of using this method of talking, teaching. Otherwise, simple breathing, simple being will inspire millions. I have seen my own predecessor, Raman Maharishi, a great master from my hometown. He never moved out of that small city. The whole city, I can say, only. Even now, in 15 minutes, you can cross from you can cross the city, one end from the other end by bicycle. By bicycle, you can cross the city from one end to the other end in 15 minutes. In his period, 60, 70 years before, surely, hardly it will take 5 to 10 minutes. A small city. He never left that city. He never moved out of that city. Once he entered, he just relaxed. But he inspired and inspiring, continues to inspire millions of seekers around the world. Millions around the world are inspired. You'll be surprised. He never moved out of that small place where he was staying. Just he was relaxed. And he did not even wear more than one piece dress. All he had, one piece dress and one small walking stick, one water bowl. We call it kamandalu in Sanskrit. That's all. He lived and he inspired millions of people. He continues to inspire millions of people. Living enlightenment. When you are radiating Jivan Mukti, suddenly, not only you are living the truth, you are just radiating. Everybody is inspired, sharing. Extraordinary expression happens through you. Intensity. Patanjali is a great master. He never uses too many words. He uses minimum number of words to explain any concept. Even for Asampranyata Samadhi, he uses in only one sutra. He just uses one sutra. Shraddha Virya, Smriti Jnana, Prajna, Itaresham Purvaha. Just one sutra. He finishes the Asampranyata Samadhi. But for intensity, he is writing 2 sutras. Then understand the importance of intensity in your life. I want you to understand the intensity from all its dimensions. 1. Intensity in spiritual understanding towards enlightenment. Intensity in what you call external world, health, wealth, relationship, whatever you call. 3rd, intensity as a lifestyle. Please understand. Intensity in the internal world, intensity in the external world, intensity as the lifestyle itself. Yesterday I was introducing the concept of intensity with some of the examples from Ramakrishna. The whole Vedic tradition which teaches the science of Jivan Mukti stands on this one concept, intensity. Actually, after many requests from many of my close disciples, I started writing my autobiography, and I dictated many incidents and told some of my disciples to analyze my own life. I told them, find out what is the quality which is a undercurrent in my life, so that we will name the book based on that quality. What is the quality? I asked some of my senior disciples to analyze, study, contemplate, analyze, because I myself can't look. I lived it. Only the people who understand from outside can catch the thread, the underlying quality. After a few days of analysis, all of them came to one conclusion. Usually the disciples don't come to one conclusion. It is very difficult for these disciples to come to the same conclusion, because anytime there is a discussion, means who shouts loud or whose presence is heavy, who is violent, he wins. That's the way everywhere things goes on. That's the way. That is why the truth can never be achieved by discussion. No. It's very rare. If all of them fall in tune and come to one conclusion, then it can be truth. But as long as there are different opinions and people are not able to convince one another, who is going to win? Only the person who has strong voice. The idea might is right is going to be the winning idea. And whatever is said and done, that is the way the world is functioning. You may say, no, that is not, that should not. I am not saying it should be or it should not be. All I am saying is it is the way it's happening. I have a story for you. A cowboy strolled out of a saloon, ready to ride out of town, but he saw that someone had painted his horse green from head. The cowboy stormed back into the saloon. "Which one of you painted my horse green?" he demanded. A huge, mean-looking, strong guy raised out of his seat and said, I did. Immediately the cowboy said, right, just letting you to know the first coat is dry. It is just the power that decides. That is why the Pandits who go on argue without practicing never come upon the truth, never live the truth, never reach the truth. I was surprised. This group of intellectuals can come to a conclusion anonymously. That was very surprising. All of them came to the conclusion that Swamiji, the undercurrent of your whole life is only one concept, intensity. Whatever you did, intense. I can't say whatever I did was right or wrong, whatever I did was yoga or karma or bhakti or jnana. I don't know all that. I lived all various dimensions. But one thing was undercurrent, that was intense. Intensity was the undercurrent of the whole life. When you are intense, you just recreate your body, recreate your being. People come and ask me, Swamiji, is our life predestined, or we have the ability to recreate, we have the freedom? Please understand, these are all the FAQs, frequently asked questions. Wherever I go, these questions will be put. Whether it is predestined or freedom, our freedom. Please be very clear. Even if you think it is predestined, you only destined before by your past decisions. Understand this one science. Here is an object. I have two hands. Now I have a full freedom to pick up that object through this hand or through that hand. But the moment I picked up that object with one hand, now one hand is bound. So my bondage comes because of my free decision. So all your bondages which you are having now, wherever you think your life is predestined, your bondage comes because of your free decisions which you made in the past. For example, you have 2 feet. Now you have the freedom to lift any 1 feet, right or left. But the moment you lifted 1 feet, what is the purpose of life? The moment you understand life is purposeless, the moment you accept the beauty of purposelessness, you will realize the meaning of living. Life has no purpose, but it has meaning. Purpose is different, meaning is different. Purpose means the goal orientation. You always think about the goal, running. Suddenly one day you just drop dead. The more you are goal oriented, more you will miss the life. Purpose is different and meaning is different. When I say the word meaning, living itself is a meaning. Come to this moment. Path itself is a life. Path itself is a meaningful thing. There is no such thing. In the end, you will be happy. You always postpone the joy. You always postpone the bliss. You always postpone living. Life is lived in a very superficial way because you think life has got purpose. Be very clear. Man who works just for salary, just for money, for him only the payment day will be beautiful day. He will be happy only on that one day. He is selling his 29 days for that one day. He is selling his 29 days just for the one day happiness. You are selling your life just for one day happiness. Please be very clear. Man who is running behind some goal will never be able to live the life happily. If you are working just for salary, you will never be able to experience the meaning of living. You will be able to run behind the purpose. I don't say don't take the salary, but let it not be the only goal. Let it not play major role in your consciousness. That is what Krishna says. That is what Krishna means. Karmanye vadigaraste mabaleshu kadachanaha. You can do only your duty. You have no right for fruits. If you think of fruit, you will lose the joy of living. You will lose the joy of living. The meaning of the living is experienced only when you understand the beauty of purposelessness. The beauty of purposelessness makes you realize the meaning of living. Beautiful sloka. Karmanyevadhikaraste mabaleshu kadachanaha ma karma bala hedurbur made sangosta karmani. You have a right to perform your prescribed duty, but you are not entitled to the fruits of action. Never consider yourself the cause of the results of your activities and never be attached to not doing your duty. Two things we need to understand. One, he says, let your inner space be not contaminated by the purpose of life. Please understand, if your inner space is filled, when I say inner space, I mean your inner mind, your mind. When you close your eyes, what comes in your mind is inner space. If your inner space is filled with the purposes of life, be very clear, you are running behind something which will never give you fulfillment. Which will never give you fulfillment. He says, let your inner space be not disturbed, filled with purposes. One important thing you should understand. By nature, your inner space is filled with Atman. Your inner space is filled with bliss, eternal bliss. The more you fill your inner space with other furnitures, purposes, the more you empty your inner space from bliss. For example, this room is filled with space. The more you put furnitures, the space will leave this room. Please understand, this room is not empty. No place is empty. It is filled with space. It is filled with ether. This room is filled with ether. More number of furnitures you bring in, the ether will be taken away. Ether will be moved away. It will be less filled with ether. It will be less filled by air. Your inner space by nature is filled with bliss. The more furnitures you bring in means the purposes of life. The more you think life has got purpose, the more furnitures you will bring and arrange it. The more you furnish your inner space, less it will be blissful. In the outer place, if you furnish your home, it will look very nice. In the inner space, if you furnish your inner space, it will look very ugly. Don't furnish your inner space. Don't bring more furnitures into your inner space. Let your inner space be empty. Of course, it will never be empty, it will be filled with bliss. The more you create inner space, more your life will be blissful. More it will be ecstatic. More it will be joyful. Your inner space needs to be emptied. That is what Krishna means. Don't be attached to the results. Continuously, if you think about the money, you will never be able to perform your action completely. You will be always goal-oriented. You will never enjoy the path. Not enjoying the path is the greatest hell, worst hell which can happen to any human being. Please be very clear. People come and ask me, Swamiji, again and again you speak about dharma. Again and again Krishna says, Paritranaya sadhunam vinachaya dushkridam dharma samstavanarthaya sambhavami yuke yuke. I come down to save the innocent good people and to destroy the evil-minded people. Again and again Krishna says, you also say, dharma is the only thing to be practiced. But in our life we see people who are not living according to dharma, they are living more happily. They are having more property. They are having more wealth. How is it? Please be very clear. They may be having more property. They may be having more things in the outer place, but never think they are happy. Never think they are blissful. If somebody is not following dharma, means naturally why is not following the dharma? Ambition. Ambition is the thing which makes you to do all the mistakes, all possible sins. Ambition is hell. Nothing else needs to be done. Please be very clear. Don't think you will do some mistake and go to the hell. No. We do mistakes because we are in hell. The very ambitiousness is hell. There is no need for a separate hell. Don't think we will reach to a separate place called hell in the end of the life. The very ambitiousness is hell. People do mistakes because they are in hell. If you are happy, blissful, you will never disturb others. If we are unhappy, naturally we will vomit that violence on others. Ambitiousness itself is hell. So the very ambitiousness is enough punishment. You don't need to curse him, or you don't need to think that he should be punished. The very ambitiousness is punishment. Just because of that ambitiousness, he misses the whole life. You can easily miss the life by having a purpose for life. If you have the salary as a purpose, you will miss 29 days of your life just for one day. Just for the one day. If you work just for the sake of weekend, you will miss 5 days just for 2 days. unless your life itself becomes joyful, unless your working itself becomes ecstasy, unless that itself becomes bliss, you cannot experience what Krishna says by this sloka, karmanye vadikaraste mabaleshu kadachanaha. Please be very clear. Even if you think you have the right for fruits, even if you acquire the fruits, what can you do? How long do you think you will be able to carry that? Nothing. Nowhere it can come with you, and your life will not be fulfilled just by the purposes. Purpose can be fulfilled, but by purposes your life can never be fulfilled. In our life, please be very clear, when you carry purposes in your life, you are not living. Purposes are living through you, that's all. Young age, somebody teaches you some purpose. This is the purpose of your life. You should become a lawyer. You should become a doctor. You are given a purpose. That purpose is fulfilled through your life, but you will never feel fulfilled. Never do the mistake of thinking you will be fulfilled when your purpose is fulfilled. No. Your fulfillment is completely different from the fulfillment of purpose. If you want to feel the fulfillment, you have to work separately in a different direction. It's a total different achievement. It's a total different dimension of your life. Fulfilling your purpose cannot give you the fulfillment. If you want fulfillment of your being, listen here what Krishna is saying. Here Krishna starts the Karma Yoga. Na karmana manaramban naishkarmyam purushosnute na cha sannyasa deva siddhim samadhigacchati. Not by merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction, nor by renunciation alone can one attain perfection. Beautiful. I think Krishna is the first and last master, as far as I know, because no statement can be ultimate truth. We can only say as far as I know. As far as I know, Krishna is the first and last master who declared the truth as it is. Two things. Always the people who are in the politics, people who are in the outer world, they know the characters or the truth or the techniques to achieve success in the outer world. People who are in the spiritual world, they know the techniques to achieve success in the spiritual world. But Krishna is both. Krishna is the only master who is enlightened man and a king. He knows how to give a technique to achieve the total success in the outer world and in the inner world. How to furnish your outer space and how to keep empty your inner space. That is the whole life. The whole Gita is only one idea. How to furnish your outer space to the ultimate luxury level and how to keep your inner space to the ultimate blissful level. Keeping your inner space in a eternal bliss and keeping your outer space in ultimate luxury. Krishna is the only man who has produced formula for inner space and outer space together. You can't expect this from a Buddha, because Buddha has given up the outer space. He lived with just 3 pieces of dress, and he lived a life of a monk. So whatever he produces, whatever formula he creates, will lead you only to that state. But Krishna has lived like a king. Krishna has lived not like as a king. Only Krishna can give a practical instruction. Only Krishna can create a manual for practical spiritual living. All other masters, their manual is useful only for monks who are sitting in monasteries. Only Krishna's manual is useful for the people who are living the life. Here he says, not merely abstaining from work can one achieve freedom from reaction. You can't achieve freedom from reaction by moving away from the work. I have seen one monk, he was considered as a great Paramahamsa because he will never get angry. His greatness is, people thought he never gets angry. There is no need because he is sitting in Himalayas. He was sitting in Himalayas, people are there to give food for him every day. Morning somebody brings breakfast, noontime somebody brings lunch, and night somebody brings dinner. Somebody gives him clothes. What is the need for getting angry? There is no need. He is respected because he never gets angry. Usually, human beings always respect if somebody does something which they can't do. If you want to become respectful, if you want to have the respect of the society, just do something which others can't do, that's all. Any foolishness. Of course, if you see this Guinness record on all these world records, there are so many foolish things which you can never imagine. Which you can never imagine. Do anything which others can't do, you will have the respect. So this person is considered to be a great person, great Paramahamsa, just because he never shouts at anybody. Of course, nobody thought there is no need. There is no need for him to become angry because he is sitting in Himalayas. Somehow, somebody inspired him. Master, let us go for a Kumbh Mela in Nasik. There is a Kumbh Mela program in Nasik. Let us go to that program for Kumbh Mela. Biggest gathering in the whole humanity happens in India. Every 4 years it happens. Every 4 years, biggest gathering in humanity happens in India. Not only spiritual gathering, biggest gathering. The other day, in TV I saw, leader of particular religion died. Some 2 million people gathered, 20 lakh people gathered. So many TVs are declaring this is the biggest religious gathering. I thought, what is happening? In my village, every year people, 20 million people, 2 million people gather. In my village, every year, for local festival, 2 million people gather. I was surprised. Even international news channels are saying world's biggest spiritual gathering. I was just surprised. Every 4 years, in Kumbh Mela, 70 million people gather in India. 70 million. Last Kumbh Mela is attended by 70 million people. They convinced him to come to Kumbh Mela. After he came back, after he came to Kumbh Mela, when he went back, all his disciples left him. Because when he came down from the Himalayas, when his routine was disturbed, only then people understood he can also shout at others. He can also get irritated. He also gets angry. Please be very clear. As long as the situation doesn't come, all are great saints. Everyone is saint till the opportunity is given. Till the opportunity is given. Only when the opportunity comes, you can judge whether he is real saint or escapist. Abstaining from work or moving away from work cannot give you the freedom from reaction. To have the freedom from reaction, your inner space needs to be purified. Your inner space should become empty. You need to remove the furnitures from inner space. Renouncing the furnitures in the outer world is not going to help you. Renouncing the furnitures from the inner world only is going to help you. The idea of purposes, thinking that life has got purpose, should be renounced. That is what he says. Just by renouncing, just by outer renunciation, perfection can never be achieved. Perfection can never be achieved. One more thing. If you renounce the outer world, the more you will be thinking about the outer world. If you renounce the outer world, more you will be thinking about the outer world. A small story. One enlightened master and his disciple, both of them are walking near a river. They are supposed to cross the river to go to their monastery, their ashram. On the way, young lady was standing. She wants to cross the river. She is afraid. She asked the enlightened master, "Master, can you help me to cross this river?" He said, "Why not? Please come." He just lifted her and crossed the river, left her and said bye and reached the ashram. The disciple was seeing the whole scene. He is not able to digest the whole scene. He is burning, maybe jealousy. He is not able to digest. After reaching the ashram, he is not able to control himself. He asked, "Master, you are a sannyasi. How can you touch a woman, that also young woman, and carry her throughout the river? How can you do that?" Master just turns, smiles at him and says, "I left her long ago. Why are you still carrying her? I left her there itself. Why are you carrying her still? Why are you bringing her here?" Please be very clear. Renouncing in the inner space, emptying your inner space is the real thing to be achieved. That is what Krishna says here. This sloka is straight away addressed to this disciple. Karmendriyani samyamya yaste manasa smaran indriyartan vimodatma mityachara sauchyate. The meaning goes, one who restrains the senses of action, but whose mind dwells on sense objects, certainly deludes himself and is called a pretender and an hypocrite. A man who keeps his senses under control, but who is not able to keep his inner space under control, is called pretender, hypocrite. Please be very clear. The quality of your life will be judged only based on the quality of your inner space, not based on the quality of your outer space. When you leave your body and enter into your next life, nobody is going to see the accounts of what type of car you drove, in what type of house you lived, how much of bank balance you had. No, these accounts will not come with you. How you live, how your inner space was there. What is the quality of your inner space when you lived? Only that you are going to carry. That is why they say, you are going to carry only the samskara, means the karma, the inner space with you, not the outer space. One more beautiful story from Ramakrishna. Who are all entering into the prostitute's house, what time they are entering, what time they are going out, how many are entering. He will keep all the counts because no other work, what to do? No other work. When you don't have any other work, you need to do something. You need to do something. Continuously keeps the accounts. How many are entering, what time they are entering, how much of time they are spending, whole thing. I think he's almost like a diary maintainer of that prostitute. He maintains a complete diary of who comes, who goes, who are the regular visitors, and who comes once in a while, rarely. Whole day is thinking about what's going on there. And that lady prostitute, she lives in a different way. She thinks, my life, my swadharma is this. This has been given to me as life. I don't know any other profession. I have to live only like this. For my food, I have to live this life. Oh Lord, but please save me. Let my mind and heart be at your feet. She is deeply devoted to God. Her inner space is filled with divine. Her inner space is filled with God's name. Her inner space is filled with the divine love. Life goes, after some time, suddenly, unfortunately, both of them die in the same day. This monk and prostitute, both of them die in the same day. Story is beautiful. Both of them reach the Yamadharma's court for judgment. First, she comes, the prostitute comes. Yamadharma sees the list of sins and merits, and he says, all right, don't worry. You lived throughout your life thinking of the divine. Go to the heaven. She is sent to the heaven. And the monk is coming. The moment monk comes, Yamadharma says, he sees the list of sin and merits, and he says, throughout your life, you thought about wrong things. So go to the hell. And this monk starts shouting, "How dare you send me to hell?" And you know he's a professional preacher, and you know he knows how to shout. He starts shouting, "I'll sue you." Maybe he must be visiting America many times. Often. "I'll sue you." He shouts. Yamadharma says, "Please relax. Here up in the heaven, we don't bother what you do. We bother how you live. See, by your body, through your body, you lived a pure life. Look at the planet Earth, how your body is respected. There, the monk saw, his body is respected like anything. All the people are falling at the feet of his body, and a big garlands are offered. Big puja is done. It is being carried to big samadhi, and his body is receiving all the respect. Through body, you lived a pure life. Your body is now getting respect. But through mind, you lived an impure life. Now go to hell. Same way, she lived impure life through body. Look at her body. Nobody was there even to care. Because she is a prostitute, no husband, no sons. Nobody was there even to do last rites. Body is stinking. Just the government fellows came and they dragged that body and dumped it somewhere. See, through body she lived an impure life. Her body is suffering. But through mind she lived a pure life, divine life. She is going to the divine. It is more important with what you live in the mind. Your inner space is the real achievement. How your inner space is the real thing. Please be very clear. Again and again Krishna declares, Karmendriyani samyamya ya aste manasa smaran indriyartan vimudatma mitya saracha uchyade. If you can't clear your inner space, even if you control your body, even if you control your senses, you are called hypocrite. Your life will not be blissful life. Your life will not be a real life. Not only it will not be a spiritual life, it will not be life at all. Nothing wrong because it doesn't exist. Let you be very clear, it doesn't exist. When you are very clear it doesn't exist, any time when it is taken away you won't bother. Even if you bother, it's okay, what is there? Even the bothering doesn't exist. The idea of bothering is nothing but one more connection. The bothering which came to you 9 years ago, the bothering which came to you 10 years ago, the bothering which came to you 8 years ago, and the bothering which is happening in you now, they are not connected. Why are you again connecting and seeing all of them and thinking that I am continuously bothered about money, or I am continuously bothered about developing myself, or I am continuously bothered about my happiness? See, all these things, just more and more and more words. Even your problems are not related to the deeper level. Even they are very superficial. Just with words you are struggling. The whole thing is nothing but words. It's like your whole inner space is filled with words and you are struggling for air. You are struggling even to breathe. Because your whole inner space is filled with words. And constantly you are binding. Every inch of your being is tied with a chain. If there is a small gap, you purchase one more chain and tie it. And you don't feel comfortable even with a small gap. And you say, no, let me have one more chain, please come on, let me have one more chain. And you tie it. Only when you are completely tight, you can't move this side or that side, or you can't even breathe, then you feel comfortable. Yes, now I have enough problem, let me go to some enlightened master. And you come to me to increase my business. What can I do? I always encourage people to get married so that I will have my business. See, unless you have constant problem, you won't come to me. I lose my business. So, can enlightenment solve some of the existing unsolved problems in science and mathematics? For example, nobody knows if there are infinitely many perfect numbers. This is a nice but a very serious question. Who is Satya? Very serious question. You see, first sutra of the Isavasya Upanishad answers this question. If you heard Isavasya Upanishad, you will understand the first mantra, Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. When the whole is taken away from the whole remains as the whole. The first mantra of the first Upanishad, the Shanti mantra of the first Upanishad, gives answer to this question. I think I'll answer this question in a detailed way. Now I'll give you just the gist and you can remind me, I'll give you a complete answer. See, three things. Logically, according to Max, according to the normal mathematics, 2 plus 2 is 4. A plus B is C. The C cannot be more than A plus B if the A plus B is equal to C. The C cannot be more than A plus B. This is the normal mathematics. When it comes to art, when it comes to the level of art, you see, in the intellectual level, A plus B is equal to C. The A separately, B separately, if you add, nothing less than C or nothing more than C can come. This is the logic, intellectual. When you come to the next level, emotional, level of the art, all the things which is used in a painting, a canvas or the color, all these things put together cannot equate the painting. There is something more in that painting. Can you say that this paint and this canvas and this much of hours from that man is equal to the painting? You can't. Even if you put that hours, 8 hours from that particular artist, same artist, if he puts the 8 hours in a different time, the painting will be different. You can't say, you can't create an equation when it comes to art. Over. You can't put all the words used by Rabindranath Tagore is equal to Gitanjali. There are so many idiots who are using the same words. They are not able to produce Gitanjali. It means what? There is something more than logic exists in the level of art. In the level of art. And there is a third logic equivalent to being. In the logic of being. In that logic, the first logic, 2 plus 2 is 4. The second logic, 2 plus 2 is 4 plus something. When the canvas is separate, it is just canvas. When the paint is separate, it is just paint. When you add these two, you can't equate it to paint. You can't equate it to painting. Painting is canvas plus paint plus something. It means what? 2 plus 2 is 4 plus something. This is a logic of art, logic of emotion. There is a third logic, spiritual logic, the logic of being. In that, 2 plus 2 is infinity. There is no 2 plus something. 2 plus 2 is infinity. When you add energy into energy, you can't say energy is 2 energy. You can't. There is something far more. And you can, one more thing, if you add master and disciple, 2 enlightened beings are appearing. How can it be? One enlightened being, master, plus a disciple, equivalent 2 enlightened beings. How can it be? So infinity is expressing itself in the same way of infinity. You can't say that same logic applies. I'll give you how the third logic, the logic of the energy or the spiritual logic, is described clearly in this mantra. The Purnamada Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. When the whole is removed from the whole remains as the whole. These are beautifully especially Shankara comments. Shankara's logic so sharp when he comments on that sutra, and after reading that sutra you don't need anything else. Any logic, any science, any mathematics you can shake if you know this single sutra. You can shake all mathematicians. You can shake the whole logic.